When the red-robed man spoke about comparing comprehension of concepts, all of the young elite's eyes present began to shine with a brilliant light. All of them were outstanding individuals of their generation, and they all had absolute self-confidence in their understanding of laws. When such extraordinary youths gathered together, it was natural for them to wish to outdo each other, all of them hoping to have a chance to show off their superior abilities. And this comparison of concepts was exactly the best opportunity to do so. Haha, a competition of comparing our concept of fire? I have complete confidence in this. Yellow Rightman excitedly rubbed his palms together as if he couldn't wait to start. All of the young elites present seemed eager to start. The red-robed old man didn't bother with any more small talk. He drew out a red picture scroll from his spatial ring. This picture scroll seemed to reveal an atmosphere that made one feel the vicissitudes of life. It was tied together with a simple red thread. That's the ancient Phoenix Testament. It truly is the ancient Phoenix Testament. I've only ever heard about it in my clan's ancient texts. But today, I've finally seen the real thing. A heroic elite's eyes shone. This ancient Phoenix Testament was left behind by a patriarch from the realm of the gods Phoenix clan just before he underwent nirvana. He had written several dozen of these pieces, but there shouldn't be more than 2 within time-worn Phoenix City. Besides the totem stones, these were the next most precious treasures. Wah! The red-robed old man unfurled the crimson picture scroll and a burning hot energy suddenly emanated outward. On the picture scroll, there was the image of a phoenix hidden within, twisting about as if it would escape the confines of the scroll at any moment. Who's first? Me. 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 Several young elites impatiently raised their hands, waving them about. You! The red-robed old man casually pointed at Yellow Rightman. Yellow Rightman's face immediately filled with excitement. A chance to perceive the ancient Phoenix Testament was very rare. Stand before the ancient Phoenix Testament and comprehend the power of the laws within. I shall judge your individual comprehension, compatibility degree, as well as your attainments in the concept of fire. The final outcome shall be decided by me. Now start. Yes, sir. Yellow Rightman stepped forwards, his eyes rapidly widening as he stared steadily at the crimson picture scroll. After several breaths of time, it seemed as if he had fallen into a peculiar trance. Reflected in the pupils of his eyes, all sorts of enigmatic flaming lines began forming, smoldering with all kinds of profound principles. Yellow Rightman stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament for 20-some breaths of time. Then, beside Yellow Rightman, several weak orbs of light appeared. These tiny spots seemed very common, but Lin Ming could sense that they were made of the purest fire origin energy, an energy that approached the source of fire laws. After 10 more breaths of time, these pale orbs of light slowly converged into Yellow Rightman's body before vanishing out of sight. Yellow Rightman shook, suddenly waking up from his stupor. Those brilliant reflections of fire in his eyes faded away, and he dripped with sweat as he gasped for breath in heaving gulps, his eyes filled with excitement. Too mysterious. Really too mysterious. If I could read this ancient Phoenix Testament, then I would definitely be able to understand the origin of all fire laws. Yellow Rightman's face was filled with happiness and longing. There wasn't just one ancient Phoenix Testament. As long as his talent was high enough, then he would have the chance to enter the realm of the gods Phoenix clan, and there he could perceive the other ancient Phoenix Testaments. When that time came, his comprehension of the concept of fire would reach an astoundingly high degree. 5 breaths of law fusion. The tiny amount of fire attribute source energy you absorbed is barely passable. Your result is 2nd level, C grade, the red-robed elder said without any expression. Hearing the red-robed elder's evaluation, Yellow Rightman's burning heart suddenly cooled down with disappointment. The tiny amount of fire attribute source energy he had absorbed was just passable. This evaluation really stung Yellow Rightman's ego. He had been very proud of his strengths in the comprehension of the concept of fire. In fact, he had even surpassed the potential of an emperor-level powerhouse, and none of his peers had ever been able to catch up to him. Yet his evaluation here today had been classified as just passable. 5 breaths of law fusion can only be considered subpar. Among the other young elites, a young man with scales between his eyebrows muttered, obviously looking down at Yellow Rightman's results with disdain. Yellow Rightman's face flushed. He was about to snap back when another man interrupted him. "Stop fighting. Here, results are all that matter. I'll give it a go." The martial artist who had spoken was also from the lower realm of mortals. His name was Man Ka, and he originated from the Kobe star. Earlier, Yellow Right Min had introduced him to Lin Ming. Man Ka and Yellow Right Min might have come from two different worlds, but as martial artists who came from the lower realms, they naturally banded together when faced with a common opponent. Man Ka stood before the ancient Phoenix Testament and opened his eyes as wide as he could. For 4 breaths of time, he seemed to enter into some strange trance. Then, after another 30 breaths of time, a very weak fire energy formed around him. It slowly converged into his body. Man Ka shook, then awakening from his stupor. The red-robed man said, "For breaths of meditation, with the small amount of fire source energy you absorbed, your comprehension of laws is barely above average. Your result is second level, B grade. Another second level evaluation." Ma Ka frowned, obviously not satisfied with his result. In the group from the realm of the gods, the man with red scales between his eyebrows faintly smiled. He said to a grinning, red-clothed young man beside him, "Waping, why don't you go up and try?" "Haha, I didn't want to go on stage and embarrass myself, but if Brother Long asks me to, then I should humbly accept this opportunity." The red-clothed young man sounded modest, but his face was fully confident. His wide smile wasn't able to hide the obvious disdain he felt for the others. As he casually stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament, only 3 breaths of time passed before traces of fire lines and flaming clouds reflected in his pupils. Then, after another 30 breaths of time, all around the red-clothed youth, dozens of rice-sized orbs of luminescent red light appeared, flying into the red-clothed youth as if they were a swarm of birds. The red-clothed youth awoke from his meditation and said a bit breathlessly, "That felt great. 3 breaths of meditation, the little power of the fire source energy you absorbed can be considered just satisfactory. Have you looked upon the ancient Phoenix Testaments before?" The red-robed old man calmly asked. His eyes were extremely sharp. He easily saw that this wasn't the red-clothed youth's first time reading the ancient Phoenix Testament. "Yes, sir. I saw it once, just 2 years ago," the red-clothed youth confidently said. He originated from the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods. It wasn't strange for him to have had a chance to have viewed the ancient Phoenix Testaments at some point. The red-robed old man said, "If this was your first time witnessing the ancient Phoenix Testament, then I would have just barely graded you at the 3rd level, C grade. But now, you can only be considered at the 2nd level, A grade." Hearing the red-robed old man's evaluation, all of young heroic elites from the lower realms, in particular Yellow Right Min and Man Ka, had extremely ugly complexions. Just a casual youth from the realm of the gods had embarrassed them both. The young heroic elites of the lower realms weren't convinced by this. They all came up one after another, and the result was that the majority of them were at the 2nd level, C grade, with a small number of them making it through to the 2nd level, B grade. Such results were truly shocking. All of these young heroic elites present had been peerless youths of their own generations. Now, for them to have such a result, all of them experienced acute mental anguish. "Brother Nguyen, your comprehension of the concept of fire should also be good. How about you go up and give it a try?" Yellow Right Min tried to encourage Lin Ming to step forward. He was counting on Lin Ming to obtain some magnificent result. Lin Ming was also left a bit speechless. In the comprehension of concepts and laws, he had considered himself quite proficient. But that was only compared to the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. If he had to compare himself to these geniuses from the ancient Phoenix clan, especially in the concept of fire that they all specialized in, then he was completely unsure of himself. He suspected that if he went up, the most he would obtain was a 3rd level C grade result. 3rd level B grade didn't seem likely for him. "Looks like I won't win the chance to choose first." Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't mind much. To each their own. What he received would be what he received, whether or not it was too extravagant. "I'll also try. I haven't seen the ancient Phoenix Testaments for a long time already. I wonder just what sort of result I'll have." After over 90% of the martial artists had finished, the youth with red scales between his eyebrows finally moved. He walked before the ancient Phoenix Testament, casually standing there. Ugh, just seeing that man's face disgusts me. Yellow Right Min said as he saw the youth's confident expression. But he also understood that since that youth was able to become one of the leaders amongst that group of 6 from the realm of the gods, he naturally had areas where he excelled. As the youth stood before the ancient Phoenix Testament, his gaze suddenly focused. As he faced the ancient Phoenix Testament, it was like he was facing a mortal enemy in a battle where life and death were on the line. Who? Within the temple, a burst of wind suddenly appeared out of thin air. The scales between the young man's eyebrows suddenly shined with a brilliant red line. Then images of fire began to reflect within his pupils. 2 breaths of time? The red-robed old man that managed this test finally began to show some emotion. Any young elite who could start fusing the power of laws with just 2 breaths of time would be considered quite good, even within the realm of the gods' central ancient Phoenix clan. The young man stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament for a bit less than half an incense stick of time. Then, small bean-sized orbs of red light began to form, lighting up the temple as they wandered about like fireflies dancing in the night sky. When Yellow Right Min saw this, even he had to admit that the difference between him and this red-scaled man was too great. The source energy this man had managed to condense was several times or even dozens of times what he had accomplished. After several breaths of time, these tiny lights rapidly flew into the red-scaled man's body. Then the man's body began to shimmer with a faint blood-red light. A moment later, he let out a light breath but not exhausted on the ground, heaving in great breaths like Yellow Right Min had been. Instead, he seemed refreshed in a much more comfortable mood. Seeing this, Yellow Right Min could no longer remain angry. Compared to this red-scaled youth, his own performance that he had been so excited about was probably no different from a country bumpkin messing around. It was no wonder that he had been looked down on by others. The disparity in origin was simply too difficult to make up. The martial artists from the lower realms were left with bad tastes in their mouths. This red-scaled youth had obviously looked at the ancient Phoenix Testaments multiple times before this. As for them, this was their first time gazing upon it. There was simply no way to compare. This was the disparity of resources. 2 breaths of law fusion, the moderate amount of flame source energy you absorbed is indeed satisfactory. Your result is first level, B grade. The red-robed old man stroked his beard, smiling as he spoke. First level, B grade. All present couldn't help but be convinced from this. Besides this red-scaled man, none of the other martial artists had achieved a first-level result. Without incident, this should be the best result. Now, for those who haven't been tested yet, come up. The red-robed old man glanced over the remaining martial artists who hadn't yet come up for the test, among whom Lin Ming was included. Because the red-scaled youth's performance was too dazzling, there was an awkward silence for a time afterwards. No one wanted to try right after. I'll give it a go too. With a clear sound, a woman dressed in red stepped in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament. She was also from the group of geniuses from the realm of the gods. She wasn't too beautiful, but she had a very dainty appearance. She serenely looked at the red-robed old man and said, "Realm of the gods Hua clan, Hua Yu." "Okay, you may begin." The red-robed old man showed the ancient Phoenix Testament to the woman dressed in red. A sharp light shone in her eyes, and then an incomparably burning hot, crimson true essence suddenly erupted. In the next moment, flaming lines appeared in her pupils, a trace representation of the source of all fire principles. 2 breaths of time. She also took 2 breaths of time. The successive realm of the gods' martial artists had only taken 2 breaths of time to fuse with the fire attribute laws. None of the lower realm martial artists were exasperated by this, though the disparity between them was too obvious. The woman dressed in red took several dozen breaths of time, and then rice-sized grains of red light appeared before sinking into her body. 2 breaths of time in meditation. A small amount of fire source energy absorbed. Your result is the first level, C grade, the red-robed old man said with a satisfied expression. For 2 new trial challengers to have a first-level comprehension was already a very good result. After 2 first-level results suddenly popped out from the realm of the gods group, the lower realm martial artists could only look at each other in blank dismay. For a long time, no one went on up. Going up now would only emphasize the great disparity between them. The pressure was just too great. If one couldn't achieve an eye-catching result, then one couldn't even hold their heads up anymore. Those martial artists from the realm of the gods had already all gone up. They happily looked over at the martial artists from the lower realms. The pressure on those martial artists who still hadn't gone to determine their talent was suddenly enormous. After several awkward breaths of time passed, Lin Ming moved towards the ancient Phoenix Testament. "Brother Nguyen, it's not too good if you go up now, the pressure is too great," Yellow Right Min kindly reminded him. He didn't know how well Lin Ming comprehended the laws of fire, but he likely wouldn't be able to compare with those two monstrous geniuses from the realm of the gods. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming didn't care if others made fun of him. His concept of fire wasn't too impressive. Let alone his concept of fire, even his concept of space wasn't comparable to the others. His advantage lay in his dual cultivation of law and body, and his foundation that was solid to the extreme. As Lin Ming stepped forwards, everyone immediately looked at him. "A boy from those lower realm dregs is coming up. Haha, if he has the courage to come up, then he should have some skill. If he does well, he might reach the second level B grade. Maybe even second level A grade. Although those lower realm martial artists are mostly trash, there are occasionally one or two that are passable. If he can reach the second level, A grade, then that's about the same as you." A realm of the gods martial artist teased Huaping. Huaping had been the first martial artist from the realm of the gods to go up. His evaluation had been at the second level A grade. "Humph, second level. A grade isn't that hard to achieve either," Huaping dismissively said. He didn't like that others were comparing him to Lin Ming, a mere boy from the world of mortals. Lin Ming ignored these conversations. Instead, he stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament and reported his name. "Sky Spill Continent's Nguyen family, Nguyen Ming." Begin," the red-robed old man said without expression as he showed the ancient Phoenix Testament to Li Ming. As Lin Ming looked straight at the images and words of the ancient Phoenix Testament, he didn't feel anything at the start. But, after looking at it more carefully, he only felt that it contained infinite mysteries. Those strange lines and letters that looked like dancing dragons and phoenixes seemed as if they contained the very source of the great Tao, from when the universe began forming. The truths and principles contained within were far too profound. For a time, Lin Ming fell into a trance. This sort of feeling was like his mind had been suddenly stuffed with a massive amount of information. It made his head ache and his consciousness blur. Lin Ming bit down on his tongue and the battle spirit in his spiritual sea trembled. It was only then that Lin Ming was able to calm his mind. 1 breath of time, 2 breaths of time, 3 breaths of time. At the 4th breath of time, no images of the fire laws reflected yet in Lin Ming's eyes. This caused Yellow Right Ming to be nervous for Lin Ming. If he couldn't show fusion with the fire laws at 4 breaths of time, then at most he would obtain a second level C-rank result. If he had this result at the very start, then it wouldn't have been too shameful. But to have this result now, after those two realm of the gods geniuses had shown off, then others would simply laugh at him. The realm of the gods disciples grinned as they saw this, talking amongst themselves. Huaping had a smug expression as he said, "How mediocre. Although I didn't reach the first level, a second level, A grade is still a degree of glory that these lower realm martial artists will never hope to achieve." Lin Ming still remained immersed in perceiving the laws of fire. 5 breaths of time, 6 breaths of time, 6 breaths of time. Yellow Right Min was shocked. 6 breaths of time was certainly breaking a record, but it was the record for being the worst. Out of everyone whom had gone up so far, no one had surpassed 5 breaths of time. 6 breaths of time. What? 6 breaths of time most likely means he doesn't have the qualifications to reach the second level. He'll be at the 3rd level. How could such a person have crossed the king-level trial qualifications? As a realm of the gods martial artist commented, even the red-robed man who was managing the test slightly frowned. He too suspected whether or not Lin Ming had the qualifications to pass the king-level smelting trial. Was it possible that his bloodline was light but his combat strength was extraordinary? 7 breaths. 8 breaths. No trace of flame principles yet appeared in Lin Ming's pupils. All of the martial artists had strange expressions on their faces. Where did this fellow come from? This performance was just too disappointing. Did he come here to waste everyone's time? Finally, at the 10th breath of time, small flickering lines finally reflected in Lin Ming's eyes. People thought that Lin Ming had finally fused with the flame laws, but what followed afterwards left everyone speechless. That little trace of flame source principles hadn't even spread out when they had already hidden themselves again, vanishing without a trace. Even Yellow Right Min couldn't continue watching such an embarrassing sight. To use 2 breaths of time to finally achieve fusion with the fire laws and still fail at the end. What a joke! 11 breaths of time. 12 breaths of time. The tiny traces of fire source principles appeared again. But, just like the last time, these traces didn't even grow before they disappeared again, restoring Lin Ming's pupils to darkness. Good heavens! He failed again. This fellow's comprehension of the concept of fire is simply at a trivial level, a realm of the gods, martial artist impatiently exclaimed. Sir Protector, he's obviously wasting our time here. I have no idea how he got in, but his understandings into the concept of fire might as well be the same as a 13 or 14-year-old child, another realm of the gods, martial artist said. If he continues being unable to fuse with the fire laws, do we just continue watching? The ancient Phoenix Testaments are handwritten scriptures left behind by our ancient Phoenix clan's patriarchs before they died and ascended to nirvana. Thus, their numbers are limited. Even a genius might not have a chance to perceive them. And yet it is currently being squandered on this fellow here. This is truly a waste, a martial artist said in a gratingly harsh voice. The red-robed old man's face became gloomy and he said in a low voice, this old man is the director of the test here. Whether or not anyone has the qualifications to participate in the smelting trial, do you think that is something you can comment on? When a trial challenger is meditating on the source of fire laws, no one can fight, no one can cause a disturbance. Otherwise, any and all offenders shall be expelled from time-worn Phoenix City. As the red-robed old man spoke, he released an invisible aura. As the pressure pushed down on that realm of the gods, martial artist, his face paled and he suddenly dared not speak further. The truth was that, even if they fiercely argued with each other, Lin Ming wouldn't have heard them anyways. At this time, he was deep in meditation. He had sealed off his 5 senses and wasn't even aware of the passing of time. With the support of the ethereal martial intent, he was completely focused on comprehending the source of fire laws. Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of fire could truly only be considered at a very basic level. Within the ancient Phoenix clan, it was equivalent to that of a 13 or 14-year-old child. He had to use a full 10 breaths of time in order to touch upon these principles, producing a trace of it in his pupils. However, just as these tiny traces formed, they had actually vanished. To Lin Ming's surprise, he discovered that these trace principles were actually being absorbed by the heretical god seed. After these traces were absorbed, they sealed themselves on the surface of the heretical god seed, forming a small circle of totems. Lin Ming had never imagined that this would occur. He continued to perceive the source fire laws from the ancient Phoenix Testament. After several more breaths of time, he once more became faintly aware, producing yet another tiny trace of fire principles within his eyes. However, after another brief moment, these traces were again absorbed by the heretical god seed. This repeated itself several times. More and more runes were engraved on the heretical god seed, becoming increasingly clear. Lin Ming carefully observed these engraved flame seals on the heretical god seed and found that they were similar to those of the ancient Phoenix Testament. However, there were some slight differences. The ones within him were even more mysterious and incomprehensible. Lin Ming was shocked. He continued to perceive them. He faintly felt that within these capricious, mysterious, the most enigmatic power of source laws sealed there was slowly beginning to open their doors to him. A vast and vibrant breadth of the great Tao seemed to blow out, the mysteries of the universe's essential laws wrapped within its grasp. 20 breaths of time. 30 breaths of time. As Lin Ming was in meditation, he felt that all the mysteries of the ancient Phoenix Testament were being engraved onto the heretical god seed. In half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming still didn't move. Now it wasn't just the realm of the gods' martial artists who were becoming impatient. Even the martial artists from the lower realms were also growing antsy. They had come to time-worn Phoenix City in order to perceive the root of flame laws, not see someone meditate on the most elementary level of the concept of fire. However, because of the red-robed old man, no one dared to speak. Yellow Right Min looked at Lin Ming, his mouth crooked. Just what was Lin Ming doing? If he couldn't even fuse with the power of laws within half an incense stick of time, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime performance that really defied the heavens. Just how had he managed to mingle himself into time-worn Phoenix City? While Yellow Right Min was lost in thought, at this moment, Lin Ming's body suddenly shook. Within his eyes, complex lines of fire began reflecting within his pupils. These lines were constantly evolving and changing, as if they contained the endless riddles of the universe. The less knowledgeable young martial artists didn't seem to think anything was strange, but as the red-robed test director saw this, his eyes lit up and he held his breath. "This is," the red-robed old man muttered to himself. But at this time, around Lin Ming, a crazy amount of flame source energy began rapidly condensing. A group of fist-sized red orbs of light grew at a noticeable pace, illuminating the dark hall with a luminous glow. What are these lights? The martial artists present were all stunned. Could this be the power of fire source energy? Is this a joke? Huaping was bewildered. The red-scaled youth from the realm of the gods had only been able to form a bean-sized amount of this energy. But Lin Ming had formed those the size of a fist. The energy contained within was dozens or even hundreds of times richer. Although it was hard to believe, all of the martial artists present were masters of fire laws. How could they not recognize the power of fire source energy? Those round balls of red light contained a staggering amount of pure fire source energy. Not just that, but they were still continuing to grow. The red-scaled man from the realm of the gods sucked in a deep breath. Compared to these energy orbs that Lin Ming had conjured, his own had been like fireflies in a bright night's moonlight. They were simply incomparable. Where did this fellow come from? How could he have such a terrifying source energy compatibility? In studying the ancient Phoenix Testament, the process was divided into two parts. The first was a martial artist's perception and the degree they were able to perceive the laws. The higher one's perception was, and the higher their attainments in fire attribute laws, then the speed of their fusion with these laws would also be higher. The second part was a martial artist's compatibility with fire source energy. The easier it was for a martial artist to fuse with this source energy, then the more source energy they would absorb after meditating on the ancient Phoenix Testament. Lin Ming's current situation was that he had taken nearly half an incense stick of time to fuse with the laws. This proved that his comprehension of the concept of fire was only at the most basic, elementary level. However, what was surprising was that after he fused with the laws, the source energy he absorbed was over 100 times that of the red-scaled man. This gap left all of the realm of the gods' martial artists dumbfounded, all of them unable to utter a word. No one had heard of such a strange and wonderful situation like this happening in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. At this moment, the last flame totem pattern finally etched itself onto the surface of the heretical god seed. Then, the entire pattern flashed with a bright light and all of the surrounding fist-sized source energies began flocking towards Lin Ming's body like a pack of phoenixes. For a time, Lin Ming's entire body burned, emitting dazzling rays of golden light that stung the eyes of everyone present. They could hear the very source of the great Tao crying out from within Lin Ming's body, sending out that vast and infinite aura, as if a phoenix itself was undergoing rebirth through nirvana within his body. As the red-robed old man saw this, he sucked in a deep breath. He looked at Lin Ming, all sorts of thoughts flashing by his eyes. All of the other martial artists in the hall weren't sure just what to say, or even what had happened. As Huaping saw all those incomparably precious red lights completely absorbed by Lin Ming, his heart heated with frustration. To take half an incense stick of time was the result of a 14 or 15-year-old child in their clan. But his ability to absorb fire source energy had actually thrown off everyone here by countless miles. For a martial artist, it was possible to use time to slowly make up for their degree of perceiving laws through meditation. But a martial artist's compatibility to fire source energy was something they were born with. It wasn't easy to increase. The higher compatibility that a martial artist had, the easier it was for them to move the massive amount of fire origin energy present in the world. Their endurance, restorative ability, and striking force was a level above those martial artists with a lower compatibility. For a time, Huaping's heart surged with jealousy and a deep abiding sense of helplessness. He gritted his teeth and said to the red-scaled youth, "Brother Long, this king-level smelting trial is our first battle. If we already lose to others here, we won't even be able to apply to return to the realm of the gods for the second stage of the trial. If we continue to be pressured by this boy, then even if our result was originally good, then it still becomes garbage." For many cases, results were relative, not absolute. In their world, the only result that mattered was becoming number one, because only the person at the apex would be noticed by others. For the person that obtained second place, even if their results were better than the one in first place, they would still be overshadowed. This was why some people thought that it was a sorrow to be born in the same generation as a peerless hero. The red-scaled youth named Brother Long said, "We can't compare to him in compatibility, but on the other hand, his comprehension of the concept of fire is far inferior to ours. Both of us have our own respective strengths. As for who will win in the end, no one knows. I guess that this fellow's perception shouldn't be that great." As Huaping listened to the red-scaled man speak, his eyes lit up. That was right. Because of that one blow from Lin Ming just now, he had nearly forgotten how much more superior he was to begin with. Lin Ming's affinity with fire source energy was indeed extraordinary, but if his perception and comprehension of the concept of fire was horrible, then he would never be able to perceive higher level of abilities and skills, and all that compatibility would be wasted. Thinking of this, the crestfallen Huaping gathered up all of his collapsed confidence again. Brother Long is right. His perception shouldn't be any good, otherwise his comprehension of the concept of fire wouldn't be poor to that degree. Moreover, in the king-level smelting trial, one must meditate and perceive the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones. Perception is too important for this. We have the advantage in this aspect. This fellow is likely a simple-minded boy with a great body and nothing else. He certainly shouldn't be able to perceive any sort of pattern. Someone with such a monstrous talent for compatibility with fire source energy, having such poor perception is truly a waste, Huaping said, incensed. If only that fellow could hand over that monstrous compatibility to him, then life would be great. Our talents have already been tested. We should be choosing our ancient phoenix totem stones soon. Huaping, with my understanding of you, it would be a good decision if you chose the profound gold flame totem left behind by the 12th patriarch. The red-scaled youth began to remind the young elites from the realm of the gods with true essence sound transmissions. The red-scaled youth had a very good understanding of the totem stones in time-worn Phoenix City. "All right, Brother Long, I'll listen to you," Huaping happily said. Everyone would only have 2 hours to choose which ancient phoenix totem they wanted. Choosing the best totem stone for oneself in a limited time span wasn't easy. It was much better with guidance from someone. "You were called Nguyen Ming, correct?" The red-robed man had a faint smile hanging on his face as he looked at Lin Ming. "Yes, sir." Lin Ming cupped his fists together, replying in a respectful yet pleasant manner. "Your compatibility with source energy is good, but it's just a pity that your comprehension of fire laws are lacking. This is the first time that I've seen a situation like this, so it's not possible for me to give you an accurate evaluation. For now, I'll temporarily judge you as first level, A grade." As the red-robed old man slowly drawled out his words, the red-scaled youth slightly frowned. A first-level, A-grade evaluation meant that Lin Ming would have the first choice. Of the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones of time-worn Phoenix City, there were several choices that were obviously better than the others. If Lin Ming chose the same one as him, then he would have no choice but to give it to Lin Ming. "Thank you, sir." Lin Ming could feel the goodwill from the red-robed old man's words. He had disregarded his elementary comprehension of laws and had even evaluated him at the first level A grade, giving him first choice. "Nguyen Ming, your situation is certainly rare in my ancient Phoenix clan. I shall give you some advice. Perception and comprehension of laws are often more important than your compatibility with source energy. You must not be complacent just because of some advantages you have. Within the realm of the gods, where the main clan is, there are those who have a perfect Phoenix clan bloodline, and there are many monstrous youths that have a compatibility and perception that far outstrip you. Since your perception is poor, you must practice and perceive the laws through meditation every day. Do not waste your compatibility with source energy. As the saying goes, a lack of talent can be made up with hard work and effort. Make sure that you try your hardest. As the red-robed old man slowly spoke, all of the other martial artists in the hall grew jealous. The red-robed old man had clearly taken a liking towards this Lin Ming, otherwise he would never have given such useful advice. The advantages were obvious in obtaining the recognition of a senior from time-worn Phoenix City. Yes, sir. This junior understands. Lin Ming deeply bowed to show his thanks. The red-robed old man nodded with satisfaction. I should also mention that if you can catch up in the aspect of comprehension of laws, after you reach the Divine Sea Realm, then I can recommend you to go to the Realm of the Gods to complete the second stage of your trial. Of course, the basis of this is that you can obtain the number 1 spot in the first stage of this trial. As the red-robed old man's voice fell, everyone was shocked silly. As long as he could obtain the number 1 spot in the first stage of this smelting trial, then he could go to the Realm of the Gods to attempt the second stage. The king-level smelting trial grounds of the Realm of the Gods was where many outstanding young elites of the ancient Phoenix clan wished to go, but many didn't have the qualifications to do so. As for the ancient Phoenix clan martial artists of the lower realms, obtaining these qualifications was simply wishful thinking. Now, Lin Ming actually had this chance. How could they not be jealous? Many martial artists couldn't help but glance at the red-scaled youth from the Realm of the Gods. In order for Lin Ming to obtain the top spot, he would have to surpass that youth. Lin Ming's compatibility was indeed high, but that red-scaled youth's perception was abnormal. This was a battle of compatibility versus perception. They stood in stark opposition to each other. The red-scaled youth looked intensely at Lin Ming. He had thought that he would easily stroll through the smelting trial of time-worn Phoenix City, but he didn't imagine that events would rapidly devolve to this degree. The red-robed old man's words were obviously spoken to stir up some conflict. When astounding talents went all out to defeat the other, they would be able to bring out their maximum potential through competition, breaking through their own limits. This battle was one he must win. Not only was this a matter of honor and face, but it was also because he presented the true Phoenix clan from the Realm of the Gods. The red-scaled youth's expression didn't change. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Huaping. I must win first place in this smelting trial. This is not related to glory. If I lose, then I shall be relegated to a much more minor position in the family. You must help me as much as you can. The red-scaled youth also came from the Hua clan within the Realm of the Gods. His name was Hua Wulong. The great families of the Realm of the Gods placed great importance on tradition and glory. All of them had a natural sense of superiority deeply ingrained within their bones. To them, a heroic young elite from a family clan within the Realm of the Gods had no choice but to become number 1. If Hua Wulong was used as a stepping stone by Lin Ming this time, then he would lose all sense of glory and pride. Moreover, Hua Wulong had originally lost the qualifications to attend the king-level smelting trial in the Realm of the Gods to begin with, and because of that his heart had been turbulent. He had steeled himself to make a big show here to show his family clan just how talented he was in order to try returning to the Realm of the Gods for the next stage of the smelting trial. But, if he lost here, then that dream would vanish. Of course, Brother Long, 7th sister, and I will help you as much as we can. Huaping immediately displayed his utter loyalty. He couldn't really be regarded as any decent talent within the Realm of the Gods Hua clan. If nothing happened, then he would be assigned by the clan to go out to the middle of nowhere and manage a branch business of arranging training resources. If he could be on good terms with Hua Wulong, then this would be very helpful to him in the future. Well done. The test has ended here. You can all go to choose your own ancient phoenix totem stone now. You all have 2 hours to choose. 2 hours from now, all of you must show which choice you've made to me. The red-robed old man spoke before turning around and leading everyone deeper into the temple. There was a great deal of skill involved in choosing an ancient phoenix totem. If one didn't roughly understand the various 36 ancient phoenix totem stones, then choosing one within 2 hours wouldn't be easy, especially for those whose choices were of a lower priority. The 36 ancient phoenix totem stones were either precious artifacts left behind by peerless powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan, or they had been forged in the primal creation chaos of the universe. Either way, they were incomparably precious treasures. Still, if one had to compare them, each one had their own advantages and disadvantages. Even though some had been created by the peerless powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan, There were ones made by patriarchs and ones made by elders. Of course, there were differences between them. Moreover, even if they had been created by the same peerless powerhouses, the ancient phoenix totem stones each of them left behind had still been divided into ordinary works and superior works. There was no defined standard. The red-robed old man led the group to walk down for a quarter hour. Suddenly, in front of them, a great open corridor appeared. This corridor was 300 feet wide, and wide enough to fit 10 carriages side by side, still leaving some space. On both sides of this corridor there were red metal doors. These metal doors were 200 feet high and 100 feet wide, engraved with a variety of images. There were immortal phoenixes, three-legged golden crows, rising suns, and crimson-colored eyes. The red-robed old man said the area where we now are is called the Four Corridors of Twisting Flame. As the name suggests, there is a total of 4 levels. From the inside to outside, the mysteries and laws contained within the totem stones become much simpler. At the very center is the Chaos Corridor. The Chaos Corridor has 3 chambers, each with a totem stone within. These totem stones were formed at the very beginning of the universe, when all that existed was pure chaos. Thus, these totem stones have a trace of the chaos source energy left over from the creation of the universe. One could consider these objects to be touching upon the very root of the great Tao. If you can completely understand them, then you may become one of people with the deepest comprehension of the laws within the entire realm of the gods. However, this old man shall be honest with all of you. With your current realm, going into those 3 chambers won't have much of an effect on you. Even if your perception is high, you can give up on obtaining any benefits there. Your current boundary is simply far too lacking. Let alone you, even those trial challengers from the second stage would have trouble perceiving the mysteries within them. Outside the Chaos Corridor is the Sky Corridor. The Sky Corridor has 3 chambers, each one containing an ancient phoenix totem stone. These 3 totem stones have all been left behind by previous patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan. Moreover, they are among their greatest works. In time-worn Phoenix City, their value is only inferior to the Chaos Totem Stones. Afterwards, outside the Sky Corridor is the Earth Corridor. It has a total of 10 chambers, and the totem stones there have also been left behind by precious patriarchs, the only difference being that they are inferior to the previously mentioned top works. And the outermost corridor is called the Mortal Corridor. There is a total of 20 chambers there. The totem stones there have all been created by previous elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. Moreover, the best of these works are not much worse than those left behind by the previous patriarchs. As the red-robed elder introduced the stone totems to the martial artists, their faces were filled with regret intertwined with longing. Many of them looked at Lin Ming and Huo Wanlong, their eyes filled with envy. The 2 of them would undoubtedly choose 2 of the 3 chambers in the Sky Corridor. As for the rest, the stronger ones would go to the Earth Corridor and the remaining ones would have to go to the Mortal Corridor. In the Mortal Corridor were the works left behind by the countless elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. In the realm of the gods, there was a single patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan at one time. Moreover, because their lives were extremely long, all of the previous patriarchs added together were probably only a few hundred. However, elders were different. In every new generation of the ancient Phoenix clan, there were possibly dozens or even hundreds of elders. Even if the totem stones they crafted here were their greatest works, those still wouldn't be able to compare with the patriarchs. As the red-robed elder saw the mixed emotions of the young elites there, he coldly said, "Those who walk the road of martial arts should aim high, but they shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. Every great elder of my ancient Phoenix clan is a heaven-shaking existence within the realm of the gods. Every totem stone they leave behind, even though it may be inferior to that of a patriarch's, is more than enough for you to meditate upon. If you can thoroughly enlighten yourself with them, then you will reach a comprehension of laws equal to a previous elder." "Isn't that enough for you?" the red-robed elder asked in a chilly voice. However, all of the martial artists present were thinking otherwise. They only had 3 days to meditate on these totem stones. Just how much could they comprehend in that period of time? If the ancient Phoenix totem stones would be compared to gold, or while they were the gold diggers, then the amount of gold they could mine in 3 days would obviously be larger if it were from a bountiful gold mine rather than a barren one. "Nguyen Ming, you choose first." The red-robed elder pointed at Lin Ming. You must decide within 2 hours' time. Yes, sir, Lin Ming replied. Without further ado, he skipped past the mortal and earth corridors, directly entering the sky corridor. Seeing this, all the martial artists there were filled with envy. Although Huo Wanlong appeared calm, the truth was that he was feeling particularly nervous. The heaven corridor had 3 totem stones, and these totem stones were also divided into those better ones and worse ones. Among them, there was one called the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. It had been left behind by the 9th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. His nickname was Burning Heaven, and he had been one of the top 10 powerhouses throughout all of the ancient Phoenix clan's history. To take on such a nickname, his power could easily be imagined. And what was even rarer was that the laws inherent to that totem stone were extremely suitable for Huo Wanlong. He had long desired to choose this totem stone, but if Lin Ming chosen it first, then Huo Wanlong would suffer a great loss. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ming stepped into the sky corridor. The halls of sky corridor were 200 feet wide. 3 metal doors lined up on a wall. The first door had the image of a phoenix nirvana engraved onto it, along with 2 words, Crimson Divine. The second metal door had the engraved image of a phoenix resting on a parasol tree, as well as 2 words, Sacred Flame, and the third door had the engraved image of a phoenix flying through burning skies, along with 2 words, Burning Heaven. Lin Ming was startled just by the images carved upon these metal doors. These engravings each had come from the hands of a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, they wouldn't emit the energy of such formidable laws. Lin Ming decided to start with the Crimson Divine Totem Stone. He pushed open the metal door, entering the chamber. Behind the door was a square space, 200 feet in width and in length. There was nothing except for a 30-foot-high altar in the very center of the chamber. On top of this altar was a carved stone totem the size of a square foot. There were many complex engravings on this plain gray stone. Looking upon it for the first time, Lin Ming could feel a faint force field covering it, similar to the Azura force field. This force field and the totem stone both contained traces of lines and images combined in a perfect manner. It was immeasurably mystical. This senior Crimson Divine was definitely a powerhouse with a force field. He fused his fire laws with his force field and carved them into this totem stone. If I can thoroughly comprehend it, then it will be of great help to me, especially since I have a force field. And more than one at that. Lin Ming looked at this totem stone for 2 incense sticks worth of time before reluctantly leaving the Crimson Divine chamber. He only had 2 hours. He couldn't stay in this chamber for too long. The second chamber was the Sacred Flame Totem Stone. It was equally mystical, but it lacked the force field aspect. For this alone, it was less suitable for Lin Ming than the Crimson Divine Totem Stone in the first room. After just an incense stick's worth of time, he left this chamber to enter the third one. This was the chamber with the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. This chamber was also 200 square feet, and the altar in the center was similar. However, the totem stone on this altar was a deep red, and on it there seemed to be hundreds upon hundreds of small flames intertwining with each other. It looked quite ordinary at first, but after staring at it for a while, Lin Ming could see that these small flames were moving. Each and every one of these flames contained a different concept. As the several hundred flames gathered together, they became burning skies that could seemingly scorch away the endless worlds. What a powerful aura! Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He could feel that the aura contained within this totem stone faintly surpassed the last 2. Perhaps this totem stone is the most valuable. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, thinking about whether he wanted to choose the Crimson Divine Totem Stone or the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. At this time, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine's drawling voice sounded out, "Lin Ming, I don't understand the fire laws within this totem stone, but this saint knows the name of Burning Heaven. He is a peak character even in the realm of the gods, someone who far surpassed the Demon Emperor. As for those other 2 people, this saint has never heard of them." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. That sounds right, but choosing a totem stone doesn't depend on just how strong the person who engraved it was, but whether the contents of that totem stone suit the individual. Lin Ming meditated on this totem stone for half an hour. Then, at that moment, he suddenly felt a faint throbbing feeling in the heretical god seed. It seemed as if the engravings on the heretical god seed seemed to grow. Lin Ming was surprised. It was clear that the heretical god seed had an even higher fusion compatibility with this burning heaven totem stone. The heretical god force was a cultivation method created by an ancient evil god. A supreme elder from the realm of the gods had stumbled upon a massive lucky chance within the ancient ruins of this evil god, thus obtaining the cultivation method manual. Afterwards, he had died before having enough time to thoroughly perceive it. From that point on, only Lin Ming was aware of the heretical god force. As for who that evil god was, Li Ming had no idea. But what he was sure about was that the evil god was absolutely far more formidable than this burning heaven senior. It was likely that the evil god was an existence that stood at the highest peak of martial artists. A true god. With such a person, the cultivation methods left behind likely approached the very source of all laws to a near infinite degree. Since the heaven-burning stone totem was able to affect the heretical god seed, that proved that the heaven-burning stone totem approached the root of the great Tao much more than the other two totem stones. Compared to Lin Ming's own judgment, he was by far more convinced due to the heretical god seed. Not to mention, perceiving and understanding the process of how the fire laws and force field combined within the crimson divine totem stone was a very long process. It was by no means something done in a single step. He would have to meditate upon it for at least 10 years, or perhaps even dozens of years to see any effect. I'll choose that one then. Lin Ming made a preliminary decision. He estimated the time and found that he still had a bit more than an hour's worth of time. If it had taken him nearly an hour to look through 3 totem stones, then the others would have a much harder time, especially those martial artists who had to choose a totem stone from the mortal corridor. To find a suitable match among 20 totem stones within 2 hours would not be easy. If their luck was bad, then it was likely they would regret the choice they made. I still have an hour. There's no need to hurry. Since there's no need to go to the Earth corridor, I should go to the Chaos corridor to have a look at what these totem stones forged in the primal forming chaos are like. I wonder if there's anything special about the traces of source energy left within. As Lin Ming thought this, he headed towards the Chaos corridor. The Chaos corridor was at the very center of all 4 corridors. It was also the narrowest and the smallest of the 4 corridors and was only 150 feet wide. This corridor had 3 chambers. The doors of this chamber weren't made from red metal but rather rocks with an extremely ancient appearance. These rocks didn't have any engravings on them, but they emitted a primal breath that secretly startled Lin Ming. These should be ancient rocks formed at the very beginning of the universe. I wonder just how many countless years they've existed for. Lin Ming muttered to himself as he opened the stone door. A 100-square-foot room presented itself in front of Lin Ming. This entire chamber was covered with a light layer of black fog. As one looked deeper, one could see that this fog was actually somewhat similar to the black fog in the eternal demon abyss. It was also formed from an incomparably rich accumulation of energy. However, this chaos chamber's black fog seemed to lack any sort of elemental attribute energy. Instead, it could be considered as void. In the center of the faint fog, there was an altar. This altar was made of black stone, and a foot-long square stone was embedded right in its center. The traces of lines on this stone didn't seem as delicate and exquisite as Lin Ming had imagined. Instead, it looked to be very rough. The textures were varied. Some were deep, some were shallow, and there were even some areas that were broken off. As Lin Ming continued to look on, but he didn't see anything special about this stone. It was apparent that the traces of source energy left within had already surpassed the scope of Lin Ming's understanding. Legends said that during the forming of the universe, there was nothing but chaos origin energy. The trace lines on the chaos stone reflected the evolutionary process of the universe's source energy as it gradually transformed itself. This sort of chaos energy was also referred to as grand mist energy. Primeval entropy was chaos in itself. Afterwards, this grand mist energy evolved, only then becoming the elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and all others. Thus, grand mist energy was considered the source of all energy. As for martial artists, in the end, what they cultivated was energy. Whether it was body transformation, true essence, or demon essence, all of them were just different manifestations of energy. But in perceiving various laws and concepts through meditation, that was understanding the root rules for utilizing these different energies. Higher-level combat skills such as force fields, will attacks, and even soul attacks were all different forms and applications of energy. If one could thoroughly understand the evolutionary rules of Grand Mist energy, then they could become aware of the very source of the Great Tao, thus becoming an existence within the realm of the gods with one of the deepest comprehension of laws and concepts. Lin Ming, this thing isn't something that the average person can understand. Not to mention that this saint is just a wisp of a soul, but even if this saint's complete soul was here, or even if this saint's complete body was here, I would still find this thing incomprehensible. Demon Shine rarely admitted his own weaknesses. In truth, as a demon familiar, his perception was never that great to begin with. However, Lin Ming didn't seem to hear Demon Shine's words. He sat there in mediation, gazing upon the traces left behind on this chaos stone from the forming universe. For a long time, he sat there without uttering a single word. "How is it?" Demon Shine asked before immediately shutting up. He didn't know if Lin Ming had managed to comprehend anything. Within Lin Ming's boundary, wanting to comprehend the source laws from this chaos stone were near zero. However, miracles did happen. Lin Ming meditated for an entire incense stick worth of time. Finally, he closed his eyes and slowly said, "I am familiar with these lines. It feels like I've seen them somewhere before." That's impossible. "I really have seen it, it's just that I can't remember." Lin Ming's first thoughts were of the eternal demon abyss. Within the eternal demon abyss, he had encountered a variety of chaotic scenarios and had seen many things. But as he thought about it, nothing reminded him of this. Just where had he seen this before? "Lin Ming, then how will you choose? Will you choose this chaos stone or the burning heaven totem stone?" Demon Shine asked. "I will choose the burning heaven totem stone." Lin Ming decided to give up on the chaos stone. The laws and principles contained within the chaos stone were simply far too mystical for the current him. Even if there was a familiar feeling of déjà vu from the chaos stone, it wasn't enough for him to grasp any chance of successfully perceiving it. If that was the case, then it was better for him to go with the burning heaven totem stone. With the support of the heretical god seed, perceiving the burning heaven totem stone should be much more beneficial. Thinking like this, Lin Ming left the hall of corridors. "You've chosen," the red-robed elder asked. "You still have half an hour. If you haven't decided yet, then you may continue looking." Reporting to Senior, "This junior has already chosen." Lin Ming bowed. These words caused Huo Wenlong's heart to tighten. The young red-dressed woman next to him, Huoyu, was also tense. Besides Lin Ming, these two people had the best results from the test. Huo Wenlong's comprehension of laws was evaluated at the first-level B grade, and Huoyu was evaluated as a first-level C grade. Huo Wenlong was aiming for the burning heaven totem stone. Of the 3 totem stones in the sky corridor, it was the most valuable one. As for Huoyu, she decided to choose the crimson divine totem stone. Its preciousness was only inferior to that of the burning heaven totem stone. Not just that, but the force field fused within it was very important for her. Huoyu also had a kind of force field, so this crimson divine totem stone would be very suitable for her. As long as Lin Ming didn't choose the crimson totem stone, then Huo Wenlong definitely wouldn't choose it either. This was because even if Huo Wenlong's talent was higher, he didn't have force field. What's your choice?" the red-robed elder asked. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He slowly and clearly said, "The burning heaven totem stone." As Lin Ming spoke, Huoyu let out a sigh of relief. As for Huo Wenlong, his body stiffened and his complexion became extremely ugly. The burning heaven totem stone. That choice just happened to collide with Huo Wenlong's. Damn! Huo Wenlong grit his teeth. In truth, he had already been expecting this. The burning heaven totem stone was the most valuable of the 3 totem stones in the sky corridor. Lin Ming had the highest chances of choosing that one. However, expectations were different from reality. With the facts laid right in front of him, he felt a bit depressed. To not be able to choose the burning heaven totem stone now would greatly impact him. The red-robed elder nodded. Lin Ming had made a good choice. The burning heaven totem stone was the most valuable of the 3 totem stones in the sky corridor, and even when compared to the top totem stones within the ancient Phoenix clan smelting trial sites in the realm of the gods, it wasn't too far off. The red-robed elder recorded Lin Ming's choice onto a jade slip and said, "On to the next person." Huo Wenlong, it's your turn to choose. I understand. Huo Wenlong began walking forwards. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was pained as if his own mother had died. After a little less than an hour of time, Huo Wenlong came out and said, I choose the sacred flame totem stone. The sacred flame totem stone was slightly worse than the crimson divine totem stone. However, since Huo Wenlong didn't possess a force field ability, the crimson divine totem stone wasn't well suited for him. Thus he could only make this choice. Hua Yu let out a light sigh of relief. She quickly walked towards the sky corridor, as if she were afraid that someone to steal away her crimson divine totem stone. After an instant stick of time, Hua Yu came out. Sir, I choose the crimson divine totem stone. After Hua Yu, Hua Ping and the rest all chose their own totem stones from the earth corridor. As for the martial artists of the lower mortal realms, most of them had to choose from the mortal corridor. This was a troublesome decision for them. To choose an appropriate totem stone from over 20 choices was not a simple matter at all. Many people didn't have the chance to carefully consider their choice. Thus there were some that chose inappropriate ones. All right, everyone may go close up in training now. You have 3 days of time. 3 days from now, no matter how much you have perceived, you must stop. Afterwards, I will naturally assess your results. Those who pass will obtain another chance to enlighten themselves. As for everyone else, they have failed the trial. In the king-level smelting trial, defeat didn't mean you would die. Rather, you would simply be eliminated from the first stage, completely losing any chance of advancing to the second stage of the king-level smelting trial. After the smelting trial began, Lin Ming, Huo Wenlong, and Hua Yu all went towards the sky corridor. After a moment of silence, Huo Wenlong walked into the sacred flame training chamber without another word, while Lin Ming entered the burning heaven training chamber. These 3 days would be the key to success or failure. Lin Ming had already seen the lines on the burning heaven totem stone. They were like hundreds of tiny flames, none of them the same, but all of them contained deep and profound mysteries. Lin Ming looked carefully and discovered that when any 2 random flames combined together, there would be a change. If 3 flames joined together, there would be another change. 4, 5, 6, the more flames that gathered, the more changes there were, and every flame also had a different change. If several hundred flames gathered together, then the possibilities were endless. Patriarch Burning Heaven is truly worthy of being called one of the 10 greatest powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan. I only have 3 days to look at this totem stone, but thoroughly perceiving it in this time period is simply impossible. I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. I'll choose the smallest flame line and try to comprehend the simple changes there first. As Lin Ming thought this, he entered into the ethereal martial intent, completely immersing himself into gaining insights. In this state of fascination, the small flame seemed to turn into a fiery spear. As the spear swayed to the beat of the flames, the chilling spear point seemed to launch wave after wave of offensive attacks. Unconsciously, the subtle totem engravings on Lin Ming's heretical god seed began to change, becoming increasingly clear and profound. After entering into the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming wasn't able to sense the passage of time. When the totem engravings on the heretical god seed seemed to enter into a new stage, the metal door to Lin Ming's training chamber suddenly burst open. A stern voice sounded out. Time is up. Everyone must exit now. Who dash? Lin Ming had been awakened from his meditative state, and the incomplete enlightenment had also been interrupted. 3 days already? Lin Ming was surprised. He felt as if even 1 hour hadn't passed. What a pity. It would have been perfect if he had a few more days. As Lin Ming was thinking, he found that totem engravings on the heretical god seed had turned into a circle with a faint flow of light spinning around it. It was clearly an improvement over the previous totem image. With these 3 days, along with having gazed upon the ancient Phoenix Testament, my comprehension of fire attribute laws has been considerably enhanced. I wonder just what degree my concept of fire has reached now. Lin Ming very much wished to find someone skilled in the concept of fire to compete with. At this moment, a voice sounded out once more. Everyone, meet outside the Hall of Corridors. As Lin Ming recalled what was happening as he walked towards the main hall, outside he could see that many people were gathering, expressions of confusion on their faces as if they had awoken from a drunken stupor. They all had their eyebrows knitted together, apparently trying to estimate the harvests they had made. The red-robed elder from before was already waiting here. He said, "You all have 10 days to go back and digest your harvests so far. Afterwards, you will gather back here. I will continue with the test. Those who do not pass will be eliminated." With the help of a guide, Lin Ming arrived at the assigned dwelling. "Sir Nguyen, this is your basic equipment." The guide passed Lin Ming a spatial ring. As Lin Ming sunk his consciousness within, he saw a simple 10-foot-long wooden case, a set of red clothes, and red boots. This wooden case was... Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He had been using a spear for so many years that he didn't even need to open the box to tell that there was a spear within this case. It was purely intuition. Lin Ming enthusiastically opened the case, and a long fiery red spear appeared under Lin Ming's eyes. The spear edge was a foot long and it shone brightly with a chilling cold. The spear shaft was made from an unknown metal. It was exceedingly tough, yet flexible at the same time. All sorts of runes and lines were engraved on the barrel of the spear. These patterns undoubtedly contained the power of fire laws. This was a medium-grade heaven-step treasure? Or was this a high-grade heaven-step treasure? Lin Ming's eyes shone. He had been using a heaven-step white spear acquired from a High Lord of Sky-Split Tower. He didn't even know what its name was. Beside its toughness, there was no benefit to wielding that white spear. It wasn't like the purple comet spear, able to increase the power of his thunderfire abilities. It was extremely inconvenient for him. But now, this red spear in front of him was obviously useful for enhancing the power of fire. Moreover, it was a treasure ranked even higher. "What rank is this treasure?" Lin Ming asked. Up until now, he only had a few rare encounters with anything above low-grade heaven-step treasures, so he didn't have much of an understanding toward this. The guide said, "Sir, this is a medium-grade heaven-step treasure, but in mere terms of toughness, it's on equal standing with a high-grade heaven-step treasure. It is a standard service weapon that my time-worn Phoenix City issues to new talents. If you don't use the spear, then you may apply for a replacement weapon." Within the ancient Phoenix clan, because there were many people who rode vermilion birds in battle, long pole-type weapons were the most commonly used. This was different from the inheritance of Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming was going through the qualification test for the king-level smelting trial, many of the phantom matches was facing were also using spears. This spear is actually only a standard service weapon. Lin Ming was speechless. This was a spear that every trial challenger who was participating in the king-level smelting trial would receive. It seemed that within the realm of the gods, heaven-step treasures were only considered common garbage. This was also reasonable. Within the Sky Spill continent, even a life-destruction martial artist like Xianxia was able to acquire a heaven-step treasure, much less a divine sea master. There was no need to even mention the realm of the gods. Here, powerhouses were most likely using saint artifacts, or even higher quality weapons. Lin Ming took the red spear in his hand and casually shook it. The spear shaft trembled with a terrifying contained strength. What a great spear! In terms of resources, martial artists from the lower realms are just like little babies from the slums. They are simply unable to compare with martial artists from the realm of the gods. Besides the long spear, the standard-issued clothes were also top-quality goods. Once worn, they felt as airy as silk. Having been woven from divine fire silk, they were actually immune to fire and water and were also extremely resistant. Even with a normal treasure, one would find it difficult to slice through them. In time-worn Phoenix City, it was light and practical, perfect for talents to use in training. "Sir, if you please, your room is right ahead." The guide bowed. Lin Ming looked up. In front of him was a door leading to a separate miniature dimension. In time-worn Phoenix City, every young elite's residence was their own dimension. The advantage of this was that once the door was closed, the room would then become an absolute isolated space, so that the martial artist inside would not be interrupted during their training time. After settling into this dimension, Lin Ming saw a bookshelf filled with all sorts of jade slips, both large and small. He casually picked one up and swept his perception through it. These were actually fire attribute law cultivation methods, advisory letters, and ancient texts. These jade slips were mostly high-grade cultivation method manuals collected by powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan from various regions. They were given to trial challengers, mainly for them to use as a reference in their own training. Lin Ming looked through a few jade slips. Then, he sat down and immersed himself in perceiving insights into the laws and concepts he had gained earlier. The totem symbol atop heretical godseed was as small as a grain of rice. However, Lin Ming could actually make out every single line and change in texture on its surface. These traces were all enlarged tens of thousands of times within Lin Ming's vision, each and every simple mysterious pattern appearing defined in his eyes. Meditating on the totem engraving on the heretical godseed was much more beneficial and much easier than meditating on the burning heaven totem stone. Lin Ming could already faintly feel that the affinity the heretical godseed held towards the concept of fire had exceeded that of the concept of thunder. Amongst the various major concepts, ones like the concepts of space and time, the concept of eternity, the concept of annihilation, and other such concepts were much more abstract and elusive and were somewhat more formidable than others. However, the truth was that once one thoroughly comprehended the source of a concept and reached the pinnacle of comprehension with it, then even with one like the concept of fire, one could still achieve heaven-shaking results and become a king of their generation. Who dash? Lin Ming stretched out his palm and a fiery flame spear appeared in his hand, its energy quickly solidifying. In the next moment, the flame spear completely condensed into a solid spear. The spear point and shaft both gleamed with a metallic luster, just as if they had been cast from red metal. After inscribing the flame totem, the heretical god seed within me has also evolved. Lin Ming felt his heart shining with a brilliant fighting spirit. He wanted to test his strength in battle and see just how much progress his concept of fire had made. At that moment, a strict voice suddenly rang out in the dimension. 10 days have passed. Everyone gather at the southern city temple. The test will now begin. The test is finally starting. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The king-level smelting trial tests were extremely severe. The first test would eliminate 30 to 40% of the martial artists. In the future, tests would only become more and more difficult. Ultimately, only a tiny number of people would make it through the trials. Lin Ming walked towards the southern city temple. Here, the red-robed elder responsible for directing the test was already waiting. Come with me. After everyone had gathered, the red-robed elder led everyone to a separate chamber. Here, there was a massive crystal mirror. The mirror was over 100 feet high and was hundreds of feet wide. It spread across an entire wall. This is the God-transforming mirror. It is an illusory magic array used for tests. You only need to stand in front of the God-transforming mirror and touch it in order to start the test. Within the God-transforming mirror, there are 9 different shifting realms. With your current strength, lasting in the first shifting phase for a quarter of an hour will qualify as passing, and lasting for half an hour will be considered outstanding. Those who fail will need to take the transmission array and leave the smelting trial site, the red-robed elder indifferently said. Hearing this, the heroic young elites became somewhat nervous. If they had a poor performance, then there was the fear of being eliminated. If they had a good performance, then they could only hope to make progress for even better results. For instance, Huo Wenlong, Huo Yu and the others all carried a great pressure on their backs. Their goal was not only to pass the smelting trial, but also to compete with Lin Ming and overshadow him. We shall start from the trial challengers of the mortal corridor. I will call your name to step forward and start the test. Xinggonglu, Chi-Hu. The red-robed elder continuously called out the names of 4 people. As these 4 people stood in front of the God-transforming mirror, all of them were lurching with unease. They followed the red-robed elder's instructors and reached out their hands to touch the God-transforming mirror. In the next moment, all of them fell into a strange trance-like state, as if they were completely isolated from the outside world. There were 9 shifting realms within the God-transforming mirror, but none of the martial artists present knew just what this meant. The martial artists from the lower realms looked at the 4 trial challengers standing in front of the God-transforming mirror, a disturbed and anxious expression crossing their faces. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this test was related to lives. If they passed, they could continue through the smelting trial and even have a chance at approaching the realm of the gods. If they failed, then they would be eliminated. In the future, they would be stuck at the divine sea realm, only kings of the lower realms. After reaching time-worn Phoenix City and experiencing the limitless possibilities of the realm of the gods, none of them were willing to give up this chance. This was similar to a mortal country bumpkin visiting the royal capital and then not wishing to return to the countryside. After experience all that the capital had to offer, they would rather work hard there instead of returning home to become rich farmers. Time passed a minute, a second at a time. After an incense stick of time passed, 2 of the 4 trial challengers standing in front of the god-transforming mirror suddenly shook, drawing back with pale expressions. The red-robed elder indifferently waved his hand. "The 2 of you fail." They had failed. The 2 young martial artists were stricken. In their own worlds, they were peak emperor-level talents that stood above all others. But now, after arriving at the smelting trial of the ancient Phoenix clan, the so-called emperor-level talents of the lower realms were now nothing more than a joke. Dropping from the top to the bottom, this left a horrible taste in their mouths. After another incense stick of time passed, the other 2 trial challengers also gave a pained cough as their connection with the god-transforming mirror was cut off. At this time, there was still a bit of time before it reached the required quarter hour. "The 2 of you also fail," the red-robed elder mercilessly said. "This test is too difficult." All of the present martial artists, especially those that came from the mortal corridor, were becoming increasingly nervous. At this time, the red-robed elder coldly snorted and said, "Crossing the test of the god-transforming mirror is not difficult. If you failed, then that only proves that you have a tenuous grasp of concepts and laws and that your cultivation is also far too lacking. There is no one else to blame but yourselves." The god-transforming mirror smelting trial has 9 different shifting concepts. If you can persist through the first one for just a quarter of an hour, then you have passed. Half an hour is an outstanding result. Every year, over 60% of the trial challengers can pass the first test, but less than 10% can achieve an outstanding result. As for those that can last 3 hours or even pass through the first concept, that might not even appear once in 50 years. Pass through the first concept? The 4 trial challengers who had just failed felt their hearts jump. The 4 of them had personally experienced just how terrifying the concepts of the first level were, and yet someone who was in their 20s could still pass through it in a single go. Was that even humanly possible? Now then. Yellow Right Min, Feng Xiaotian, the red-robed elder began to list out the names of 4 more people. "Good luck in there." Lin Ming cheered Yellow Right Min on. He had a good impression of this fellow. Yellow Right Min pumped his fists, his inner tension palpable. The 4 eliminated martial artists had come from the mortal corridor. As martial artists that could only enter the mortal corridor, their strengths weren't too great to begin with, so the chances of them being eliminated here were also correspondingly high. At this time, within the very center of time-worn Phoenix City, there was a grand tower that stood 9 levels high. At the highest balcony of the tower, there was a woman dressed in red, looking down over the entire time-worn Phoenix City. After some time, the red-dressed woman turned around. In front of her, the great doors had opened and a tall man in a cloak strode in. On his shoulders there was a great flaming bird that looked like a red parrot. It was obviously this old man's contract beast. "Great Elder, you seem to have plenty of free time to come and visit me here." The red-dressed woman tranquilly spoke as she faintly smiled. "Haha, I was just finishing some minor errands. It just so happens that the new little children have come into the city and are participating in their first test. Do you have any interest in going to take a look?" The tall old man laughed, his voice vibrant and rich with life. The red-dressed woman smiled and shook her head. "There's far too low a chance that any of those children will grow up into someone useful. There's no reason to go fuss over them. If there's an exception, then the Council of Elders will naturally send over a battle array disc. Every few years, time-worn Phoenix City would select a batch of extraordinary youths from the countless worlds. In all fairness, because the ancient Phoenix clan of the lower realms had passed through tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of dilution, their bloodline purity was far inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods. Thus, the chances of a true genius arising from that pack of youths were very small. It was certainly easy for those young elites to reach the Divine Sea, but going any further than that would not be easy. As for entering the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan and joining another family clan there, the chances were simply far too low. You're not wrong, but there is an exception this time. There's a little boy called Nguyen Ming whose fire compatibility is even higher than yours used to be. Oh? Really? The red-dressed woman's eyebrows shot up. Is he from the lower realms? According to the traditions of the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan, if a genius from the realm of the gods had such a high compatibility with fire, then they would have already been sent to the smelting trial site in the realm of the gods. It was impossible for them to be sent to time-worn Phoenix City, which was situation in the lower realms. Of course it's real. He is indeed from the lower realms. It is extremely rare for a martial artist from the lower realms to have such a high compatibility. But, unfortunately, his comprehension of the laws is too poor. When he gazed upon the ancient Phoenix Testament, it took him a full half-incense stick of time before he was able to fuse with the laws. The tall old man said as he shook his head in regret. A martial artist's perception represented their ability to comprehend the laws. It was often more important than one's degree of compatibility. Half an incense stick of time? The red-dressed woman was bewildered. That result was just too poor. Even the most basic child from the realm of the gods' Phoenix clan would have such a result. That's too bad. The red-dressed woman lamented. One's compatibility with fire and ability to comprehend fire laws had little to do with each other. Compatibility looked at one's physique, but comprehension of laws looked at a martial artist's soul force and perception. If their compatibility was high but their perception was low, it was still a waste. The further one walked down the road of martial arts, the more emphasis there was on the soul, will, battle spirit, perception, and other such factors. That's right. But we should look at this little fellow first. If his perception is too poor and there's no value in training him, then that's fine too. But, if he's worthy of some help, then we can wait until he reaches the Divine Sea and then recommend him to join the main clan within the realm of the gods. Let's go, the red-dressed woman said. As she spoke, the space in front of her easily split apart, revealing a black hole in the void, and the two of them stepped inside. In the testing hall, before the god-transforming mirror, Yellow Right Min gave a stuffy cough as he stepped back, his face white. Without bothering with this minor injury, he spun around to look at an hourglass in the corner of the room. There, the sand within the hourglass indicated that a quarter of an hour had passed. Yellow Right Min, pass? The red-robed elder blankly exclaimed. Yellow Right Min was overjoyed. He punched the air as he laughed. Ha! I just managed to pass. What great luck! Great luck? That might not be true. As Yellow Right Min was celebrating, a rude and sobering voice suddenly sounded out. The one who spoke was Huaping, one of the martial artists from the realm of the gods Hua clan. There is more than one test in time-worn Phoenix City. Just because you passed this time doesn't mean you won't be eliminated in the next one. Huaping poured cold water all over Yellow Right Min's parade. Yellow Right Min's face sunk, his expression becoming gloomy and his originally cheery demeanor suddenly reduced by half. What Huaping said was true, but still, to a lower realm martial artist like Yellow Right Min, every single step they took was always good. If he could obtain some insights, then that was a major harvest for him. It would have an inestimable impact as he continued to walk his path of martial arts. Humph, if you had any skill, then you wouldn't have come to time-worn Phoenix City. How was it like being kicked out from the realm of the gods? Yellow Right Min venomously lashed back. As Huaping heard this, his expression immediately turned ugly. After Yellow Right Min, the other martial artists from the Mortal Corridor completed their own tests one after another. The final elimination rate for them was around 80%. Next up were those from the Earth Corridor. The heroic youths from the Earth Corridor were much stronger. Besides one, everyone else passed. Especially those outstanding youths from the realm of the gods, their results were even better. When Huaping drew back from the god-transforming mirror, all blood drained from his face, the red-robed elder announced his result. A total of over half an hour. An outstanding result. This was the first outstanding result. As Huaping stepped back from the god-transforming mirror, he glanced over at the hourglass and then looked over at Yellow Right Min, his face filled with satisfaction. Even though he wasn't considered too good within the realm of the gods, he could still look down on the lower realm martial artists in time-worn Phoenix City. As for Yellow Right Min, his ability was inferior, so there was nothing he could say. After Huaping, 2 other martial artists from the realm of the gods also obtained an outstanding result. As for the Sky Corridor's Huiyu, she lasted for nearly 40 minutes, breaking the current record. At this time, only 2 people still hadn't been tested. They were Lin Ming and Hua Wenlong. Everyone's eyes focused on them. Hua Wenlong looked at Li Ming and smiled. "Brother Nguyen, how about we go together?" "All right." Lin Ming calmly nodded. He wasn't sure what sort of test lay within the God-transforming mirror. In terms of just the comprehension of law, he didn't have full assurance that he could defeat Hua Wenlong. Although the heretical God seed was powerful, the time that Lin Ming had been comprehending the fire laws was simply too short. Lin Ming stepped in front of the God-transforming mirror. Stretching out a hand, he touched the surface of the mirror. Then, he immediately entered into a strange trance. Everyone's vision remained on Lin Ming and Hua Wenlong. No one knew that in the space outside of this hall there were also 2 pairs of invisible eyes paying attention to Lin Ming and Hua Wenlong. These 2 pairs of eyes belonged to the tall old man and the red-dressed woman that had been talking atop the 9-layer tower in the center of the city. Both of them were high-level figures within time-worn Phoenix City. "Nguyen Ming, that's him?" The red-dressed woman's voice echoed in the void. That's him." The old man nodded. "What a faint ancient Phoenix bloodline. Moreover, it seems that it was transplanted during the Hotian realm. If I'm not wrong, hasn't the Nguyen family perished? Where did this Nguyen Ming come from?" Although the ancient Phoenix clan had countless branches, the red-dressed woman had still completely memorized each and every one of them. The Nguyen family had been exterminated 100,000 years ago. I've already asked the Nguyen family protector about him. After the Nguyen family was exterminated, the ruins of their family were accidentally obtained by a mortal sect within the Sky Spill continent. Afterwards, it was used to establish a sect called Divine Phoenix Island. This sect has taken the vermilion bird and blue swan as their totem. As for Nguyen Ming, he was a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Because of his outstanding talent, he was able to participate and ultimately complete the general-level smelting trial. After the temple spirit saw that he had made excellent results throughout, he was gifted a single blood drop of the ancient phoenix. "I see, so that's how it is. Then it seems this Nguyen Ming can also be considered an outer member of my ancient phoenix clan." The red-dressed woman's shadowy voice resonated through the void. The realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan was an incomparably massive sect. Within the 3,000 boundless worlds, there were also countless branches and sub-branches. A sect like Divine Phoenix Island, which took the phoenix and its closely related saint beasts as its totem, could just barely be counted as one of the followers and believers of the ancient Phoenix clan. Some of these countless sects in the lower realms were 5th-grade sects or holy lands. Occasionally, there were top talents among these sects that had the qualifications to be chosen by the true ancient Phoenix clan, transplanting a part of their bloodline and becoming an outer member of the ancient Phoenix clan. Up until this point, the ancient Phoenix clan had developed to the point where there were millions of small and large sects that comprised it. With the 3 great family clans within the realm of the gods added on, it was hard to estimate just how many members the ancient Phoenix clan had. The clan included humans, giant demons, ferals, fae, and many other races. In this era, familial bloodlines no longer mattered. There was only a single requirement for being a member of the ancient Phoenix clan, and that was whether or not they had the ancient Phoenix bloodline within their bodies. Thus, Lin Ming's origins had no effect on whether he was considered part of the ancient Phoenix clan. Of course, as a martial artist from the lower realms, if Lin Ming entered the realm of the gods in the future, then against those at the same level of strength, he would have fewer resources than those from the 3 great family clans. Oh! After entering the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen through a layer of water. There was a brief scalding hot feeling, and in the next moment, he had entered into a vast red space. This was a world of burning flames. Nothing but endless infernos in a sea of fire. Scarlet plumes rose thousands of feet high, impacting the heavens. The entire sky was filled with red clouds. It was as if the once blue sky had been roasted red by the flames. Hot! It was too hot. This was Lin Ming's first and foremost reaction. Every breath he took felt as if he was sucking flames into his lungs. If a common mortal were to appear here, he would have been charred to death long ago. At this time, red clouds roiled in the skies. These strange movements reflected in Lin Ming's pupils, just like the traces of fire energy from the ancient Phoenix Testament. This scene caused Lin Ming's eyes to shine brightly. So this was the God-transforming mirror. The God-transforming mirror, the ancient Phoenix totem stones, and the ancient Phoenix Testament were similar in essence. The ancient Phoenix Testament and the burning heaven totem stone were both objects that recorded the operating rules of flame laws and the energy within them, allowing a martial artist to enlighten themselves through meditation. But the God-transforming mirror expanded on these energy operating rules through the use of an illusory magic array. A martial artist could place themselves within and directly experiences the changes within the fire energy himself. If the 3 days before were Lin Ming meditating on the burning heaven stone, then this could be considered as having entered the burning heaven totem stone. He was now directly withstanding a baptism within a violent storm of energy. If he could withstand it, live through it, then that proved that his perception was good enough to pass. Oh dash! A wave of heat passed through him. Lin Ming's clothes, which were supposed to be nearly invulnerable to water and fire, actually started to burn a little. This proved that the temperature was extremely high. The ancient Phoenix clan had a total 9 fire concepts. Correspondingly, the God-transforming mirror also had 9 realms. And the first shifting concept was burning heat. Burning heat was the very fundamental foundation. If one could withstand this concept, then they could finally be considered as truly have stepped through the door of the true concept of fire. The temperature rose higher and higher. Lin Ming had no choice but to revolve his bodily true essence protection to the limit, as well as simultaneously activating the Azura force field to surround his entire body. The Azura force field was a force field domain that could suppress all types of energy. Naturally, it was also able to suppress these burning hot flames. However, as Lin Ming suppressed this heat, he only felt the surrounding burning heat around him suddenly soar by a massive degree. Hoo. Lin Ming's true essence was rapidly consumed, and even then the surrounding temperatures continued to shoot up. If this continued for much longer, then he wouldn't be able to hold on. I'm stupid. As a test of my understandings towards the concept of fire, not whether or not I have the power to withstand it. Ignoring the fire and just resisting against it is obviously not an option. I must act according to my understanding of the burning heaven totem stone and adapt to the sea of fire. As Lin Ming thought this, he took a deep breath and resolutely withdrew the protection of his bodily true essence and the Azura force field. For a time, the oppressive waves of heat pushed up against Lin Ming like a waterfall. Oh! Lin Ming's fire-resistant clothes melting away. He could even hear the sound of his own skin baking to a tender crisp. Soon after, Lin Ming was left completely naked. With a cracking sound, his spatial ring was also charred black by the purging fires. Of course, this was only a world of illusion. Lin Ming's true body was standing perfectly still and unharmed outside of the God-transforming mirror. The vast and endless power of fire poured through Lin Ming's acupoints, crazily raging through his meridians and flushing towards his bones, organs, and limbs. If his comprehension of the concept of fire was too poor, then this fire would have charred all his organs to ashes already. In such a terrifying rush of heat, Lin Ming's mind was as still as ice. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed, and the tiny flame totem on it suddenly began to shine with a dazzling light. With a clear sound, the massive power of fire within Lin Ming's body began to be sucked into the heretical god seed, causing the lines of energy on the heretical god scene to start spinning around. These lines of energy only had a total surface area the size of a grain of rice. But the structures were extremely complex and exquisite. It was like a bottomless pit was born within it, constantly and wantonly devouring the power of fire, ensuring that none of Lin Ming's organs would be injured. In this state, Lin Ming felt the energy within his body blow up like a balloon. Oh! Outside of the God-transforming mirror, half an hour had quietly passed. All of the martial artists outside were focused on Lin Ming and Huo Wenlong. Half an hour was already an outstanding grade result. Nobody thought that Lin Ming and Huo Wenlong would have failed at this point. With their strength, lasting less than half an hour would have been strange instead. The truly difficult part lay ahead. In the first concept world, the temperature would continue to rise. But A martial artist's ability to absorb and control fire energy was limited. Once they couldn't last any further, they would be incinerated by the sea of flames. Before, Huoyu had only managed to last 40 minutes. As for someone that could last 3/4 hours, that was something that rarely happened even in 50 years. 50 years seemed like a long time, but time-worn Phoenix City had over 1 million worlds to choose from, and that wasn't even including the realm of the gods. The pure volume of talents that passed through here in 50 years of time was horrifying. I wonder if Lin Ming will last until the end, or if it will be Huo Wenlong. The surrounding martial artists began murmuring. Of course it will be Huo Wenlong. Lin Ming has a high compatibility with fire, but this test looks at one's comprehension of laws. A realm of the gods martial artist said. That's not necessarily true. The higher your fire compatibility is, the great temperatures your body can withstand, and the more power of fire you can withstand too. The one to last until the end might be Lin Ming, a lower realms martial artist retorted. As a fellow martial artist from the lower realms, he naturally sided with Lin Ming. This was Huo Wenlong and Lin Ming's first battle. It would relate to their future achievements. In the void, the red-dressed woman and the old man had anticipated this sort of competition. When a martial artist stepped foot on the road of martial arts and walked towards the peak, they would inevitably have to march over the bodies of all the losers that fell beneath them. At this time, within the world of the god transforming mirror, Huo Wenlong was fluttering like a wisp of silk in a blazing red storm. The power of burning heat rushed towards him. Half of this energy was rerouted by an invisible power while the other half entered him. Using this method of diverting the energy, it meant that Huo Wenlong would only need to withstand half of the fire energy. Hu. As heat wave after heat wave got partial deflected by Huo Wenlong, he continued to remain calm throughout without the slightest sense of strain. He was confident he would win this battle. This was because when he was in the realm of the gods, he had already experienced the god-transforming mirror. This method of diverting the power of fire was also a very high-level legacy of his clan. It wasn't something the average person could learn. Not even Huoyu could do it, much less someone like Lin Ming. Although this method of extending the time he stayed in here might seem a bit suspicious, the world only cared about heroes that won. Results were far more important than the means. Then again, this method of diverting, from another viewpoint, only proved how thoroughly Huo Wenlong understood the laws of fire. Lin Ming, I've already won. I will establish my superiority to you here and now. As long as you don't catch up to me too much, I will take first place in this smelting trial. Meanwhile, on another side of the god-transforming mirror, the fire energy within Lin Ming's body had risen to a terrifying degree. Because the power of fire was gathering towards Lin Ming and the heretical god seed was accumulating all of it within itself, the temperature within Lin Ming's body was even higher than the temperature outside. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed this entire time. His perception was always focused on the red clouds that surged above him as he constantly attempted to understand the laws that governed the revolution of energy in this world. This world took the most basic revolution of fire as its fundamental law. As Lin Ming was withstanding the baptism of fire, he was beginning to understand just how to break through the concept of the god-transforming mirror's first level. As long as he could gather enough energy within his body, he could use his own bloodline as a guide and fuse the laws and concepts of fire and then detonate all of that energy within himself. This energy would scatter away, in turn burning down the sea of fire instead. This would allow him to break through the first concept, passing the first trial of the god-transforming mirror. But to a normal martial artist, they weren't able to gather enough of the fire energy within this burning heat world before their body could no longer withstand it. Even if their ancient phoenix bloodline was much purer and denser than Lin Ming, or their understanding of concepts and laws were greater than Lin Ming's, they still wouldn't be able to burn away this world. But to Lin Ming, this was not a problem because he had the heretical god seed within him. The power of fire that he could withstand far outstripped the average martial artist. Lin Ming's body was completely filled with the power of fire. The heretical god seed was just like a miniature sun as it emitted blinding rays of golden light. On the surface of the heretical god seed, the engravings of flame became even brighter. The energy had already reached 95% capacity. Then, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%, climbing without end. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. The heretical god seed was like a storm within him. It could blow apart at any time. Outside of the god-transforming mirror, Lin Ming's body began trembling. Blue veins stuck out from his body like wriggling worms, and great beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Lin Ming, it seems he might not be able to last much longer? Some martial artists noticed the changes in Lin Ming's appearance. Compared to Lin Ming, Huo Wenlong seemed much more at ease. His breath was even and there wasn't the slightest bit of sweat on his forehead. Looking at the hourglass, there was still some sand left until 3/4. It's only been around 2.5 quarters of time, yet Lin Ming seems as if he had reached his limit. If this continues, he won't be able to last for 3/4 of time. Some martial artists began talking amongst themselves. But in the great hall, the red-robed elder's eyes actually shrank. He looked at Lin Ming, a curious light in his eyes. Time passed slowly. As Lin Ming stood before the celestial shifting mirror, his fists were tightly clenched together, and the blood vessels on his arms were pumped up as if they could burst apart at any second. All of his clothes were already soaking wet with sweat. It seemed as if he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. But besides Lin Ming, Huo Wenlong only had a few beads of sweat dropping down his face. It was apparent that he could continue for a while longer. Nguyen Ming has reached his limit. A martial artist from the Earth Corridor said. If there isn't an accident, then Huo Wenlong should be able to last for 3/4 hours of time, enough to meet the rare 50-year standard of time-worn Phoenix City. But Nguyen Ming should only be able to last for several more breaths of time at most. Although he's lacking just a bit, nearly reaching that time is also quite good, especially since Nguyen Ming is a martial artist from the lower realms. Several martial artists began discussing amongst themselves. In this first round of the trial, Huo Wenlong had the upper hand. But the first stage of the king-level smelting trial wasn't something completed in a short period of time. It was unknown just who the final winner would be. Huo Ping snickered as he saw Lin Ming approaching his limits more and more. He said, "This Nguyen Ming shouldn't push it if he can't hold on." When the other martial artists couldn't stand it any further, the most that happened to them was that their faces whitened a bit. None of them looked like this fellow does right now. What's he doing? If he can't persist, then he can't persist. What's the point of putting up a futile struggle? Humph, to be able to persist even when he's reached his limits just means that Nguyen Ming has a firm will. If you tried, you would have simply failed. Yellow Right Min bluntly retorted. Huo Ping sneered in disdain, no longer speaking, obviously not wanting to bother with this nonsense. After 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming's entire body flushed red. On the area where his palm touched the celestial shifting mirror, a faint flame slowly rose up. Everyone present noticed this slight change. But, regardless if they were a martial artist of the Earth Corridor or Sky Corridor, none of them was clear on what was happening. In the void, the tall old man's eyes widened with interest. This little boy, with just his trivial middle revolving core cultivation, wants to use his body to direct the fire and move the fire attribute energy within the first world, ultimately burning it away. How daring of him! The red-dressed woman faintly smiled. She said in a soft whisper, his affinity towards fire is amazingly high, so it's easier for him to move the power of fire in that world. There's a chance he'll succeed, but it is indeed asking for too much. Let's continue watching. No matter what, that bold decisiveness is to this old man's liking. He's not like that Huo Wenlong kid who's just trying to play some tricks and delay for time. The old man shot a look at Huo Wenlong, obviously viewing him with disdain. Haha, it's also quite good for Huo Wenlong to reach this level, and it's not as if what he did is against the rules. Now we can only look to know whether or not Nguyen Ming will be able to succeed. At this time, within the world of the celestial shifting mirror, the accumulated energy within Lin Ming's body had reached its limit. The heretical god seed was completely full. The totem engravings on the seed began to emit a brilliant golden light. Not only that, but even Lin Ming's dantian was filled with a massive amount of fire energy. These energies were all absorbed by the black hole revolving core within his dantian, forming a whirlpool of fire that covered everything in a hazy red fog. His dantian began to burn. When a martial artist entered the Xianxia realm, the dantian became the source and the very origin of all their energy. However, it also became their greatest weakness. The flame that existed within the dantian was core fire. If one wasn't a fire attribute martial artist, then it was simply impossible to start this sort of core fire. This sort of fire, if sent out from the source of a martial artist's energy, would contain the most formidable power. Use his bloodline as the guide. Ignite the core fire. Fuse it with the power of fire within the heretical god seed, and then scorch away the heavens and the earth. Bang! With a deafening sound, all of the highly compressed fire energy within the heretical god seed completely broke out. In that moment, it was like the flame totem on the heretical god seed had become the eyes of a phoenix, the dazzling golden rays of light piercing through the limitless void. Lin Ming's entire body began to burn. The flames around him coalesced into a titanic phoenix that let out a keening wail as it flew out. The ferocity of that flame shook the heavens and shattered the earth. The sea of fire boiled with excitement. Countless amounts of fire energy was sucked into this phoenix, surging tides of crimson energy that blew into the sky, forming a massive red whirlpool that seemed to swallow the heavens. Lin Ming was a revolving core martial artist. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to burn down a world with his power alone. He could only use his body to control the power of fire, quickening the power of the world and using the pre-existing fire energy to destroy all of creation. This was the utilization of the fire laws as well as the only way to break through the first realm of the celestial shifting mirror. Ka. A crack appeared in the void. At this moment, Lin Ming's entire body was wreathed in flames. Both of his eyes smoldered with fires of the burning heaven. An intense pain snapped out from his dantian, and he felt as if all of his meridians and even his soul was being seared black by this fire. This sort of pain directly linked to his spiritual sea. It was potent enough that it seemed capable of sweeping away his consciousness. Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shudder. Within his spiritual sea, black flames rolled upwards. But at that moment, a spear-shaped battle spirit howled forth, slashing down onto this python of black fire, directly turning it away. I used my own bloodline as the guide and spurred the power of fire within this world to burn everything asunder. The pain in this celestial shifting mirror was illusory to begin with. It simply cannot harm me. In that instant, between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the flame-shaped mark left behind by the blood of the ancient phoenix emitted light as if it were a rising sun, and a golden phoenix howled out. This phoenix was smaller than the phoenix that rushed into the world earlier, but it was even more incandescent, brilliant, and pure. This was the result of Lin Ming fusing the laws of his life's bloodline along with the power of fire from the heretical god seed. The golden phoenix melted into the phoenix formed from the fire of the world, turning everything into a burnished golden red. Bang, bang, bang. The void continued to collapse and large pieces of space deconstructed before him. A space storm swept out. This chaotic power of space actually fused with the flames. It was like a wind that turned up the intensity of the fires, making it even fiercer. In that moment, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. If a space storm fused into flames, it could actually be like the wind, making the intensity of the fire even more ebullient. After realizing this, Lin Ming's heart was overturned by monstrous waves. He was too clear just what this discovery meant. This was the same as fusing together different laws. Fire and thunder had similar origins, but even so, Lin Ming had spent a considerable amount of time and effort to understand the concept of thunderfire. The concept of space was amongst the most elusive and mystical concepts. Moreover, it wasn't generally associated with the concept of fire. To fuse these two concepts together was much, much harder. Yet here, Lin Ming had seen with his own eyes the fusion of a space storm and fire. This was also the fusion of concepts. So it's like this. Lin Ming steadily looked on. Although the world within the celestial shifting mirror was nothing more than an illusion, the energy traces contained within still originated from the Chaos Stone. These traces were engraved by the principles of the universe, recording the rules to mobilize the most essential energy. In other words, all of the phenomena occurring in the dreamland of the celestial shifting mirror embodied the source laws of the universe. How much you could comprehend all depended on your own ability. Bang, bang, bang. 70% of the first world's space broke apart, the fire escaping into the void. Lin Ming wholeheartedly watched all of these changes occur. Even as blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes, this blood was instantly scorched away by the fire around him. Yet, Lin Ming didn't seem to feel any of this. So the fire concept of burning heat. This is a chance of fusing the power of fire and the power of space. I get it. I understand it now. Lin Ming took a deep breath and roared out, "First world, break for me." With a resonant shout, the golden red phoenix behind him issued a clarion cry. As for the edges of the space, the world began deconstructing. The sea of fire collapsed and space turned into a great vortex, swallowing all. For a time, outside of the celestial shifting mirror, Lin Ming's body trembled. The flame mark between his eyebrows emitted a dazzling golden light even as blood leaked out from his eyes. This isn't good. Nguyen Ming has overdrawn himself. A martial artist from the Earth corridor shouted out in surprise. The celestial shifting mirror was an illusory magic array that shouldn't have any dangers. It wasn't like a killing array. Generally speaking, if a martial artist died within the celestial shifting mirror, there still wouldn't be any problems with their true body. It would only be that their consciousness that would be frightened a bit. However, there were always exceptions. When a martial artist invested too much of his mind and surpassed their limits, it was possible that their spiritual sea could be damaged and they could fall to their obsessions. Some lower realm martial artists wanted to forcefully pull Lin Ming back from the celestial shifting mirror, but they were actually stopped by the red-robed elder's shout, "No one move!" As soon as this voice fell, Lin Ming's body shook and he was ejected out from the celestial shifting mirror. Lin Ming took a step back. His face was white as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked as if he had exhausted nearly everything he had. "Brother Nguyen, are you all right?" Yellow Right Min shot forwards to help support Lin Ming. The other martial artists from the lower realms also took a half step forwards to ask about his injuries. "Brother Nguyen, have a mind-calming pill." A martial artist handed out a bottle of pills. If one persisted within the celestial shifting mirror for too long, it was easy to wound one's spiritual sea. Eating a mind-calming pill would be helpful to restoring the spiritual sea. "Brother Nguyen has done well. Although you just barely missed 3/4 hours, your result is enough to be proud of." Lin Ming pushed away the bottle of mind-calming pills and took a deep breath. He suppressed the restless blood tumbling within his body, and without even sparing a glance at Hua Wenlong, said to the red-robed elder, "In this test, Junior has gained some insights. I would like to immediately go close up in seclusion and meditate on them." "Good. Then go." The red-robed elder smiled and nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. Lin Ming bid his farewell and instantly launched his movement technique to fly back to his own dimension as soon as possible. All of the martial artists left behind were bewildered. Hua Ping curled his lips in disdain. He sneered, "What kind of insights?" He's probably afraid of being embarrassed, so he found an excuse to leave. He only had half an incense stick of time until he would have reached 3/4 hours. Hua Wenlong will inevitably reach that time. If Nguyen Ming stayed behind, he would have just lost face. Hearing these words, Yellow Right Min was incensed. He coldly snorted, saying, "Hua Ping, what kind of garbage are you spouting? You only lasted in there for 2/4 hours. You are also far short of reaching Brother Nguyen's heights. It's true that I can't match up to him, but I am not his match to begin with." Hua Ping glanced at Hua Wenlong. However, just as he did this, he noticed something strange. At the area where Lin Ming had stood, where his right hand had touched the surface of the celestial shifting mirror, there was actually a small web of cracks that clearly spread out. These cracks were repairing themselves at a very slow pace. The celestial shifting mirror, how could it have cracked? After Hua Ping spoke out, the other martial artists present also noticed the crack on the surface of the celestial shifting mirror. Wasn't the God-transforming mirror engraved with the principles from the forming of the universe? How could it have cracked? All of the martial artists present were curious about this exact same question. But at this time, as Huiyu looked at the God-transforming mirror, she felt a growing horror in her heart. As someone that could be considered decently talented within the Hua clan, she had a good understanding of the God-transforming mirror. The God-transforming mirror was indeed a divine object that was engraved with the source energy laws. But the core of the celestial mirror, as well as the crystal wall that comprised its surface, were not true divine treasure from the formation of the universe. Rather, they were created by an array formation master. When the world of the God-transforming mirror was broken, then the mirror itself would also break. The one who created this mirror had already considered this situation from the start. With the liquid flame crystal inside the main body of the God-transforming mirror, even if there were cracks produced on it, it could slowly melt and reform itself with a self-repairing function. Nguyen Ming passed the test of the first concept? This is... Huiyu sucked in a deep breath, her eyes flashing with astonishment. The God-transforming mirror had a total of 9 worlds within it. These 9 worlds all corresponded with 9 different kinds of concepts. These 9 different concepts nearly encompassed all the complete mysteries of the fire laws. Of these 9 concepts, each one was more difficult than the last. If one could pass the 6th or the 7th concept, then they could become a holy lord within the realm of the gods. If one could rush past the 9th concept, then that would mean they had fully comprehended the source laws of fire, having a strength as if they were a god of fire incarnate. This was the origin of the God-transforming mirror's name. Cross through 9 levels of concepts, break through the mortal coil, and transform into a god. And now Lin Ming had already broken through the first concept? Well, you found this completely unbelievable. If Lin Ming was a favored son of heaven from some great clan in the realm of the gods, then she wouldn't have found this surprising. However, Lin Ming was an obvious newcomer to the concept of fire that had just arrived recently. His comprehension of the fire laws was inferior to even that of a child from the realm of gods. He had used half an incense stick of time with the ancient Phoenix Testament in order to fuse with its laws. The disparity was simply too great. The only aspect worth noticing was his compatibility with the power of fire. But depending on just this alone, it was impossible for him to have burnt away the world of the first level. Huiyu was shocked, but as for Huaping and the others, they hadn't ever experienced this God-transforming mirror before, so they had no idea what a crack on the surface meant. Although they thought that it was extraordinary for a crack to appear on the surface of the God-transforming mirror, the crack had already healed itself to an unnoticeable degree in just half an incense stick of time. Thus, they didn't believe that this matter was too important. But at this time, Hua Wenlong's body shook. With a pallid face, he stepped back from the God-transforming mirror. He had finally reached his limits, unable to withstand the concept of the first world. Hua Wenlong didn't look to the hourglass first. Instead, his first action was to turn to his side, and he saw that the area where Lin Ming once stood was now empty. Obviously, he had been defeated first. He won. Hua Wenlong's lips curved up in a smile. Then, he turned to look at the hourglass. The 3/4 mark had already been filled, and a bit of sand was now drifting down. He had made the 3/4 mark. As Hua Wenlong saw this, he was ecstatic. That meant he was a genius seen only once every 50 years. To last within the mirror world for 3/4 hours of time, that was a result rarely seen even in 50 years. Although Hua Wenlong had used some tricks in order to obtain this honor, he still hadn't violated any rules. What he relied on was his comprehension of the fire laws. The results had been quite effective. With such a title, it was highly likely that he would be chosen to enter the realm of the gods for the second stage of the smelting trial. Haha, Brother Long, 3/4 hours. You are the first one in this test to break through 3/4 hours of time within. This is a rarely seen result even within 50 years in time-worn Phoenix City. Huaping hurriedly ran up and congratulated Hua Wenlong. Naturally, he couldn't miss such an opportunity to flatter him. That's right, Brother Long, we've tried so hard to just reach 2/4 hours. We thought this was already quite good. But compared to Brother Long, our results are just too shameful. None of us can even compare. That's right, you've really broadened my horizons. Several other martial artists from the realm of the gods also complimented in unison. Although this sort of flattery was obviously opportunistic, Hua Wenlong was in an excellent mood, and being praised like this made his thoughts flow incomparably smoothly. Although he couldn't conceal the smile on his face, he humbly said, "My luck is just good. Once the smelting trial has ended, I ask everyone to come to the ancient Phoenix restaurant and share some glasses of wine with me." There was only a single restaurant in time-worn Phoenix. The ingredients inside were all fire attribute spiritual goods. The wine itself was millennia-aged fire attribute wine brewed from heavenly treasures. Just eating a meal there was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. Of course, the price itself was so high that it left one speechless. Ancient Phoenix Restaurant, haha. Since Brother Long is so kindly treating us, then we won't be disrespectful. A martial artist from the realm of the gods happily said. Nobody would miss an opportunity to flatter Hua Wenlong and eat such sumptuous feast of fire attribute spirit foods. The group from the realm of the gods was jumping in joy. But at this time, the red-robed elder extracted a scroll from his spatial ring and rolled it open with a thunderous sound. Without expression, he said, "I will now announce the results." Hearing the red-robed elder speak, the current martial artists felt their hearts grip with fear. The first stage of the king-level smelting trial was assessed from the totality of scores combined together. After each test, the examiner would give every candidate a score. This score was related to these martial artists' future role and status in their clans. It was of utmost importance.
Hua Wenlong faintly smiled, confident in himself. He wasn't worried about his results. Since he could last for 3/4 hours and obtain the title as being a genius rarely seen in 50 years, it was only natural that his results would be correspondingly outstanding. A perfect score is 10 points. The score is judged by me. All those that fail have 0.
The red-robed elder indifferently said. With a large stroke of a pen, he directly wiped off all the names of the martial artists that had failed from the scroll. This red-robed elder normally had an icy expression most of the time, and he rarely gave any advice or direction to these candidates. As an official in charge of the tests, he tried to remain as fair and unbiased as possible. It was only when Lin Ming burnt down the first world that a rare and tiny smile crossed his face. Yellow Right Min, barely passing 1 point. 1 point. Yellow Right Min was flabbergasted. If a perfect score was 10 points, then 1 point was simply too shameful. Well, at least he had passed. Tung Qing, barely passing 1.2 points. Yun Lan, barely passing 1.3 points. As the red-robed elder read out each name, the martial artists who were called out all had ugly complexions as they heard their scores. A perfect score was 10 points, but there were only a few that surpassed 2 points.
The highest so far had obtained 2.3 points. This was too great a blow on their mentality.
Then the red-robed elder read out the name of Huaping. Huaping came from the realm of the gods, and he had also gone to the earth corridor. Moreover, he had lasted for 2/4 hours. His result should be extraordinary. After the red-robed elder read Huaping's name, Huaping tensed, his heart lifting up. He leaned forwards to listen more carefully. Huaping, 3.2 points. Huaping suddenly wilted. For better or worse, he still had an outstanding result. What sort of standards were they setting here? Out of a total of 10 points, he had only obtained 3.2 points. How could they actually say that his result was outstanding? Hua Yu, 4.3 points. Besides Lin Ming and Hua Wenlong, Hua Yu was the only other trial challenger who had gone to the sky corridor. She obviously found it hard to accept this score of 4.3 points.
This old man June is really too harsh. Every single grade he's given out is exactly by the book, not even half a point more. In the void, the tall old man shook his head. These little kids would have to return to the realm of the gods and report their results. Out of 10 points, they only managed to obtain 3 to 4 points. This would be quite hard to admit. Some examiners would stretch out the rules in compassion, and invariably increase the number of points by 1 or 2 so that the score seemed more attractive. But this stodgy examiner obviously doesn't care about that at all.
Haha, that's also good. These young children should know just how great the disparity is between them and others. Destroying all that vaunted arrogance in their hearts will only do them good. The red-dressed woman smiled. The world was too vast, and there were far too many outstanding heroic youths. A single genius wasn't worth anything at all. If they were blinded by their own halos, then that would only end up harming themselves.
Hua Wenlong, old man June spoke his name. The martial artists present pricked up their ears. Just how many points did Hua Wenlong obtain? 6.1 points.
As these words were spoken, all of the martial artists present were dumbfounded. Hua Wenlong also frowned. This score was just too low. He was known as a 50-year talent of time-worn Phoenix City. He has lasted inside that world for 3/4 hours, and yet he only obtained 6.1 points. Then, who deserved to be graded more than 6 points? Kuo Ping couldn't help but send a true essence sound transmission to his companions. Which brain-dead idiot came up with these scoring criterias? Are 7, 8, 9 points just there for show? His sound transmission also included Huo Wenlong. Although these words seemed disrespectful, in truth it matched Huo Wenlong's current feelings. This was also Huo Ping's goal. Huo Wenlong was irate. He would have to report this score back to his clan. If it was too poor, then he would be laughed at even if he obtained first place. It would mean all he did was compete with a bunch of garbage to obtain first place. However, what came out of his mouth was, "Huo Ping, don't be disrespectful to the seniors that came up with the rules. There is always a reason for it. Just because we can't obtain a higher score, doesn't mean others can't either." As Huo Wenlong spoke to hear, Old Man Jun then slowly said, "Nguyen Ming, 8.9 points." As the voice fell, Huo Wenlong froze where he stood. Just as he said, just because we can't obtain a higher score, doesn't mean others can't either, that Old Man Jun had actually given a higher score. Moreover, the one who had obtained this score was Nguyen Ming. 8.9 points? How is that possible? Did I just hear it wrong? How could Nguyen Ming obtain 8.9 points? A realm of the gods martial artist cried out. This was a great injustice. Instructor, there must have been a mistake. Huo Wenlong only obtained 6.1 points. Nguyen Ming's results were even worse than Huo Wenlong's. Yeah. What's going on here? It wasn't just the realm of the gods martial artists, but even those from the lower realms were confused. They looked at Old Man Jun with puzzled eyes. Old Man Jun waved the sleeves of his robe and coldly said, "Humph! You gaggle of ignorant juniors. There is no limit in this universe, there is always someone better. How could any one of you nobodies question this old man's evaluation? Nguyen Ming managed to defeat the world, breaking it apart. But you lot barely managed to linger around underneath the fire laws. The difference is greater than the heavens and earth. In fact, the scores I've given you all are far more than what you deserve. Now go close up and start training." Immediately. With that, Old Man Jun rolled up the scroll and turned around to leave in a single motion, leaving behind a group of baffled martial artists. Defeat the world? What the actual fuck? Defeat the world. The ordinary martial artists present didn't understand what Old Man Jun's words of defeating the world meant. However, Huo Wenlong had a decent status in the realm of the gods as an outstanding youth. He naturally knew what it meant to defeat the world of the god-transforming mirror. This was the same as Lin Ming rushing past the first-level concept of the god-transforming mirror in a single go, directly passing into the second-level concept. The 9 concepts of the god-transforming mirror corresponded to the 9 mysteries behind the laws of fire. The further one went, the closer they approached the source laws of all fire. Comprehend 7 to 8 concepts and become a holy lord. Thoroughly comprehend the 9 levels of concepts and reincarnate as the god of fire. Of the god-transforming mirror's concepts, even breaking through the first level was extremely difficult, especially for those young heroic elites who hadn't reached the life-destruction realm yet. In the entire time-worn Phoenix City, this might not happen for even 100 years. Huo Wenlong looked over at the god-transforming mirror and then at the spot that Lin Ming had just been standing. And indeed, he saw that there were several cracks visible in the god-transforming mirror. Although most of these had already restored themselves, the faint white marks proved that they had existed. Break the world and thus break the god-transforming mirror. This boy, just how had he done this? Huo Wenlong found this hard to accept. This wasn't something that could be done with just a higher level of compatibility. This proved that Lin Ming's laws of fire had improved tremendously after meditating on them. Only a few days had passed. Could it be that his perception wasn't poor, but rather that he hadn't come into contact with the fire laws before, thus his comprehension of them was only at the most basic level? As Huo Wenlong realized this, he felt a cold chill creep up his back. If this were true, then any wish he had of chasing after Lin Ming was just a joke. As Huo Wenlong was imagining these scenarios, Huo Yu had already flown back to her training area. She had been far too stimulated by this. As a young elite from the realm of the gods, Huo Yu was arrogant in her own right. Although her affinity with fire was lower than Lin Ming's, she still believed that at the start, her comprehension of fire laws exceeded Lin Ming. But now that might not be true anymore. This placed a great pressure on her mind. Brother Long, what's the matter? A realm of the gods martial artist asked weakly. They had faintly guessed that something was wrong. It most likely had something to do with that crack that Lin Ming had left behind. They weren't idiots. Knowing that old man Jun had given Lin Ming a high score, they were able to think it over and approximate the situation. Humph! Huo Wenlong coughed, and without a single word further, flew towards his own training area. Since things were like this, that lofty dinner at the ancient Phoenix restaurant was also naturally cancelled. To defeat the world and rush past the first concept of the God-transforming world. This result truly made Huo Wenlong feel as if he was being suppressed from all angles. That kid's pretty good. In the void, the tall old man nodded with satisfaction. I thought it would be a bit too difficult for him to break through the world, but to think he actually succeeded. His willpower is strong. Otherwise, with just his meager understanding of the laws of fire, it would have been impossible to control the power of that world. This time could be considered an accidental harvest. Nguyen Ming comes from my time-worn Phoenix City. We can be considered as having a bit of fate together. I will deliver to him the complete, vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, as well as the first 3 layers of the ancient Phoenix law. As for how he develops in the future, that will all depend on him. As the red-dressed woman spoke, she casually formed a seal and passed on a message. Towards a genius like Lin Ming, the red-dressed woman would only casually direct him without supporting him too much. First, she had no obligation to do so. Secondly, this world was simply too vast. There were as many talents as there were grains of sand in an infinite desert. To last 3/4 hours in the first test could be called a 50-year talent of time-worn Phoenix City, but to break through the first world could be called a 100-year talent. However, this was only the ancient Phoenix clan. In the countless other great sects, they all had their own extraordinary youths. And in the realm of the gods, there were even more than that. There were countless heroic young elites, but in the realm of the gods, within the 3,000 great worlds and more, there were only 3,000 some world kings and tens of thousands of holy lords. These world kings and holy lords were accumulated over a period of tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Let alone a 100-year talent of time-worn Phoenix City, even a 10,000-year talent would have a near zero chance of becoming a world king. There were many talents that started out extremely dazzling, like rising stars, but later they perished or perhaps they were lost in the masses of people. The old man said, "This brat should have his own destiny to be able to reach this step. Let's not disturb him and let his fate freely take its course so he can develop his own destiny to the limit." The world was endless. It was a common phenomenon for talents to all have their own destinies. Otherwise, among the countless beings that existed, how could anyone reach the front of the pack? All right, I'm looking forwards to see how he grows. I hope that he has a faint chance of at least becoming an outer court elder-level character. As the 2 people finished speaking, their figures vanished from the void, no one knowing that they ever came. At this time, in his chamber, Lin Ming had completely entered into a meditative state. His mind was flooded with the images of the world collapsing amidst that monstrous storm of fire. He recalled that massive red phoenix formed from the power of the world that fused together with the golden phoenix that came from combusting his own bloodline, tearing apart space itself. Then that space storm has combined with the firestorm. The concept of space and the concept of fire had, in that moment, perfectly fused together. This was the convergence of the source power of the universe containing the most fundamental source energy and principles. It was only under a great lucky chance that Lin Ming was able to see this. The concept of space and the concept of fire were 2 concepts that Lin Ming had learned early on in his road of martial arts. Especially Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of space. That surpassed even the concept of fire. His mind constantly deduced the changes in energy. Lin Ming entered into the ethereal martial intent state, entering a completely enlightened condition. Although the ethereal martial intent had no sort of combat efficiency, its benefits were extremely obvious towards Lin Ming's cultivation speed. Especially in this sort of situation, With this martial intent, Lin Ming was able to completely concentrate and reproduce the scene when the world collapsed.
The power of fire and space wove together in Lin Ming's mind. Then, Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his hand. All around his body, fire origin energy concentrated into a shining red light that sparkled around him.
The heretical god seed within him howled, and the flame totem emitted a dazzling golden red light. Fire origin energy also began to revolve according to the totem, forming a vortex of red energy.
Power of space fuse.
Lin Ming's eyes widened. Space around his palm began to warp. The power of space escaped his hand and gathered into the fire. The red vortex became increasingly intense, and the color gradually turned black, forming a black storm.
Chi chi chi.
The energy vortex howled. The energy contained within was compressed to an unbelievable degree, surging as if it would explode at any moment. The surrounding space became unstable, and a small crack suddenly appeared in the thin air before instantly fading away. This was Dash. Lin Ming's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy.
This was the tearing of space.
He had finally reached the boundary of tearing space. With Lin Ming's original strength and comprehension of the concept of space, he had only been able to distort space. As for tearing space apart, that was another level altogether. Originally, the three great masters of Shen Wuji, Nanyun Wang, and Abbot Whitebrow, along with several dozen life-destruction powerhouses, had barely managed to make a connection through a space barrier in a world on the edge of collapse. But to make a tear in stable space?
That was another difficulty altogether. The stability of time-worn Phoenix City's dimension even exceeded the world of Sky Spill continent. If Lin Ming could create a small tear in the space here, then once he returned to the Sky Spill continent, he could form an ever larger crack.
If a weaker martial artist were to bump into the space crack, their body would be ripped apart. Ka.
Lin Ming's control of this energy became increasingly unstable. With Lin Ming's understanding of the laws and concepts, he immediately lost control of this energy vortex. It was ready to implode at any time.
At this time, Lin Ming's eyes shined with a sharp light. A long red spear jumped into his arms, and the power of fire and the turbulent vortex of space energy poured into it. The entire spear turned a deep, dark red, the color of surging magma from deep underground. The power of space and fire had finally fused together.
Bury the heavens.
Lin Ming thrust out his spear. On the shaft, black and red fused energy intensely twisted together. In this moment, the great desolate halberd art flashed in his mind. He remembered the power of the spear skills from the slaughter path. Bang! A spear thrust out. The power of space and fire erupted. A black demonic flame scorched the void.
Chi chi chi. Around the point of the spear, space was burned by the power of fire. Little tiny dots of space fragments shot out, vibrantly revolving around the spear like blood-drinking seals.
To use space fragments to replace blood-drinking seals. Blood seal twisting murder. A spear shot forwards like a meteor several hundred feet forwards. Countless cracks were cut open in space, like an invisible beast maw that was ready to bite. Lin Ming looked back and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This move was definitely his strongest attack so far.
With a single thrust, the black flames burned through the void. In addition to the attack of the space crack, the striking power against others could be imagined.
Lin Ming's talent in using the great desolate halberd art wasn't too great. After all, it wasn't a style that he had created. Lin Ming's talents lay in his martial intent, soul force, and battle spirit. In the slaughter path, he wasn't too talented. Thus, the power he could pull out from the blood-drinking seals he formed was limited. Especially as Lin Ming's strength rapidly rose, the blood-drinking seals could no longer keep up with him.
But now, by replacing the blood-drinking seals with space fragments, Lin Ming was now able to use his superiority in the concept of space. Simultaneously, he could fuse the power of fire into his attack. This was an attack that could manifest the absolute pinnacle of Lin Ming's strength.
This was why a self-created move was best suited for oneself. As for the foundation for Lin Ming's self-created moves, that was the massive amount of shattered memories from the magic cube. There were simply far too many styles that he understood.
With this, he began stepping onto the road of becoming a martial arts grandmaster. From thunder fire annihilation at the start to chasing thunder, chasing sun, penetrating rainbow, and now to bury the heavens, Lin Ming's self-created moves had become increasingly mighty. Lin Ming examined his own body. That strike just now had consumed the majority of the fire energy within the heretical god seed, and the golden flame totem had also dimmed much more. What a great bury the heavens! It can break apart the void. It is truly deserving of its name. This is my strongest move. Once I perfect it and fuse my battle spirit with it, my chances of coping with Xianwuji will greatly increase. As Lin Ming thought of this, his eyes flashed with a shining fighting spirit. This time, Lin Ming had already closed up for a total of 5 days. As he was readying to leave his seclusion, he heard a cold metallic voice echo out in the void, "Nguyen Ming, please release the spell on the gate." Lin Ming was startled. He opened the door and saw that there were 2 red-dressed maids standing outside of his dimension. One of these maids carried a jade tray, and on top of this tray was an exquisite box wrapped in red silk. These 2 young maids both had a cultivation at the early Xiantian realm. Looking at their age, they were no more than 20 years old. "Sir Nguyen, these are the jade slips that my mistress bids me to deliver to you. Please accept them." As the young maid spoke, she lifted the cover on the wooden box, revealing 3 jade slips, 2 of them blood red and 1 of them emerald green. These jade slips were far larger than those used in the Sky Spill continent. "Oh!" Lin Ming was overjoyed. He took one up and swept through it with his perception, his mind jumping with happiness. This was the complete set of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Cultivation Method, a total of 9 layers. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was the most core cultivation method of the Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming had completed the general level smelting trial, he had obtained the first 8 layers. Finally, he now had completed the entire set. The 9 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was considered an excellent cultivation method even within the realm of the gods. Lin Ming received the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Then he looked at another jade slip. This was impressively the Ancient Phoenix Code and the first 3 layers of that arcane skill too. The Ancient Phoenix Code? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Without a doubt, the Ancient Phoenix Code was a more advanced, higher-level arcane ability than the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. When Lin Ming was first taught the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, Mu Qianyu had said that it, along with the Blue Luan Abstract Phantom Code, were 2 cultivation method manuals of the Ancient Phoenix Forbidden Manual. If one could completely cultivate the complete Ancient Phoenix Forbidden Manual of the Ancient Phoenix clan, then one could be reborn in a nirvana of flames, becoming endless and indestructible. Of course, this was only the thoughts of Divine Phoenix Island. As to whether or not this was actually true, Lin Ming had no idea. Now, it seemed that this Ancient Phoenix Forbidden Manual was likely this Ancient Phoenix Code. The 3rd jade slip was smaller than the first 2. This jade slip wasn't a fiery red like the other 2, but a deep green color. It was just like a jade pendant that a woman would usually wear. As soon as Lin Ming picked it up, he sucked in a breath of air. This 3rd jade slip actually contained teachings and experiences of fire laws that some great senior had left behind. Roughly glancing at it, Lin Ming was already able to estimate just how valuable these experiences were. Although it wasn't as mystical and profound as the Chaos Stones, its advantage was that it was much more detailed and understanding it would be far easier. This sort of jade slip was absolutely priceless. This was because only a great master who had reached the large success of the concept of fire could possibly record it. It was impossible to duplicate. This was just like someone trying to engrave the detailed seal that another person else had left behind. Even if they had it in front of them, they still wouldn't be able to reproduce it in absolute detail. Thus, because of these requirements, other similar jade slips with experiences of concepts were extremely rare. "Sir Nguyen, the first 2 jade slips are gifted to you. The 3rd jade slip can only be borrowed by you for a total of 20 days. Do not think that this is too little. My mistress has recorded down a total of 12 jade slips detailing her experiences in the laws of fire. This jade slip only contains the experiences of the most fundamental fire laws. Within the entire time-worn Phoenix City, there are countless people who wish to have the chance to perceive this jade slip through meditation." The second maid lightly said. Thank you, two fairy maidens. I am very grateful for this. May I inquire as to who your mistress is? Lin Ming wasn't surprised that he was only given 20 days to meditate on this jade slip. How could such a rare jade slip possibly be wantonly given to him, let alone this was also one detailing her experiences in the concept of fire. Even the ancient Phoenix Code and Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle in his hands were incomparably precious. This was because a Supreme Elder needed to practice this cultivation method to the corresponding layer in order to record them in these jade slips. Someday, if Lin Ming were to become a holy lord or world king within the realm of the gods, any casual thing that he created would also become a precious treasure to the world. Hearing Lin Ming's cautious and polite question, the two maids tittered. They said, "Our mistress is known as Fairy Feng. She is the supervisory envoy of time-worn Phoenix City." Supervisory envoy? Lin Ming silently remembered this in his heart. Normally speaking, a supervisory envoy was someone sent down from headquarters to manage matters. This Fairy Feng was most likely sent down from the realm of the gods to supervise time-worn Phoenix City. Her status was possibly higher than the city lord. At the bare minimum, she should be on par with him. Well then, Sir Nguyen, we won't disturb your seclusion any further. We will excuse ourselves first. As the two maids were about to leave, Lin Ming's mind suddenly stirred. He quickly asked out loud, "I have a quick question. Can I lend this Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Ancient Phoenix Code to my fellow clansmen to cultivate?" Lin Ming thought of giving these two cultivation methods to Divine Phoenix Island in the future. In a sense, those of Divine Phoenix Island could already be considered his clansmen. There is no problem with the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. However, you will need to apply for the Ancient Phoenix Code. That will be decided by the lords of time-worn Phoenix City. After the two young maids spoke to hear, they quickly bowed and excused themselves, leaving behind Lin Ming alone with the 3 jade slips in his little dimension. With a deep breath, Lin Ming closed the spell on the door to his dimension. He took out the 3rd jade slip detailing the laws and concepts of fire and read the small preface. This jade slips contains details of the first 2 fire concepts of the ancient Phoenix clan, the concept of burning heat and the concept of annihilation. Do not believe in the words of others as much as you believe in yourself. The concepts of fire vary from individual to individual. The path that others walk down might not suit you best. Only when you blaze your own trail can you aspire to reach the peak of martial arts. This was what Fairy Feng had personally written. Lin Ming agreed with this small preface. If something wasn't his to begin with, then it would be difficult to use. For instance, the great desolate halberd art and golden rock shattering the void could not reach their maximum potential in Lin Ming's hands. Likewise, only Lin Ming could display the greatest power behind Bury the Heavens. This was because one needed to comprehend the laws of space and fire and also have the heretical god seed as support. Lin Ming quickly read on, rapidly absorbing the insights into the laws that Fairy Feng had left behind. He eagerly read everything, remembering the mysterious patterns and images within and enlightening himself of the inherent mysteries of the source laws and their changes. The first fire attribute concept, burning heat. This was the very basis of all fires, the foundation of all fire laws. The second fire attribute concept, annihilation. This was the energy of fire, the embodiment of fire's striking power. What would the third fire concept be all the way up to the 9th? Time unknowingly passed. As Lin Ming experimented with his moves, the totem engraving on the heretical god seed began to subtly change. He couldn't help but add more and more details to bury the heavens, making his move even more perfect. When Lin Ming had used the elementary form of bury the heavens to tear apart the first world, he had completely exhausted all of this strength and was then thrust out from the god-transforming mirror. This time, after improving bury the heavens, he should have enough strength left over to look at the second world of the god-transforming mirror. This was also the world of the second concept, annihilation. I wonder what the fire annihilation laws are like. If I can look at the law of annihilation, I should be able to gain a much deeper and profound understanding of the concept of annihilation as written in the jade slip left behind in Senior Fairy Feng. Oh!
As Lin Ming was in closed-door seclusion meditating over the jade slip of fire laws that Fairy Feng had left him, Huo Wenlong and the others weren't dawdling about either. Every trial challenger that passed through the God-transforming mirror was granted additional time to continue perceiving the laws of fire. Because Huo Wenlong's result was outstanding, he had obtained 5 extra days. Huo Yu was only slightly inferior to Huo Wenlong and was granted 4 days. As for Huo Ping and the other realm of the gods' martial artists, they were all given the same time as the rest, 3 days. These 5 days were extremely precious to Huo Wenlong. After being galvanized by Lin Ming, Huo Wenlong completely invested himself into meditating on the concepts and laws. His perception was not bad to begin with either. In these 5 days, Huo Wenlong's understanding towards the first concept, the law of burning heat, had reached a completely new level. After having a much great assurance in himself, Huo Wenlong then went for a new test at the God-transforming mirror. For this test, Huo Yu, Huo Ping, and the others were also participating. Finally, Huo Yu managed to persist for 3 more incense sticks of time. As for Huo Ping, he managed to persist within for an extra half incense stick more of time. As for Huo Wenlong, he lasted for another incense stick of time, reaching a total of 4 incense sticks of time. 4 incense sticks of time. Although he hadn't been able to defeat the first world, Huo Wenlong had found the key point to breaking past the first world. Moreover, what delighted Huo Wenlong the most was that after breaking through 4 incense sticks of time, he had obtained an additional 2 days' time of meditation. Although this wasn't considered too long, every second was precious to Huo Wenlong. With this chance, he could again meditate on any problems that he had encountered during this new test round within the God-transforming mirror. 7 days? No, 5 days. At most I need 5 more days to break through the first world. Nguyen Ming's method of breaking through the first world should be different from mine. What he used should be absolute strength, but I used the impeccable laws in order to do so. Although I'm slower than him by several days, in terms of the method of breaking through the first world, I should be even more skilled. The disparity between us shouldn't be that great. Huo Wenlong repeated this to himself. He had never given up his thoughts of surpassing Lin Ming. If he ever lost that sense of pride, that natural dignity of his, then he would have lost everything. Moreover, in the common opinion of the realm of the gods, concepts and laws were much more respected than absolute strength. This was because absolute strength became increasingly hard to enhance the further one went. But as for concepts and laws, the further one went, the closer one would approach the root of all energy in the universe, and their power would also exponentially grow. I will definitely emerge victorious. Affinity to fire is inborn. It is decided at a martial artist's birth depending on their physique and bloodline. It was extremely difficult to change, but concepts and laws all depend on perceiving them under the heavens. The further I go, the greater my advantage will be. Although there is a gap that exists between us now, that doesn't mean that this gap will remain in the future. If I give up now, then that is the same as admitting defeat. As Huo Wenlong thought this, he turned to walk back to his dimension to digest what he learned and to use the last 2 days as a chance to perceive more. But as he was leaving the hall, he saw Lin Ming walking in. That boy is also here to participate in the second test of the God-transforming mirror? Huo Wenlong's vision narrowed and his feet stopped as if they had rooted themselves to the floor. As he turned around, he saw that Lin Ming was indeed standing before the God-transforming mirror. His arrival had also attracted the attention of Huo Ping and Huo Yu. Lin Ming had closed up in a single go for so many days, and now he had finally emerged. As Old Man Jun, who was responsible for administering the test, saw Lin Ming, he knowingly smiled. He took out a recording jade slip and said, "Begin." Lin Ming slowly stretched out his hand and touched the God-transforming mirror. Everyone honed onto Lin Ming's every action and movement. Huo Yu and Huo Ping were silent, and even Huo Wenlong felt his heart hanging as he clenched his fists. As he saw Lin Ming fall into a trance, Huo Wenlong's eyes filled with a burning fighting spirit. "Nguyen Ming, let me see just how much progress you've made." These 20-some years of his life could have been considered smooth sailing so far. Now, Lin Ming was the greatest setback he had ever encountered. Hu dash! Lin Ming arrived once again in the first world of burning heat. The sea of fire still billowed beneath his feet, and the skies were still full of surging red clouds. As he looked up, he could see the red clouds shifting around according to the laws and concepts of fire.
As they reflected in Lin Ming's pitch-black pupils, faint golden lines appeared, just like the totem seal engraved on the heretical god seed. Lin Ming took a deep breath, stretched his body, and sank downwards, bathing in the sea of elemental fire. He didn't feel the least bit of burning heat. Instead, he was like a fish swimming in the ocean, comfortable and satisfied. A massive amount of fire energy gathered into Lin Ming's acupoints, flowing through his limbs and meridians before converging onto the heretical god seed. The crimson-colored heretical god seed became even more dazzlingly beautiful. Energy constantly gathered. The totem engraved onto the heretical god seed began to shine out with a brilliant golden light. A vortex of energy formed within Lin Ming. As Lin Ming's dantian burned, the black hole revolving core in his body lit up with a scorching red flame. 40%, 50%, 60%. As the fire energy within the heretical god seed reached 60%, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light as if 2 bolts of lightning were contained within them. 60% capacity was enough. CA. The red spear seemed to jump out from the spatial ring and into Lin Ming's hands. It was as if it had a mind of its own. Lin Ming's entire body burst into a conflagration of shining flames. The ancient phoenix mark between his eyebrows seemed to come alive as a massive red phoenix soared out from Lin Ming, directly flying into the horizon. "Bury the heavens!" Lin Ming loudly shouted, his spear suddenly thrusting forwards. In that moment, the surrounding power of fire seethed with lawless turmoil, and the vast sea of fire beneath him was split asunder by his spear. A vortex of flame swirled back, and a golden bloodline phoenix rushed out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, fusing into one being with that red phoenix flying in the air. At this time, Lin Ming had already become one with his spear. He was like a flaming meteor, racing across the skies and instantly flying out hundreds of miles away. Ka. Where the spear light traveled, space, red clouds, the sea of fire, everything was split in half by Lin Ming's spear. Space collapsed. The turbulent space flow swept up together with the fire energy, turning into an endless black storm that blotted out the entire world. Countless spinning space fragments shot out, completely breaking the void wherever they went. Pa! Outside of the god-transforming mirror, with a light-snapping sound, a web of cracks began to spread out from where Lin Ming's palm touched the mirror. It was like a small snake unfurling itself, instantly spreading half a foot. Old Man Jun's eyes instantly lit up. In 20 breaths of time, in just a mere 20 breaths of time, this young boy had broken through the first world. And looking at the extent of the cracks, the destruction of the first world was even more thorough than the last time. This speed of progress was amazing. Nguyen Ming. 100 feet away, Huo Wanlong gripped his fists together so tightly that they began to crackle. He took just 20 breaths of time to break through the first world, but I could only last within for incense sticks of time before I couldn't withstand it anymore. Is the disparity between us really that great? If Huo Wanlong was once proud of how long he could stay within the first world, but now staying in the first world for a long time was only his shame. He's depending on brute strength to break through the world, while I am relying on unraveling the laws in the crimson clouds of the first world in order to break through. Still, the difference shouldn't be so great. Huo Wanlong clenched his teeth as he saw that Lin Ming was about to attempt the second world of the god-transforming mirror. All geniuses had prideful hearts. To see a rival blossom in glory in front of them, that would obviously leave a bitter taste in their mouths. "Brother Long, are you leaving?" As Huo Ping saw the Huo Wanlong was turning to leave, he caught up with him. "Where's Brother Long going?" "Training. I'm going to close up." A fire had been lit in Huo Wanlong's heart. Rather than looking at other people's results, it's better to diligently train. Huo Wanlong strode out, leaving a gulping Huo Ping by himself. Huo Ping decided to stay and observe Lin Ming so he could report the situation back to Huo Wanlong. Huo Wanlong should at least understand his opponent. As Old Man Jun saw Huo Wanlong's reaction, he remained expressionless. He only lit a sound-transmitting talisman to inform Fairy Feng and the time-worn Phoenix City Lord that Lin Ming had taken only 20 breaths of time to break past the first world. At 9-layer tower, in the center of time-worn Phoenix City, a tall red-clothed man was sitting by an octagonal table, drinking tea. As he obtained this news, he placed his teacup down,
his eyebrows pricking up as he said, 20 breaths of time to break past the first world? Not bad.
This tall red-clothed old man was the city lord of time-worn Phoenix City.
20 breaths of time in the first world. He should be able to experience the second world. Fairy Feng said from across the red-clothed old man.
Hee, the second world is where the true terror begins. How long do you think Nguyen Ming can last?
I don't think he'll even pass 5 breaths of time in there, the red-clothed old man said as he leaned over to sip some tea, eyeing Fairy Feng. I can't say. Fairy Feng shook her head. I'll have to see. Perhaps he might last longer than you guessed.
At this time, within the hall of the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming had already stepped into the second world.
The second concept of fire law's annihilation.
Fire was the power of annihilation. It could burn down forests, burn down houses, and burn down lives. Even rock and steel and other inflammable objects would melt and vaporize as long as the temperature of the fire was high enough.
When fire reached the limit of its temperature, it could break down everything into ions, twisting space itself. Within the 5 elements, in terms of the power of annihilation, fire and thunder were the mightiest. This is the second world. Lin Ming discovered that he was standing on a bed of hot red molten rock. He was surrounded by great rivers of lava. Large chunks of dark red rocks floated in these rivers even as they seethed with heat, forming isolated islands or even more dangerous areas. Plop, plop.
Every bubble of air that popped up from the lava emitted a thick stench of sulfur. These gases were astoundingly hot. A martial artist with insufficient cultivation would have their lungs burnt away. As Lin Ming swept out his perception, he became aware that this was no ordinary lava. This lava was at least 10 times hotter than lava from the mortal world.
Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ming suddenly heard deafening sounds from above, like great thunderclaps. As he looked up, he could see that thousands of crimson shining lights lit up the sky. These lights were just like vorpal swords, shooting towards Lin Ming at incredible speeds. Those are meteors.
Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen a similar scene before in the divine Phoenix mystic realm. The power of these meteors, the density, and their speed was countless times higher than those meteors in the divine Phoenix mystic realm.
This was truly a world of the annihilating power of fire. The size of the meteors were too massive. Could be said that the entire world was filled with howling meteors. To avoid them was impossible. He could only choose a relatively sparse location. Bang! The first meteor landed, smashing into the rivers of lava and raising waves of molten rock tens of thousands of feet high. The earth shattered and terrifying shock waves swept up, overwhelming the world and blotting out the sky. Lin Ming's complexion changed. There was nowhere to hide.
There were meteors that were dozens of feet, hundreds of feet, and even thousands of feet wide. Their power was just too horrible.
This was like the strike from a supreme elder from the realm of the gods. Although it might not directly strike Lin Ming, he still couldn't withstand it if it landed near him. The power of these meteors was enough to destroy a great city large enough to house millions of people. Even if Lin Ming was 1,000 feet away, he feared he would find it impossible to escape being injured. For a moment, Lin Ming felt as if his chest had been struck. He desperately revolved all of his true essence to protect himself, but he was still sent flying back like a piece of straw. His organs were messed up and he vomited a mouthful of blood.
If it weren't for him having already opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates and also having eaten the profound gold divine fruit to temper his body, then this strike would have instantly flattened Lin Ming into a pulp. Puff! Lin Ming landed in the lava. In the area where the meteor landed, the surrounding rock islands in a radius of several miles had been blown away, leaving nothing else but a sea of lava.
With an extreme burning heat enveloping him, Lin Ming's body instantly ignited. The temperature here was far more terrifying than the first world. Chaotic and tyrannical fire energy wantonly broke into Lin Ming's meridians. If it weren't for the suppression from the heretical god seed, Lin Ming would have been severely wounded from this alone. Lin Ming grit his teeth, summoning his true essence, and flew out from the lava.
But before he could even catch his breath, another meteor had already smashed into the earth. Without further ado, Lin Ming plunged back into the sea of lava.
Bang!
Even though he was deep in the lava, Lin Ming still couldn't block the incoming shockwave. He was tossed into the sky with the lava, vomiting great mouthfuls of blood that instantly charred to ashes in the air. In the chaos, Lin Ming looked up into the sky. In the heavens, he could see a thick red fog that covered the world. Within this fog, there were massive chunks of crushed stone that burned brilliantly red like stars. These red stones spun around in the thick red fog, controlled by the mysterious rules of this world. As they moved, some scattered and some dispersed, forming meteors that then fell towards the earth. This was the origin of meteors. Lin Ming only saw this for several breaths of time before another group of meteors came falling down. A series of deafening explosions left Lin Ming's mind in a daze. The last meteor had nearly been half a mile wide, crashing down to the earth only 300 feet behind Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming could no longer bear the explosive power of the meteors. His body was torn apart by the shock waves, and in the next moment, he was thrust out from the God-transforming mirror. Lin Ming's face was pallid as he drew back. He was still able to recall the image of the sky in the second world. Without a doubt, it was impossible to use absolute strength to destroy the second world. This second world contained the laws of annihilation. Even though those meteors were so powerful, they still hadn't been able to destroy the world, much less something like Lin Ming's attacks. The disparity is too great. The second world is of a completely different rank from the first world. With my strength, how could I possibly break through it? Lin Ming was completely unable to think of a method. 7 breaths of time, that's also quite good. That's 2 more breaths of time than what I estimated. Within the 9-layer tower in the center of time-worn Phoenix City, the city lord smiled as he spoke. I never thought that 100,000 years after the Nguyen family was destroyed, they could actually rely on the divine Phoenix mystic realm they left behind to find such a promising little boy like this Nguyen Ming. There must have been a great lucky chance that led to his current results. Fairy Feng tranquilly responded. It was far too normal for geniuses to come across lucky chances. Of those lower realm martial artists that were able to walk through the streets of time-worn Phoenix City, 99% of them had come across some great lucky chance. As for the realm of the gods' martial artists, although they might not have encountered some lucky chance, the truth was that being born in the realm of the gods itself was already a kind of lucky chance. As for those supreme elders in the realm of the gods, it wasn't strange for them to encounter many lucky chances. Instead, it would be stranger if they hadn't. The time-worn Phoenix City Lord said, "Who cares about his lucky chances? What I like is this boy's will. Haven't you discovered that his will far surpasses the ordinary person? Of will, talent, and perception, the further down the road of martial arts you go, the more important will and perception become. I'm feeling good about this boy. Perhaps in the distant future, he might have a small chance of becoming an elder-level character with the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan. I will give him some more resources to support him and then see just how he grows. If we interfere with him too much, it might actually negatively affect his destiny instead." As Lin Ming drew back from the god-transforming mirror, Old Man Jun said with a satisfied expression, "You lasted in the world of annihilation for 7 breaths of time. You have obtained the qualifications to perceive the ancient Phoenix totem stone for 4 days. In addition, since you defeated the first world the first time, that is another 7 days of meditation. That is a total of 11 days that you may use." As Old Man Jun spoke, Huaping was scared silly. 11 days? He only earned the qualifications to perceive through meditation for 3 days. Hu had earned 4 days, and Huo Wenlong had earned 5 days. The 3 of them together only then more or less matched Lin Ming's time. Moreover, when that Old Man Jun said that Lin Ming still had 7 days from breaking through the first world, that meant that he hadn't even used his allotted time from before. He hadn't even used his time, and yet he had already made such progress? After he used his time, then wouldn't he be even more of a freak? Huaping gulped. He took out a sound-transmitting talisman and passed on the news before leaving. Just as Huo Wenlong was about to enter his dimension, a flame flashed in front of him and he heard Huaping's message. His eyelids twitched and then he pinched the sound-transmitting talisman to pieces. Gritting his teeth, Huo Wenlong stepped into his own dimension and immediately began training. At this time, Lin Ming had already gone towards the sky corridor. He was prepared to meditate on the burning heaven totem stone.
11 days' time was enough for his understanding of the ancient phoenix totem stone to go up to yet another level. Just as he was about to open the spell binding the door to the burning heaven totem stone's room, a true essence sound transmission suddenly sounded out in his ear. Nguyen Ming, come to the central tower of time-worn Phoenix City. Lin Ming was startled. He had been at time-worn Phoenix City long enough to know that the central tower was the city lord mansion of time-worn Phoenix City. Was this senior fairy Feng? Lin Ming pondered over this for a moment before walking towards the central tower. In just an incense stick of time, he arrived at his destination. The central tower had 9 floors and every floor was 111 feet high, so the total height was 999 feet. The ancient Phoenix clan worshipped the number 9. After 9 was 10. After 99 was 100. After 999 was 1000. 9 naturally returned to 1, symbolizing samsara. From 9 to 1, this was representative of a phoenix being reborn through nirvana. When Lin Ming reached the central tower, there was already a guide waiting for him at the bottom. The guide brought Lin Ming directly to the top of the 9th floor. Lin Ming opened a wooden door made from 10,000-year parasol tree wood. As Lin Ming entered the hall, he saw a woman in a red dress sitting on a phoenix throne. Next to her was an old man with red hair. The red-dressed woman looked between 30 to 40 years old, but her entire body emitted a noble and grandiose aura. As for the red-haired old man, although he seemed shabby, his eyes actually shined with a dazzlingly sharp light. Lin Ming was completely unable to see through the cultivation of these two. Junior Nguyen Ming greets the seniors. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. He had already guessed the identity of these two. The red-dressed woman was the supervisory elder, Fairy Feng, and the old man was the city lord of time-worn Phoenix City. Nguyen Ming, you should have already guessed my status. I am the supervisory envoy of time-worn Phoenix City, Fairy Feng, and by my side is the city lord of time-worn Phoenix City, Guru Blue Flame. My time-worn Phoenix City is one of the 3 king-level smelting trial sites that the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods set up in the lower realms. Besides us, there is also the Sacred Flame Phoenix City and Fushi Phoenix City. As someone who comes to my time-worn Phoenix City, you can be considered a disciple of my time-worn Phoenix City. The two of us have a touch of fate with you. We have watched your test within the God-transforming mirror and your results were excellent. However, you must remember that the universe is limitless. There are always higher peaks and those above you. You must not slack off. As a martial artist from the lower realms, you are far from reaching the standard of the realm of the gods. The vast world of the realm of the gods far surpasses anything you could imagine. Yes, this disciple will remember this. Lin Ming bowed. In truth, he didn't need Fairy Feng to remind him of this. He was well aware of just how horrifying the realm of the gods truly was. 3,000 boundless words, a total of 1 billion worlds, was constantly sending outstanding elites to the realm of the gods. As for the Sky Spill continent, the world was ruined in some catastrophe 100,000 years ago, causing it to fall from the once lofty heights it enjoyed. Thus, the other worlds probably sent up even more geniuses than anyone could imagine. If one outstanding elite flew up every 100 years, then out of 1 billion worlds, in just 100,000 years, 1 trillion geniuses would ascend. Moreover, these individuals were all geniuses amongst geniuses, unrivaled powerhouses of their era that stood at the very pinnacle of their worlds. And besides these people, those from the realm of the gods were even more terrifying. Those people were the descendants of supreme elders from the realm of the gods. Their starting points were far greater than the martial artists from the lower realms. This time-worn Phoenix City he not came into contact with couldn't even be considered the tip of the iceberg of the realm of the gods. Very good. As a disciple of my time-worn Phoenix City, it is my responsibility to give you guidance. That being the case, I shall now give you 2 lucky chances. As Fairy Feng spoke, she flicked her finger and 2 red lights flew into Lin Ming's hand. This was a jade slip and a jade box. Lin Ming glanced through the jade slip. This was also a detailed record of experiences regarding the fire laws, but its level of exquisiteness and profoundness far surpassed the jade slip that Fairy Feng had bestowed upon him earlier. It seemed that these 2 jade slips came from the same origin. There were many places that they confirmed and filled in the blanks of the other.
If he could meditate on both of these together, then he would have twice the results with half the effort.
Fairy Feng said, "This is a jade slip left behind by an elder of the ancient Phoenix clan before he underwent nirvana. He was also my first mentor. Now, I allow you to temporarily use this for reference. However, you must return this jade slip to me before you leave time-worn Phoenix City." As Lin Ming listened to this, he was stunned. This was a relic left behind by Fair Feng's first mentor? Then, the degree that Fairy Feng valued this jade slip could be imagined. Lin Ming deeply bowed, marking this kindness in his heart. Although Fairy Feng said that directing him was her responsibility, to him, this was a massive lucky chance. It is better to walk than to read. This records in this jade slip are only for you to reference. Only when you begin to comprehend your own style will you gain the ability to reach higher boundaries of martial arts. But there is also another lucky chance. Open it up and take a look. Yes.
Lin Ming reverentially put away the jade slip and opened the jade box.
As the jade box opened, a rich fire energy escaped. An explosive burst of animus filled the air, as if it wanted to tear Lin Ming apart. In that moment, the heretical god seed began to faintly tremble. It seemed to be extremely excited. Lin Ming was floored. Could this be flame essence?
Lin Ming looked down. Within the jade box, there was a cocoon that glowed like a fire burned in the center, lighting up the outside with a crimson brilliance. This was really a flame essence.
Not just that, but it was an extremely high-ranking one.
Fairy Feng said this is a medium-grade heaven-step flame essence called the Burning Star Flame. It will be greatly beneficial to you for perceiving the concept of annihilation.
Burning Star Flame. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. To burn down a star. That was pretty boastful. Fairy Feng noticed what Lin Ming was thinking and faintly smiled. She said, "The name of this flame essence only represents how it was formed, not its level. Although the flame essence in your hand is named the Burning Star Flame, the truth is that its level is too low to burn down a star. Above a flame essence is the even stronger flame elemental. To the present you, absorbing this medium-grade heaven-step flame essence is also very reluctant. This is already considering that your compatibility with fire is extremely high. You are far from the level of being able to come into contact with a flame elemental." As Lin Ming heard Fairy Feng speak, he was suddenly enlightened. The fallen star flame that he had already absorbed was a flame essence that was produced during the landing of a meteor. The rank of flame essence that a small meteor could form was naturally low. But if it was formed when two stars that collided, then it was hard to imagine just what rank of flame essence would be boring. Although there were very harsh conditions for the formation of a flame essence, the universe was so vast that the total number of flame essences was extremely terrifying. Moreover, once a flame essence was born, it was extremely difficult to destroy. After accumulating for several hundred millions of years or even billions of years, the number of flame essences would reach impressive figures.
Fairy Feng said the annihilation world within the God-transforming mirror is not something the burning heat world can compare with. Above burning heat is annihilation. You can give up any idea of breaking through the annihilation world with absolute strength alone.
You must thoroughly comprehend the fire laws in order to do so. Absorbing the burning star flame will be helpful to you perceiving the laws of annihilation. But remember, a flame essence is like a weapon. It is only an external factor. Your will, your understanding of laws, those are your greatest strengths.
If you can persist within the annihilation world for 20 breaths of time, then come back and look for me. I will then give you some more guidance.
Yes, Senior. Lin Ming deeply bowed again before excusing himself.
He didn't go to the sky corridor to meditate on the ancient phoenix totem stone again. Instead, he returned to his own dimension, sealed the door, and began his closed-door seclusion.
Lin Ming took out the sealed jade box from his spatial ring. A medium-grade heaven-step flame essence. Towards Fairy Feng, this was nothing at all. But if this were placed in the Sky Spill continent, it was enough to drive every fire attribute life destruction martial artist crazy. Even fire attribute divine sea supreme elders would be red-eyed with jealousy. Above a flame essence is actually a flame elemental. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was also within his expectations. Just like how a saint artifact was above the rankings of treasures, the 9 grades of flame essences only matched those of the lower realms.
Within the realm of the gods there were naturally more powerful and terrifying existences. I wonder how much my strength will increase after I absorb this burning star flame? Lin Ming took a deep breath, his eyes shining with excitement. Lin Ming sat down and began to undo the seal on the burning star flame. There were a total of 9 seals. Even when Lin Ming had only undone 3 seals, the entire jade box directly melted into a puddle and extraordinary heat waves flooded the air. Luckily, Lin Ming was in his own dimension. If he was in a house, then he feared the entire structure would have been set ablaze. As the 7th and 8th seal were undone, the flame essence blazed with a blinding light. He could feel a scorching pain in the retinas of his eyes. Finally, Lin Ming undid the 9th seal. Purple-red flames instantly soared upwards for several moments, gathering into a mass of burning purple flames that howled in the air, as if it were a ferocious monster. There was a deep rumbling sound as if a meteor were crashing into orbit from tens of thousands of miles in the air, whistling as it tore through the atmosphere, dragging a raging tail of flames behind it. So this is the burning star flame. Lin Ming looked at the brilliant mass of flames that twisted in front of him. In the center of this cluster of flames, there were a number of purple stripes with deeper hues that revolved in the center. Lin Ming's mind stirred and he touched his perception on these purple strips. He discovered that these purple strips was fire energy so highly concentrated that it had become liquid. This was a phenomenon that would only occur with a heaven-step flame essence. And beyond that, once flames reached the level of a fire elemental, the fire energy would solidify into a crystal core of fire energy as if it were a true seed. After absorbing this flame essence, a trace of the flame essence's energy would remain in his body, becoming energy that nourished his revolving core, helping it to grow even more. Of course, this was only if one's comprehension of laws was high enough and if one's revolving core foundation was solid enough. Otherwise, it would easily lead to instability. Normally speaking, a martial artist could only have one flame essence within them. In order to absorb a new flame essence, they would have to discard the old one. To discard a flame essence that they had raised and fused with for more than a year, that would naturally cause one to lose a certain portion of their strength. But Lin Ming had no such problems. With the heretical god seed, he could continue to freely absorb flame essences. With a deep breath, Lin Ming directly pressed that mass of purple flames towards his heart. As it touched his body, the purple flames sent out a deafening roar that echoed through the world, the volume 10 times louder than before. It was like an ancient great beast existed within the flames, roaring as it faced Lin Ming, unwilling to be swallowed up just like this. Lin Ming coldly snorted and began twisting his fingers together. True essence erupted and layers upon layers of nearly endless true essence locked onto that group of purple flames with the laws of fire supporting it. Roar! The burning star flame seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It began to crazily struggle against Lin Ming's shackles. In the instant that it touched Lin Ming, the heretical god seed began violently trembling, releasing faint cries like an awakening dragon. The burning star flame appeared as if it had encountered its absolute nemesis and suddenly appeared much more despondent. Dash. The heretical god seed formed a massive vortex that ruthlessly sucked up all the fire energy from the burning star flame. Even so, a massive amount of fire energy escaped outwards, filling Lin Ming's limbs and body with a magma-like heat. Sweat rapidly dripped down from Lin Ming's forehead. This brutally sadistic energy was to a degree he could completely withstand. In the end, Fairy Feng had underestimated Lin Ming's ability to control fire energy, and this was because she didn't know about the existence of the heretical god seed. She had also misjudged the speed at which Lin Ming comprehended fire laws with the help of the heretical god seed. Even if it were a higher-level flame essence than the burning star flame, Lin Ming also had a certain confidence that he could successfully absorb it. Of course, the main reason that Fairy Feng gifted the burning star flame to Lin Ming was to help him in understanding the concept of annihilation. The rank of the burning star flame was not that important to begin with. A flame essence was only an external force. It could be replaced at any time in the future. But laws and concepts were different. They were something that truly belonged to oneself. From this alone, this burning star flame suited Lin Ming far more. Without knowing how much time had passed, a faint red light began emitting from Lin Ming,
covering him in layers like a cocoon and completely enveloping him. As the heretical god seed absorbed the power of fire, the black hole crystal core in Lin Ming's dantian was also recklessly swallowing the power of fire. Although Lin Ming had just broken through to the middle revolving core realm not too long ago, his foundations were unbelievably solid. After being repeatedly baptized by the energy of time-worn Phoenix City and beginning to comprehend the source laws, his cultivation speed had reached an astonishing rate. He was rapidly approaching the late revolving core realm. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. After half a day passed, the energy within Lin Ming's body began to churn violently. The absorption of the burning star flame had reached the final stage. The fire energy within his meridians and dantian had been compressed into essence. If a normal revolving core martial artist wanted to absorb a heaven-step flame essence, that would simply be suicide. So much energy in their bodies would cause them to burst open, dying in a bloody and horrible manner. After an hour passed, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open, his eyes like sharp swords that pierced through the void. Gather! Boom! A tide of red energy erupted outwards from Lin Ming, causing the space around him to vigorously shake. Lin Ming's body turned clear red as if he were formed from a blood agate. At this point, he had completely absorbed the burning star flame. Lin Ming let out a light breath, his entire back was soaked in sweat. Just absorbing the burning star flame would have left him exhausted. But as he absorbed the burning star flame, he had also borrowed its energy to nourish his dantian. The difficulty of doing both these things together was much greater. In terms of his dantian, the revolving core crystal nucleus had become a size larger and it also spun around at a higher speed. Although he hadn't been able to break through to the late revolving core realm, the difference wasn't too great. Lin Ming's cultivation now rested at the peak of the middle revolving core realm. On the other hand, near his heart, the burning star flame had been completely absorbed by the heretical god seed, turning into a crystal core that shone like a star. It revolved around the heretical god seed. The lower-level flame essence that he had absorbed before, the Earth Core Crimson Flame and the Fallen Star Flame, had all been completely absorbed by the Burning Star Flame, turning into smaller star-like crystal cores that spun around the Burning Star Flame. It was as if the heretical god seed were the sun, the Burning Star Flame was a planet, and the Earth Core Crimson Flame and Fallen Star Flame were moons. These sort of revolution matched the movements of the heavens, faintly interlinking with the laws of the heavens. Peak of the middle revolving core along with a medium-grade heaven-step flame essence added in. With the flame essence as a reference for the law of annihilation, I should return to the sky corridor to meditate on the burning heaven totem stone there. 11 days later, when I returned to attack the second world of the God-transforming mirror again, I wondered just how far I would be able to go. Lin Ming gripped his fists together and headed towards the sky corridor. My apologies, Sir Nguyen Ming. The Sky Corridor's burning Heaven Totem Stone training chamber is currently occupied. There should still be half a day until it is open again. As Lin Ming arrived at the Sky Corridor, he was stopped by a guard. It's no problem. I'll wait. According to the records, Sir Nguyen Ming, you have 11 days of meditation time. The guard was surprised for a moment. A double-digit figure of 11 days was quite exaggerated. Sir Nguyen, may I inquire as to how many days you would like to register for? All of it, Li Ming said without hesitation. All of it? Are you sure? The guard was startled. A martial artist normally cherished every chance. Every second they had to meditate on the ancient Phoenix totem stones. They would meditate on them for 3 to 4 days at a time and then leave to absorb what they learned, only then returning again to meditate on the ancient Phoenix totem stones some more. The guard never imagined that Li Ming would use 11 days in a single breath. To undergo high-intensity enlightenment for 11 days was difficult. It would easily lead to wasted time. Yes, I would like to use all my time, Lin Ming said without a trace of doubt in his voice. All right. The guard recorded down the time. Lin Ming sat in meditation outside of the sky corridor. After a period of time, someone finally walked out from the burning Heaven Totem Stone chamber, looking a bit reluctant. This other martial artist was at the life-destruction realm. Lin Ming expressionlessly walked into the chamber, beginning his 11 days of enlightenment. On the totem stone, those hundreds of small flames that combined into infinite mysteries were still as enigmatic as before. Underneath Lin Ming's gaze, These flames seemed to dance, their ghostly movements swaying along to the heavenly Tao laws that he witnessed in the world of annihilation. All the images reflected in Lin Ming's pupils before being engraved onto the golden totem on the heretical god seed, permanently recording themselves there. But near the heretical god seed, from the crystal core formed by the burning star flame and also from the golden totem, a faint red light began to shine. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming was like a sculpture as he sat unmovingly in front of the ancient phoenix totem stone.
3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 9 days.
Oh! That little fellow Nguyen Ming used up his entire 11-day enlightenment period all at once. In the center tower of time-worn Phoenix City, Guru Blue Flame had just obtained this news. Although he had taken a slight fancy towards Lin Ming's potential, that didn't mean he would always be concerned about him. Yes, it's been 9 days already. I was just informed of this matter. Using up 11 days at once isn't too wise. Separating the days and using the spare time in between to figure out the problems would have a much better effect. On the other side of Guru Blue Flame, Fairy Fong pressed her slender eyebrows together. That's the normal case, but this Nguyen Ming kid isn't stupid. He definitely knows what is best for himself, and he certainly has his own ideas about what he is doing. Guru Blue Flame indifferently said as he took a sip of tea.
Fairy Fong slightly nodded. That's true, but I only fear he is too confident in himself. 11 days all grouped together.
Even if his perception is high, he would simply exhaust his mind, leading to fatigue. 3 days ago, Huo Wenlong also defeated the First World, and he did so by thoroughly comprehending the laws of power there, finally reversing the revolution of laws so that the fire energy caused the world to collapse from the foundation onwards. This method of breaking past the First World is even more sophisticated than what Nguyen Ming did.
Ha ha! Guru Blue Flame placed his cup of tea down, laughing. From your words, it seems as if you're worried that someone will surpass Nguyen Ming. Huo Wenlong is also a disciple of my time-worn Phoenix City. It's good for both of them if there's a bit of friendly competition.
Then again, it's far too early for Huo Wenlong to think of defeating Lin Ming. He can only last for 3 breaths of time in the second world.
I wonder what sort of results Nguyen Ming will show this time. As Fairy Fong thought this, she was actually anticipating his progress. Then 2 more days passed.
The time has come. Please exit.
A voice like a thunderclap sounded out in Lin Ming's ears, startling him from his meditative state. Slowly, his eyes opened. In that moment, the inverted images of the evolution of celestial bodies appeared in his eyes.
Countless stars falling from the heavens, burning, combusting, exploding with the power of fire, directly impacting into the endless blue skies.
11 days, I wonder with my current understanding towards the concept of annihilation, just how long can I last within the God-transforming mirror?
Lin Ming took a deep breath and stood up. He had made many comprehensions within the God-transforming mirror that he wished to verify for himself.
Oh? Nguyen Ming has left seclusion? In time-worn Phoenix City, the other martial artists had already heard this news. There were even some martial artists that had returned to time-worn Phoenix City a second time for the smelting trial that were piqued by Lin Ming's situation.
I wonder if Nguyen Ming will go directly to the God-transforming mirror, a martial artist said, his voice tinged with envy and worship. He should go close up for another period of time. There are many martial artists that will have numerous new comprehensions after enlightening themselves with the totem stones. They need to thoroughly digest everything they've learned so that their grasp of it is greater. How long will Nguyen Ming last this time?
Can he break through the second world?
Break through the second world? Don't be silly. How simple do you think the second world is? The God-transforming mirror has a total of 9 different worlds. If you can break through the 6th and 7th, then your power is equivalent to a holy lord. If you break through the 9th, then you are the incarnation of a fire god. If you want to break through the second world, you would need strength at least equal to a divine sea powerhouse from the mortal worlds. Nguyen Ming is talented, but his cultivation is only at the revolving core realm. How can he possibly break through the second world already?
If he can last for a few breaths more of time, then that's believable, but anything beyond that would be too freakish.
Power to contend with a divine sea powerhouse from the mortal worlds? The martial artists present were startled as they heard this.
Although the mortal worlds were nothing compared to the realm of the gods, a divine sea powerhouse was still a top-level existence within those lower realms, and they were still at a level that these young martial artists couldn't match yet. As everyone was discussing Lin Ming, they actually received the news that he had gone straight to the god-transforming mirror. He didn't go back into seclusion but instead rushed directly there. This Nguyen Ming fellow is too confident in himself. I wonder what he managed to comprehend these past 11 days. I really envy him. Besides masters like Lin Ming and Huo Wenlong, most martial artists here didn't have the chance to close up for such a long period of time. In fact, they had very few chances to enlighten themselves with the totem stones. When they could no longer perceive the laws through meditation, they could only come out from their dimensions and watch the revolution of energy laws of time-worn Phoenix City, obtaining some minor understandings from experience. Oh! At the entrance to the God-transforming mirrors hall, Old Man Jun smiled as he looked at Lin Ming and said, "You came straight here instead of closing up for some more?" Lin Ming replied, "These past days, this disciple has a few things that he wishes to try. I can't wait any longer." In these past 11 days, Lin Ming had achieved an extremely high degree of understanding towards the concept of burning heat and had even seen through the next level to the concept of annihilation. With so many new comprehensions, he wanted to determine whether these were true or not and could only do so by testing them in the world of the God-transforming mirror. Although Lin Ming was well aware that his progress would be even better if he closed up some more, to Lin Ming, this sort of progress wasn't important. What was important was enhancing his understandings of laws and concepts. The God-transforming mirror is in use. It will be ready in less than an hour. In time-worn Phoenix City, there was only a single God-transforming mirror, and all the martial artists needed to use the God-transforming mirror in their smelting trial. Although the time for each use was very short, one would often encounter a situation in which the God-transforming mirror was being occupied by others. After calmly waiting for an hour, Old Man Jun lit up a sound-transmitting talisman to Fairy Foam, informing her that Lin Ming had come to the God-transforming mirror. This was the first smelting trial test after Lin Ming came out of seclusion. Thus, he naturally attracted the attention of a massive number of martial artists. However, Huo Wenlong and Huo Yu hadn't come. After all, looking at someone else bathe in glory wasn't too comfortable for them, not to mention that Huo Wenlong was also in seclusion perceiving the laws too. With a hand touching the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming instantly entered into a trance. First world break. In the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming grasped his red long spear and immediately used Bury the Heavens. By consuming just 40% of his strength, the first world directly collapsed around him. In just 6 breaths of time, he had broken through the first world. Old Man Jun's eyes brightened. This was a result that defied the will of the heavens. At the location where Lin Ming's palm touched the God-transforming mirror, a small crack appeared. This crack was even larger than the last one. It was nearly a full foot long. 6 breaths to break through the first world, creating a crack in the mirror a foot long. The martial artists who witnessed this were dumbfounded. Lin Ming's progress was simply too quick. None of them could think of catching up to him, so they simply didn't bother comparing with him. The second world. Lin Ming stood at the bank of roiling rivers of lava. As he looked to the sky, the vast expanse of the heavens was covered in a chain of red stars. Giant meteors were born from this chain of stars, howling as they came crashing down. This world held the annihilation concept of fire. The power of space in this world was nearly indestructible. With Lin Ming's strength, he couldn't even shake it, much less tear it apart. If he wanted to destroy this world, then he could only rely on the law of annihilation to reverse the chain of stars, breaking the balance between those glowing red lights and cause the world's power of annihilation to implode in on itself, eventually collapsing. But Lin Ming's understanding towards the concept of fire hadn't reached such heights yet. His understandings of the laws weren't even close. Not just that, but his strength was insufficient to reverse the chain of stars to begin with, so breaking the second world was simply a dream. The reason he came to the second world was to substantiate the comprehensions he had made. Whoosh! The first meteor came howling down, dragging a long tail of flames behind it. Lin Ming had no intention of dodging it. This rain of meteors was simply too dense. No matter where he tried to hide,
he would still be caught up in the shockwaves of the explosions.
Lin Ming flourished his long spear, the image of the falling meteor reflecting in his ink-black eyes. Bang!
The meteor crashed into the ground. The earth was torn apart and massive amounts of lava sprayed into the air, raising giant waves thousands of feet high. As the shockwaves recklessly burst out, the images of the dancing flames of the burning heaven totem stone appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Burning heaven totem stone, annihilation of the heavens, the most exquisite law contained within it was the concept of annihilation. Break for me!
Lin Ming gave a loud shout. The long spear in his hands was like a red flood dragon as it pierced forth. An azure spear light followed behind it, directly impacting into violent waves of lava.
A flash like a birthing sun shined out. In that instant, the waves of flames were split apart by Lin Ming. In terms of strength, these meteors that were hundreds of feet wide and had power comparable to that of a supreme elder from the realm of the gods. Even the shockwaves were not something that Lin Ming could withstand. However, what happened was that Lin Ming had torn apart these shock waves, opening a haven of safety for himself within the raging energy. This was the cleverness of laws. If Lin Ming could thoroughly realize the annihilation laws of the second world, then he could rise from weakness here and find a path to live.
After breaking apart the first waves of turbulent lava, Lin Ming's face flushed red with blood. Without even time to catch his breath, there was another deafening explosion as the second meteor impacted the ground. Lin Ming summoned his true essence, raising his spear.
Chasing sun.
With a spear thrust, he flew 10 miles across the skies. The surging seas of lava were once again pierced through by Lin Ming.
Then the third meteor. This meteor was far larger than the last two meteors. It was nearly half a mile wide. When it crashed into the ground, the entire earth shook and countless shattered stones and even the core of the world itself seemed as if it would be destroyed. Lava shot up, reaching into the heavens. As Lin Ming faced these turbulent waves of flames, he released the heretical god force to its limit. The heretical god seed howled as compressed true essence poured out. Bury the heavens. A spear thrust out. Lin Ming reversed the power of space, and with his understanding of the concept of fire, this nearly 1,000-foot wall of lava was torn apart by him. In these three penetrating attacks, Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of energy. But his ability to restore himself was similarly astounding. Lin Ming thrust forth his spear the fourth time, penetrating rainbow.
Bang, bang, bang.
Meteors continued to howl as they came roaring down. The earth was torn apart, hundreds of massive pits appearing in the ground. All of the rock islands had long been crushed to bits. Lava rained down on everything, covering the world. Strike after strike came piercing out. Lin Ming was like a flood dragon swimming in a sea of lava. Chasing sun, chasing thunder, penetrating rainbow, bury the heavens. All of these moves were used repeatedly again and again, and this entire scene fell into Fairy Feng and Guru Blue Flame's eyes. This boy, he's using the meteor shower in the God-transforming mirror's second world as a place to gain experience. Guru Blue Flame smiled, his tone filled with appreciation. Out of Lin Ming's various moves, the truth was that Chasing Sun was the most suitable for breaking through the concept of fire. Chasing Sun was itself a move purely based off the concept of fire, and its strength was decent too. As for Bury the Heavens and Penetrating Rainbow, while these moves were stronger, the use of energy was also that much greater. In an extended battle, Lin Ming should have used Chasing Sun in order to minimize the amount of energy used and make the greatest progress. But Lin Ming didn't do this. From Chasing Sun to Bury the Heavens, he used different moves every time. He even used Chasing Thunder, which didn't have a matching concept during the weaker shockwaves. This was because only when one used different moves in different situations would one have a more profound comprehension of the annihilation laws. He did this all in order to verify the truths he had comprehended in the Sky Corridor. Doing this would certainly cause a far greater consumption of energy and affect his final results to a certain degree. If Lin Ming was a vain person who only desired fame, then he wouldn't have done as such.
Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Feng were both characters that had lived for over 10,000 years. With their vision, they naturally saw what Lin Ming was attempting. Thus, this was why Guru Blue Flame appreciated Lin Ming's decision. 20 breaths of time. Nguyen Ming's endurance is far better than what I imagined. Fairy Feng generously praised.
His endurance comes from his body transformation achievements. A dual cultivation of body and essence. There aren't many heroic young elites in the realm of the gods that would attempt this. To reach this step at such a tender age, he must have experienced a great deal of pain but also a great deal of lucky chances. I think that he shouldn't be able to last much longer.
Perhaps up to 30 breaths of time.
As Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Feng spoke, several more breaths of time passed. Lin Ming had already consumed 60% of his true essence. His forehead was dripping with large beads of sweat, and the ancient phoenix flame mark between his eyebrows was dark red like blood. Bang! Another meteor half a mile wide smashed into the ground. Lin Ming's body was tossed up like a leaf. As he drew back, he thrust out his spear several times, demolishing the shockwaves of flames. However, the aftershocks still rushed into his meridians, minorly wounding him. 25 breaths of time, 26 breaths of time, 27 breaths of time, 30 breaths of time. The meteor shower became increasingly dense. Lin Ming's pupils were filled with the phantom of flames. The red long spear in his hand was scorched deep red, and even though Lin Ming was proficient in the laws of fire, there were still multiple burn wounds on his body. 31 breaths of time, 32 breaths of time. Lin Ming's inner true essence rapidly depleted.
When one had 100% of their physical strength remaining, it was possible to easily defeat an opponent. However, when one only had 20 to 30% of their strength remaining, even if they gave it their all, they still might not be able to wound their opponent, and they would even consume more strength at a faster rate.
At 33 breaths of time, a massive meteor nearly a mile wide came crashing down. For a time, it was like the sea of lava completely flipped upside down. The sky turned completely red, and the lava nearly reached the chain of stars hanging in the heavens.
Lin Ming could no longer withstand this. His vision went black and he instantly passed out.
Final result: 33 breaths of time.
A result of 33 breaths of time was astonishing, but to the martial artists who hadn't yet experienced the second world, it wasn't as horrifying as they thought. This was because they could only contrast this with Huo Wenlong's result of 3 breaths of time.
33 breaths of time to 3 breaths of time, that was a difference of 11 times. Nguyen Ming, come to the 9-layer tower in the center of time-worn Phoenix Tower. As Lin Ming withdrew from the God-transforming mirror, Fairy Feng's true essence sound transmission sounded in his mind. Yes, Senior.
Lin Ming nodded. Before this, Fairy Feng had bade him to see her again once he could surpass 20 breaths of time in the second world.
Fairy Feng was wearing a red dress as before. Every movement she made gave off a noble, lofty temperament. Her appearance was that of a 30 or 40-year-old young married woman, beautiful, curvaceous, and in the prime of her life. But the truth was that she was an existence that had been alive for over 10,000 years. Fairy Feng raised her hand and several red lights shot into Lin Ming's palm. When Lin Ming looked down, he saw that they were 3 array discs and a jade slip. Take a look. Lin Ming nodded and input some true essence into one of the array discs. A phantom scene suddenly popped up, playing in the air. Meteors came crashing towards the earth, dragging long tails of flame behind them. And in the sea of lava, a young, red-clothed man stood there, a long spear in his hand as he faced the might of the world alone.
Bang! A meteor smashed into the ground. Waves of roiling lava shot up into the sky, but that red-clothed youth calmly broke through the waves, his clothes not even disturbed in the least, an easygoing look on his face.
This person was... Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. In this scene, this red-clothed youth's comprehension of the laws far surpassed him. Lin Ming continued to watch. The more he saw, the more charmed he became. It was only after an incense stick of time passed that the images were interrupted. Senior, the person in this scene is...
This is from tens of thousands of years ago, the scene of my honorable master in the second world of the God-transforming mirror. Now this array disc will be lent to you. I hope that you will be able to obtain some insights from it. But remember,
what others have comprehended may not necessarily be suitable for you. You must form your own comprehensions from this array disc. As Lin Ming heard this, he felt overjoyed. he would be able to obtain a great deal of inspirations from this array disk. He gave a deep bow and reverentially said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. There are also 2 other array disks. Take a look at them." Lin Ming activated the second array disk.
Another series of phantom images appeared. This was still the second world of the God-transforming mirror. But the character in this scene was a red-dressed woman. She looked somewhat similar to Fairy Feng.
Upon closer inspection, this was actually a scene of a younger Fairy Feng in the God-transforming mirror's second world. Lin Ming took a deep breath, feeling grateful to Fairy Feng from the bottom of his heart. Fairy Feng said, "This is a recording of my experience in the God-transforming mirror's second world. Compared to my honorable master, I am much more foolish and slower than him. Still, this should be of some help to you. These 2 array disks will be lent to you for a month. Afterwards, return them to me. As for the 3rd array disk and also that jade slip, they are gifted to you. Go ahead and take a look at them." Lin Ming activated the 3rd array disk. He thought that this would be the phantom images of another senior in the God-transforming mirror, but he never thought that it would actually be the scene of himself within the second world. Lin Ming was happy and surprised. If he could watch his own moves from the vantage point of a spectator, then it would be easier to find any problems, not to mention that he also had Fairy Feng and her honorable master's array disks as a reference comparison. As for that last jade slip, Lin Ming swept his perception through it. There were only several hundred words written inside in Fairy Feng's writing. The notes pointed out some deficiencies in his moves. Fairy Feng must have casually written them down after watching him in the second world just a while ago. What sort of unbelievable cultivation boundary was Fairy Feng at? Even if she casually gave him some pointers, this was still enough to give him a great deal of inspiration. "Nian Ming, I wrote down ways to correct some of your problems in that jade slip. But I hope that you do not look at this jade slip at the start. Instead, look at the 3 array disks to improve yourself first. Enlightening yourself and understanding your own style will give you the most profound advantage. As for the words I have written, lay them down for now. I hope that by the time you have finished meditating on the array disks and looked at the jade slip, you will have discovered that you have already corrected the problems listed within. Well, this is the limit of guidance I shall give to you for now. Go back and close up. By the time you have been at time-worn Phoenix City for 100 days, there will be a messenger from the realm of the gods coming down to inspect the situation of your smelting trial. When that time comes, I hope that you will be able to show excellent results. Someone from the realm of the gods will take a look at your assessment 3 times. At 100 days, 200 days, and 300 days. The first assessment at 100 days is the most difficult. If you can show amazing results, then that will also be your final assessment and you may obtain the rewards for completing the first stage of the king-level smelting trial as well as returning to your Sky Spill continent. At that time, your fate with me shall be considered finished. In the future, if you enter into the realm of the god Ancient Phoenix clan, then perhaps we shall also have a chance to meet again. Now leave."
"Yes, Senior. Senior, this junior shall forever engrave this kindness into my heart." Lin Ming was very grateful to Fairy Feng and Guru Blue Flame for their guidance. For them, these were only minor matters not even worth mentioning. Perhaps every time they meet a good seedling in a round of the smelting trial they would also do these things. But for Lin Ming, this help would allow him to lay a much more solid foundation in a shorter time, allowing him to achieve more magnificent results in the future.
Lin Ming bade Fairy Feng farewell. Then, he returned to his own dimension and sealed it with a spell, adamantly putting out a notice that he would refuse all visitors as he started his closed-door seclusion. 3 phantom image array disks, the several jade slips that Fairy Feng had given him containing experiences of laws and concepts, as well as what he had learned from meditating on the ancient Phoenix totem stone. All of this required time to fully absorb.
For a month and a half, Lin Ming completely isolated himself, no longer going out.
During this time, Lin Ming's progress was slower than when he had meditated on the ancient Phoenix totem stone. However, this was ultimately the process of consolidating his foundation. As Lin Ming meditated on the fire laws, a faint trace of this source energy was kept in his dantian, constantly nourishing the revolving core there. After 50 days passed, Lin Ming still hadn't taken a single step out of his dimension. During this time, Huo Wenlong had already managed to persist for 20 breaths of time in the second world, Huo Yu for 10, and Huo Ping had also just managed to break through the first world. Up to now, 5 martial artists had managed to break through the first world. Besides Lin Ming, every single other person was a martial artist from the realm of the gods. On the 55th day of Lin Ming's seclusion, a red spirit boat appeared in the skies above time-worn Phoenix City. This spirit boat was half a mile long, and images of phoenixes undergoing nirvana in a sea of fire were engraved onto the hull. The spirit boat was pulled by 9 golden crows, releasing phoenix-like cries as they flew, emanating a grandiose aura. The spirit boat stopped above the 9-layer tower at the center of time-worn Phoenix City. A man wearing red armor and carrying a golden war lance stepped out. "Ha ha, old buddy. You've come to personally manage the assessment this time?" From within 9-layer tower, Guru Blue Flame flew out to greet the spirit boat. He was apparently old friends with this red-armored warrior. The red-armored warrior loudly laughed. He said, "Blue Flame, long time no see. You're looking so much better already." "Bah, what are you talking about? This old man is always looking great." As Guru Blue Flame spoke, he actually sighed with emotion. "Ever since I was injured in the war with those other clans, I've been slowly recuperating in time-worn Phoenix City, giving some casual pointers to these juniors. I've only returned to the realm of the gods 3 times in the last 3,000 years. I'm afraid I haven't seen you for an entire 2,000 years.
Close enough, time passes too fast. The red-armored warrior sighed, a hint of sadness tinting his voice. He was over 12,000 years old. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had passed. It was natural to feel surging emotions. Have your old wounds recovered yet?
They're no longer a problem. Although this old man can't rebirth myself in a nirvana of flames, recovering from some old injuries isn't a problem." Guru Blue Flame stroked his beard, laughing as he said, "That's right. You're here this time to manage the 100-day assessment?" "That's right. I just had a sudden inspiration to see if there were any good seedlings about. After they mature in the future, perhaps they might join my army." The red-armored warrior was an army general from the ancient Phoenix clan in the realm of the gods.
If there were any outstanding young elites here who wanted to join the army, they would naturally come under his command.
Speaking of good seedlings, there really are a few here. Huo Yu and Huo Wenlong are both from the Huo clan. Huo Yu can now last for 10 breaths of time in the second world, and Huo Wenlong can last for 20.
20 breaths of time? The red-armored warrior didn't seem surprised. He nodded and said, "That's nothing impressive, but it's not too bad either." The red-armored warrior's frigid and imperious tone was well within Guru Blue Flame's expectations. He laughed, saying, "Old buddy. Your judgment is too high."
"This is the lower realms, not the realm of the gods. But still." As Guru Blue Flame spoke here, he deliberately drew out his words, tempting the red-armored warrior and stirring his interest. It was only then that he said, "Speaking of someone more outstanding than Huo Wenlong, there really is someone like that. Nguyen Ming is from the lower realms, but now he is able to persist in the God-transforming mirror's second world for 33 breaths of time." 33 breaths of time? The red-armored warrior's eyebrows pricked up, but there still wasn't any surprised expression on his face. "That's decent, but not too surprising. I can only say that perhaps there might be some hope in this assessment." Hee. Guru Blue Flame revealed an expression that he had already anticipated this reaction. With a great deal of satisfaction he said, "What I mentioned was his last result, but recently he has closed up in seclusion. After he exits, you can take a long, hard look at just how good his performance is. Perhaps after he enters the realm of the gods, he won't bother to join your army as cannon fodder."
As the red-armored warrior listened to Guru Blue Flame talk, he glared back and said, "What are you saying?"
"My army is comprised of elites of the ancient Phoenix clan. How could they possibly be cannon fodder? In fact, this time, when I went to Sacred Flame Phoenix City, I did indeed find a good seedling willing to join my command in the future." "Sacred Flame Phoenix City?" Guru Blue Flame curled his lips in disdain. "Are you talking about that little loser city in the middle of nowhere? All they produce is a few big kittens every year. How could they possibly compare to my time-worn Phoenix City?" I can hold my hands behind my back and still defeat them.
Sacred Flame Phoenix City and Time-Worn Phoenix City were the same, both of them king-level smelting trial sites in the lower realms. Naturally, these two king-level smelting trial sites were ruthless in fighting each other for the top position, none willing to admit they were inferior to the other. Generally speaking, Time-Worn Phoenix City had the most minor advantage, but it wasn't as exaggerated as Guru Blue Flame mentioned. The red-armored warrior thought this was quite funny. He said, leather can't be broken by blowing through it. That youth truly is excellent. He managed to last in the second world for 45 breaths of time. In addition, he also made good progress in the 100-day assessment. 45 breaths of time? As Guru Blue Flame heard the number 45, he felt his heart thump for a moment. What horrible luck!
45 breaths of time was already defying the heavens. How could Sacred Flame Phoenix City have been such lucky bastards and picked up such a talented person this time around?
In the lower realms, there were 3 king-level trial sites of the ancient Phoenix clan, Fushi Phoenix City, Time-Worn Phoenix City, and Sacred Flame Phoenix City. It was already very rare for a talent like Hua Wulong to be produced. But to last for 45 breaths of time before the 100-day assessment, that was even rarer.
After 30 breaths of time, the meteors that came falling from the sky would vastly increase in terms of force. When Lin Ming had reached 33 breaths of time, he had perished there because he had encountered a giant meteor nearly a mile wide. If a meteor's diameter increased from half a mile to a mile, the weight would be nearly 8 times that of the original. Thus, the explosive impact force would also increase by nearly 8 times.
Thus, after 30 breaths of time, the difficulty would increase at an exponential rate.
As for how long Lin Ming could last in that situation, Guru Blue Flame lacked assurance in his heart. How about it, eh?
Not bad, right?
After this young man that can last for 45 breaths of time reaches the divine sea and ascends into the realm of the gods, he will join under my command as a soldier. A faint smile hung on the red-armored warrior's lips as he waited for Guru Blue Flame to wither away. 45 breaths of time isn't even worth a fart. Nguyen Ming can easily accomplish that. Since he had already started bragging, Guru Blue Flame naturally had to hunker down and continue until the end.
Hey, this old fellow would rather die than lose face. The red-armored warrior secretly mused to himself. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile. How many breaths of time do you think Nguyen Ming can last for then? At least, as Guru Blue Flame spoke to hear, he made some grabbing motions with his hands, at least 50 breaths of time.
Guru Blue Flame didn't dare to exaggerate too much. In his opinion, 50 breaths of time was still very possible.
Hehe, since you've said so, then if it is any less you must bring out your 30,000-year vermilion fruit wine so that us brothers can drink a cup together. The red-armored warrior said as he licked his lips. He was after all a lover of wine, and Guru Blue Flame's 30,000-year vermilion fruit wine had been brewed and kept in a cellar for over 30,000 years. It could be said to be a top-grade wine.
Fuck you.
You want to rob me while my house is on fire? I've kept that wine for over 1,000 years without bearing to drink any of it. Guru Blue Flame shouted. The two of them had a very good relationship together, thus they would play such jokes on each other.
At this time, a clear and delicate voice rang out. General Smoke, how about I make a bet with you? If I win, then you will reward Nguyen Ming some of the ancient Phoenix bloodline according to regulations. How about it? The red-armored warrior looked up and saw the red-dressed Fairy Fong standing not too far away, a pleasant smile on her face as she looked in his direction.
The red-armored warrior quickly stood up and cupped his fists together in greeting. Since Fairy Fong has spoken, then if Nguyen Ming does indeed show outstanding results, according to clan rules, I can indeed apply for a corresponding ancient Phoenix bloodline reward.
Then I thank you very much. Fairy Fong faintly smiled. These recent years, the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan had become increasingly strict regarding control and distribution of its ancient Phoenix bloodline resources. Without the red-armored warrior's application, it was truly hard to obtain some. In any case, Lin Ming was a heroic young elite from her time-worn Phoenix City. In the future, if Lin Ming even had a faint chance of becoming an elder of the ancient Phoenix clan, then that was a matter worth celebrating for time-worn Phoenix City. General Smoke, since that's the case, I shall then start the smelting trial. Fairy Fong stood up, leading the red-armored warrior over to the Hall of the God Transforming Mirror.
Nguyen Ming, the 100-day assessment from the realm of the gods has begun. Inside his dimension, Lin Ming heard a true essence sound transmission echo in his ears. Lin Ming had closed up in seclusion for over 50 days, meditating over the various laws, array discs, and jade slips. He had already passed the time limit for the items that Fairy Feng had lent to him, but she didn't seem to have any intention of taking them back. Instead, she let Lin Ming meditate on them until today when the 100-day assessment of the realm of the gods had begun. Lin Ming awoke from his enlightened state. As his eyes opened, they seemed to flash with a faint light of the laws. How long have I been in meditation? You've immersed yourself in the ethereal martial intent for 55 days already. Altogether, it has been a total of 100 days since you've come to time-worn Phoenix City. Within Lin Ming, Demon Shine's soul slowly answered him. 55 days? Got it. Lin Ming stood up. The 100-day assessment could be said to be taken at the 100-day mark, but the truth was that it could be done ahead of time. Some martial artists in the king-level smelting trial would apply to take the 100-day assessment at only 70 to 80 days in, finishing it and completing this stage of the king-level smelting trial. The earlier the assessment was, the more difficult it became. To complete the smelting trial at 70 days was much more dazzling than doing so at 100 days. Afterwards, at the 200-day assessment, the difficult would again drop down a scale. As for the 300-day assessment, that wasn't even worth mentioning. By the time Lin Ming arrived in the Hall of the God-Transforming Mirror, Old Man Jun, Fairy Feng, Guru Blue Flame, and even Hua Wenlong, Hua Yu, and the others had all gathered there. Lin Ming noticed that there was a red-armored martial artist standing in front of the God-Transforming Mirror, smiling at him. Without a doubt, this person was the messenger from the realm of the gods. After Lin Ming came, more and more people began to stream in. These were all the most outstanding disciples currently in time-worn Phoenix City. As for the others who hadn't been able to break through the first world yet, they didn't even have the qualifications to take this 100-day assessment. Everyone, I shall first make introductions. As everyone finally arrived, Old Man Jun stood up. This is Guru Blue Flame, the City Lord of time-worn Phoenix City. This is Fairy Feng, the Supervisory Envoy of time-worn Phoenix City. And this is General Smoke, a messenger from the realm of the gods, as well as the official who will be conducting this 100-day assessment. Old Man Jun introduced everyone one at a time. Lin Ming had already seen Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Feng, so he wasn't too surprised, but the other disciples were bewildered. Whether it was the time-worn Phoenix City Lord or the Supervisory Envoy, both of them were extremely top-level characters. To see such legendary characters, this naturally gave birth to a sense of excitement in their hearts. The red-armored warrior known as General Smoke faintly smiled and said, "Everyone here are the most outstanding young heroes of this year's smelting trial. My management of the assessment is extremely strict. To be honest with all of you, your chances of passing this assessment are close to zero. But the truth is that this is unimportant. This assessment is mainly to decide your current smelting trial situation, and my score will also be added to your final results. In the future, if you decide to serve in my ancient Phoenix clan, then this score will become a reference of your strength." As the red-armored warrior spoke, the several martial artists from the realm of the gods became nervous. If the score was included in their final result, then that means it would also be noticed by their various family clans. This would greatly affect their future development, for better or for worse. First of all of you shall undergo a test in the God-Transforming Mirror. Only those that can last for 15 breaths of time in the second world have the qualifications to continue with the assessment. As the red-armored warrior said these words, Huaping and the other martial artists' hearts instantly dropped to their stomachs. They also knew what was happening here. Besides Hua Wenlong and Nguyen Ming, everyone else had basically been called over to increase numbers and embarrass themselves. One only had the qualifications to start the assessment if they could last for at least 15 breaths of time in the second world. Huaping had just broken through the first world 10 days ago. It would already be a miracle if he could last 3 to 4 breaths of time in the second world. The other disciples from the realm of the gods with results similar to Huaping also had bitter expressions. After all, this assessment simply didn't have anything to do with them at the moment. The test begins. As Old Man Jun announced this, Old Man Jun then stepped forwards and called out the names of Huaping and 2 other disciples from the realm of the gods. The three of them had only been called here to draw up the numbers.
One of these three had only just broken through the first world yesterday. These three people stepped forwards to carry out the test. However, no miracle occurred. None of them were able to last past 5 breaths of time, and all of them were eliminated.
Old Man June was not surprised at any of these results. Although he knew perfectly well that all of them would fail, this was also a very good smelting trial chance for them. This test would broaden their horizons, preventing any pearls of regret from surfacing in the future. Now then, Nian Ming, Huo Wenlong, Hu Yu, come up.
Within the entire time-worn Phoenix City, there were only 6 martial artists that had broken through the first world of the God-transforming mirror. 2 smelting trial tests, that was just enough for 3 trial challengers each. Whether it was Huo Wenlong or Huo Yu, both of them were uptight and apprehensive. This assessment would affect their future status and their trajectory in their clan. Lin Ming was the calmest. He didn't care too much about the result. After going into seclusion, he had gained a great deal of comprehensions and wanted to confirm them in the God-transforming mirror.
Just as Lin Ming arrived in front of the God-transforming mirror, a true essence sound transmission suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. Young boy, I am Guru Blue Flame. I know that the last time you went in the God-transforming mirror you were testing out your moves, so your result wasn't as high as it could have been. Now, this old man will be frank with you. You are currently the leading star in my time-worn Phoenix City. I want you to honestly and ask you to completely display your full strength and use your abilities to their greatest effect, lasting as long as you can. I want this fellow from the realm of the gods to see just how fierce my time-worn Phoenix City is.
If you can't last for 50 breaths of time, then this old man will come stir up trouble with you. Lin Ming had wanted to confirm some truths about his moves, but after hearing Guru Blue Flame's true essence sound transmission, he was surprised. He didn't even have time to respond before Guru Blue Flame continued to say, "It doesn't matter if you test your moves here. There will be time in the future assessment for you to experiment. Moreover, Fairy Feng has already applied for some blood of the ancient phoenix for you. Whether or not you can obtain any, all of this will depend on your own ability." "What? Blood of the ancient phoenix?" Lin Ming was shocked. "Is this blood of the ancient phoenix to be transplanted into this junior?" "Of course. What else do you think it is for?" "Of course. This is only if you have a good performance." Hearing Guru Blue Flame's confirmation, Lin Ming glanced at Fairy Feng and saw that she was giving him an encouraging smile. Lin Ming's mind immediately filled with a brilliant fighting spirit. Although he had the support of the heretical god seed, his bloodline was constantly becoming an increasingly great weak point. If he could obtain more blood of the ancient phoenix, then his ability to perceive the fire laws would be astronomically better. It seemed that in this test he would have to put forth his true and greatest strength. As for confirming truths of laws he had learned, that could all be placed on the back burner. "Test. Begin." As the red armored warrior spoke, Lin Ming, Huo Wenlong, and Hu Yu all placed their hands on the surface of the God-transforming mirror. First world, break. Lin Ming was in a trance for merely 3 breaths of time before the smooth surface of the God-transforming mirror cracked underneath his palm like a growing spider web. The first world had already been easily broken by him. General Smoke's eyes shined. He used absolute strength to break through the first world, and moreover he only needed 3 breaths of time. This boy is quite interesting. Hee. Just you wait and see, Guru Blue Flame said with a content smile. If this boy lasts less than 50 breaths of time, then I'll take out my vermilion fruit wine. But if he does, then don't think of keeping any of your own wine collection. General Smoke was a connoisseur of wine. Naturally, he also had his own vintage collection. Guru Blue Flame had also been longing for a taste test of this collection for a very long time. As soon as Lin Ming broke through the first world in 3 breaths of time, Guru Blue Flame was immediately energized, thinking that he could gain some benefits from General Smoke. "Alright, I do have a 10,000-year fog flower wine that I've been keeping around. It's also a top-class wine. If what you said is true, then I'll take out this wine to celebrate such a rare joyous occasion in your time-worn Phoenix City that you've managed to produce a passable heroic young elite." "What kind of joyous occasion are you talking about? Humph, your filthy mouth can never speak anything good. My time-worn Phoenix City has always produced excellent talents.
Haha, old blue flame, don't be in such a hurry to argue. It's true that Nguyen Ming broke through the first world in 3 breaths, but that was just relying on absolute strength, not the power of laws. A revolving core martial artist's absolute strength won't go over so well in the second world.
We'll see about that. The God-transforming mirror was an illusory magic array that used the mysteries of the Chaos Stones as its basis. If one was skilled in the source of fire laws, then they could use their divine sense to search the God-transforming mirror and watch the scene of the trial challenger within. At this time, in the second world of the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming was facing a pack of meteors that came howling down towards him. Penetrating rainbow, bury the heavens, chasing sun, chasing thunder. Of these 4 moves, the best ones to break through the concept of annihilation was chasing Sunday. As for bury the heavens and penetrating rainbow, they were indeed powerful, but the consumption was far too great.
As for chasing thunder, that move involved a completely different type of concept. According to Guru Blue Flame's thoughts, Lin Ming would use chasing sun until the very end.
However, Guru Blue Flame never imagined that as the first meteor landed and caused a massive waves of turbulent lava to rise up and plunge towards Lin Ming would only casually thrust out his spear, not even using any special move but still breaking through the shockwaves of fire, safely making it through. This young fellow has made a great deal of progress these past 55 days. Guru Blue Flame's eyes lit up, joy filling his heart. He was looking forwards to seeing just what sort of result Lin Ming would be able to obtain. Boom! 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 Meteors fell down one after another, each of them half a mile wide. The explosive shockwaves were no threat to Lin Ming at all. With a simple spear thrust, he easily ablated the waves of fire. After 10 breaths of time passed, Lin Ming was still filled to the brim with energy.
Haha, how about that?
Even under the oppression of the annihilation laws, he's not even breaking a sweat.
This boy still has many ultimate moves that he hasn't even used yet. Guru Blue Flame proudly said.
General Smoke faintly smiled. Don't be so happy yet. The first 20 breaths of difficult aren't too hard. Later, the shower of meteors will become increasingly dense and the size will also grow larger. After 30 breaths of time, the meteors will each be a mile wide. After 40 breaths of time, the meteors will be 2 miles wide. At that time, the difficulty will truly grow, and the real show will begin. In an instant, 15 breaths of time passed. At this time, another half-mile wide meteor came crashing down. The rock island that Lin Ming had stood on had been completely sundered by the meteors, melting into the vast sea of lava. As he faced shockwaves that had become several times more powerful, Lin Ming held up his spear, his body like a leaf in a storm as he was sent flying back by the shockwaves. As he retreated, he casually stabbed his spear out, every spear strike glowing with a deep azure light. Every strike easily pierced through the chaotic flow of fire energy. After drawing back several thousand feet, Lin Ming was completely unharmed. Using a minimal amount of energy, he had completely resolved the shockwaves of the explosion. He broke through? Even a half-mile wide meteor couldn't force out this Nguyen Ming's martial skills. As General Smoke saw this, his expression finally changed. In every half-mile meteor, the turbulent energy shockwaves afterwards weren't easy to deal with. The fact that Lin Ming could use such a minor amount of true essence to break through them was incredible. That azure light, it's as if it's a battle spirit.
General Smoke's eyes widened. When this battle spirit attached to the long spear, it caused the striking power to be even greater and even more focused, allowing Lin Ming to break through the energy shockwaves with the least amount of energy used. He couldn't help but praise this level of strength. In fact, not only was General Smoke shocked, but Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Feng were also surprised. This boy has already comprehended a battle spirit, moreover it's already reached the small success stage of the bronze level.
This was the first time that Lin Ming had used his battle spirit in the annihilation world of the God-transforming mirror. Until this point, Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Feng had no idea that Lin Ming had a battle spirit. Fairy Feng said, "In the last smelting trial test, Nguyen Ming want to verify his power of the laws. Thus he didn't use his battle spirit. If he did use it at that time, then he would have lasted even longer. A battle spirit had no connection to the concept of fire. Lin Ming only wanted to understand the laws he had comprehended in the God-transforming mirror. Although using a battle spirit would have gotten him a better result, a better and more glorious result was not important to him at all.
Of course, this time was different. For that all-important blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming decided to go all out.
For those heroic young elites in the realm of the gods, comprehending a battle spirit in the middle revolving core realm wouldn't be considered a monstrous genius at all. But to have a small success bronze-level battle spirit at this stage, that was actually terrifying. This proved that Lin Ming had already formed his own battle spirit for a long time now, perhaps even when he was only at the Xiantian realm. Only by forming his own battle spirit at the Xiantian realm would it have grown along with his cultivation, finally reaching this current level.
Fairy Feng sucked in a deep breath. She didn't expect that Lin Ming's will was so astounding. This is ridiculous. If Nguyen Ming really comprehended a battle spirit during the Xiantian realm, then that means that his heart of martial arts and will is extraordinary.
To a martial artist, one's will was no less important than understandings of concepts and laws. Thus, a martial artist with a strong will was extremely respected. General Smoke was quietly recording the entire test in an array disk. This boy, if he can really last 50 breaths of time, then in light of him comprehending a battle spirit at the Xiantian realm, that alone is enough for him to receive a great deal of focus from the clan. Bang! 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 Meteors continued smashing into the earth. Azure light wrapped around Lin Ming's long spear. No matter how monstrous those waves of fire were, Lin Ming still didn't need to use his martial skills.
With just a tiny bit of true essence, coupled with his battle spirit and his profound understanding of the laws and concepts of fire, this was more than enough to deal with the current situation.
By not using martial skills, he would save the most energy. This would allow Li Ming to retain enough strength to face the bigger meteors ahead.
At 30 breaths of time, a mile-wide meteor came roaring down, dragging a tail of fire behind it. As soon as it smashed into the earth, the explosive shock wave seemed to sweep up the entire sky. Lin Ming's vision widened. Without hesitation, he flourished the long spear in his hands.
Chasing sun. The highly compressed true essence in the heretical god seed erupted outwards. Lin Ming became one with his spear, shooting through the skies like a divine arrow. In a single thrust, he moved dozens of miles forwards, directly piercing through the walls of flames. This was the first time he had used his full strength. In action, because he had used chasing sun, his consumption of energy was still small.
It had taken a full 30 breaths of time before Lin Ming was compelled to use a martial skill. When Lin Ming turned serious, his comprehensive combat strength startled even Fairy Feng.
Old friend Blue Flame, it looks like you are right. Now, it seems that I will most likely lose my fog flower wine. Not only is this brat's comprehension of laws pretty good, but what is even rarer is that his will is extremely firm.
If he doesn't lose himself to his own arrogance, then he will surely rise in the future. General Smoke praised without hesitation. Losing some of his precious wine was only a joke between friends. He was also happy to see a rising talent among the juniors. This boy is to my liking. When he ascends to the realm of the gods, he can also be considered a follower of my time-worn Phoenix City. Haha, I'm really looking forward to his growth.
As Guru Blue Flame and General Smoke talked, Huo Wenlong and Huiyu withdrew from the god-transforming mirror.
Huiyu had just managed to last 15 breaths of time. As for Huo Wenlong, he lasted up to 28 breaths of time.
After retreating from the god-transforming mirror, Huo Wenlong's first reaction was to glance over at Lin Ming. He saw Lin Ming standing still before the god-transforming mirror, stable and calm, as if he were a great mountain that had existed there since eternity. As he looked over at Guru Blue Flame, Fairy Feng, General Smoke, and Old Man June, he discovered that none of them had even bothered to glance at him. All of them were completely focused on Lin Ming. Even Huo Ping and the others were intensely concentrated on Lin Ming. Huo Wenlong suspected that there wasn't even anyone that recorded his result. How could he possibly feel any better with this? Nguyen Ming, you closed up for 55 days in a single go, and today you return to the god-transforming mirror. This time, I want to see just how long you can last and whether or not our disparity has changed. Huo Wenlong grit his teeth. This time, he didn't leave midway. Rather, he sat down where he was, waiting for Lin Ming to complete his test.
Whoosh! Within the god-transforming mirror, another giant meteor crashed into the ground. Without batting an eye, Lin Ming used Chasing Sun once again. Strike after strike, a crimson ray of light flashed forwards for several dozen miles, cutting a path through the clear blue skies. At this time, Lin Ming had only used Chasing Sun a total of 5 times. As he simultaneously poured his battle spirit into penetrating rainbow, the power of his attacks rose precipitously. 36 breaths. 37 breaths. 38 breaths. 40 breaths. After crossing the 40 breaths of time threshold, the shower of meteors became even denser. This time, almost every meteor that hurtled down was over a mile wide. Lin Ming revolved the heretical god force to the limit. Bright red flames wrapped around his entire body as a blazing azure true essence erupted from him. At this time, he could no longer keep his calm. With absolute power, while simultaneously using the power of laws, he forcefully broke through the explosive shockwaves of the meteor's fall. At 49 breaths of time, a 1.5 mile wide meteor came howling down. Compared to a mile-wide meteor, this meteor's detonative energy was 3 times greater. Bang! The earth was torn asunder and the entire world burned in an inferno of blazing red. In this terrifying storm of energy, he grasped his spear, the power of fire and the power of space revolving and twining together on the tip. Bury the heavens. This was Lin Ming's strongest move. But even though it was his strongest move, he was still completely unable to compare with the horrifying explosive shockwaves of the meteor. Lin Ming gave a loud shot and the flame totem on the heretical god seed began to shine with a golden light, just like the resplendent eyes of an ancient phoenix. By relying on his understanding of the fire laws, Lin Ming strenuously broke through the shockwaves of flame, his face flushing red with blood. After breaking past the explosions of this meteor, 50 breaths of time had passed. He really passed 50 breaths of time. This Nguyen Ming still has energy left. General Smoke let out a long breath. 45 breaths of time and 50 breaths of time seemed to only be separated by 5 breaths, but the truth was that the difference was enormous. In the god-transforming mirror, every 10 breaths was a new level. The difficulty would increase at an exponential rate. Can he possibly pass 60 breaths of time? General Smoke muttered to himself. But at this time, in the skies, several even greater meteors were being born. Among these meteors, there were even some that were wider than 2 miles that were being slowly formed. A 2-mile wide meteor didn't sound that much larger than a half-mile wide meteor. But the truth was that it weighed 64 times greater. 64 times more weight also meant 64 times the striking intensity. Using the revolving core realm and the life destruction realm as examples, a small boundary meant that there was only a total true essence quantity difference of several times. In other words, if this 2-mile wide meteor and half-mile wide meteor were compared to a martial artist's attacks, then the former would be 1 or 2 great realms higher. Facing a half-mile wide meteor, Lin Ming didn't even need to use a martial skill to easily break through the shockwaves. And then facing a 1.5 mile wide meteor, Lin Ming needed to use his strongest move, burying the heavens. And now, facing a 2-mile wide meteor, even bury the heavens was only barely able to withstand the explosive shockwaves. Once he was injured, then even if he could resist the next attack, the continual barrage of 2-mile wide meteors would inevitably defeat him. Seeing this, whether it was General Smoke, Guru Blue Flame, or Fairy Feng, all of them opened their eyes wide, waiting to see just how Lin Ming would withstand this attack. Nguyen Ming's luck is too poor. Normally 2-mile meteors would only appear in the second half of the 50 breaths, Fairy Feng muttered to herself. I thought that 60 breaths of time were a bit too forced, but still, this Nguyen Ming is already impressive enough. This strike will truly surpass the abilities of a middle revolving core martial artist to resist. Once Nguyen Ming is injured, he won't be able to last much longer. His limit should be 55 breaths of time. 55 breaths of time is already an incredible result, General Smoke said with appreciation. Guru Blue Flame stroked his beard, a bit of regret in his eyes. 55 breaths was indeed an excellent result, but 60 breaths of time would have been even more shocking. If Lin Ming's luck was just a bit better, then he might even be able to pass 60 breaths of time. Haha! Blue Flame, aren't you satisfied yet? Your time-worn Phoenix City has hit the jackpot this time, and my fog flower wine is already waiting. Boom! 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 In the skies, countless shards of stones formed a chain of stars that revolved according to the mysterious rules of the world, constantly gathering rocks together, binding them, and giving birth to new meteors. Here, 2-mile meteors formed, wrapped in a hazy fog of fire. As long as they fully formed, they would be driven by the annihilation energy, rapidly crashing down at extreme speeds. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly raised his head and looked towards the heavens. Within the pupils of his 2 eyes, the mystical power of the stars and the laws of revolution in the world were reflected. Within Lin Ming's body, the heretical god seed howled and the compressed fire true essence began gushing out like a rising tsunami. Lin Ming's 2 feet tread the sea of raging lava. Holding the red-long spear in his hands, his body shot up like a rising star. The high-pitched keen of a phoenix's cry resounded in the world. Between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the mark of the ancient phoenix began to shine with a blinding golden light. A massive red phoenix shot out from Lin Ming's body, directly impacting into the horizon. Bury the heavens. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. Space collapsed and countless space shards flew out, spinning along with the power of fire and intertwining with it, forming a black storm vortex of flames. This vortex was like a black dragon that shot into the skies, breaking apart all that fiery fog. As General Smoke saw this, his eyes brightened. What was this boy trying to do? Could it be? Bang! The black vortex finally struck the chain of stars. Compared to the vast chain of stars that was like an endless ocean, the attack was just like a tiny trickle of water, simply nothing to mention. However, unbelievably, while this attack appeared trivial due to the force of some mysterious law, a path was cut through the revolving region of the chain of stars, interrupting it. Next, a stupefying scene occurred. In the fog of fire where the meteors were being born, the laws suddenly reversed. Not only did the crushed stones stop gathering together, but instead countless stones flew off from the surface of the meteor, causing it to constantly reduce in size. When the meteor finally separated from that fog of fire and howled down, its size was already reduced by 1.5 miles in size. Eventually, it turned from a massive meteor to a slightly larger one. The explosive aftermath was completely broken through by Lin Ming's Bury the Heavens. This is reversing the chain of stars. General Smoke, Guru Blue Flame, and Fairy Feng were all shocked. To reverse the chain of stars, this proved that Lin Ming had already touched upon the method to break past the second world. He still had a long way to go from actually doing so, but he had still managed to touch upon it. And this was with a cultivation at only the middle revolving core realm. Nguyen Ming has already begun to touch upon the nature of the annihilation laws. Although it's just a bit, everything is difficult at the beginning. His future achievements in the concept of fire will not be low at all. General Smoke had seen countless heroic young elites grow up. By just looking at Lin Ming, he could judge his future trajectory to a certain extent. Indeed. But what I find strange is if Nguyen Ming could reach this step so quickly, why would his comprehension of fire laws at the beginning be so different when he first arrived? Fairy Feng asked, puzzled. When Lin Ming had just arrived, his comprehension of fire laws really left one speechless. He had only been equal to a 13 to 14-year-old child. It's not as if he's being lazy. Haven't you discovered that this boy Nguyen Ming, besides fire laws, also has pretty good accomplishments in space laws and thunder laws? Not just that, but he follows a dual body and essence cultivation process and has also formed his own battle spirit. How old is he? And yet he has already perceived so many things. Even if he didn't eat or sleep, it would still be nearly impossible to perceive all of this. Hearing General Smoke speak, Guru Blue Flame became irritated. Humph! This boy is a muddle. He could be considered part of my ancient Phoenix clan, but instead of fully focusing on perceiving fire laws, he actually spent so much time on other things. How absurd! Fairy Feng smiled. Comprehending a single law isn't enough. Comprehending multiple laws and being able to fuse them together, that will allow his power to increase by several folds. For instance, when Nguyen Ming broke through the meteor shockwaves just now, he had fused space laws and fire laws together. As these supreme elders discussed, several more breaths of time passed. At this time, nearly 60 breaths of time had passed. The reason that Lin Ming was able to comprehend the fire laws so rapidly was mainly because of the heretical god seed. On the surface of the heretical god seed, within that golden flame totem, the principles of fire laws had been engraved there. By relying on this, Lin Ming's speed at perceiving the fire laws was astronomical.
Bang, bang, bang. Meteors exploded one after another. Lin Ming was always paying attention to the changes in the chain of stars within the heavens. Once the meteors began to approach 2 miles in width, he would then interrupt the path of the chain of stars with bury the heavens, breaking them ahead of time. However, by repeatedly using bury the heavens, in addition with the massive gravity of this world, Lin Ming was rapidly spending his true essence. Even with the support of the 8 inner hidden gates, he had already consumed 50 to 60% of his true essence. 65 breaths of time. 66 breaths of time. The critical 70 breaths of time mark became increasingly close. Outside of the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming's true body flushed red with blood. His entire body was slick with sweat and his hand that touched the God-transforming mirror was trembling. On the side, Huo Wenlong, Huo Yu, Huo Ping, and the others all looked fearful and alarmed. Especially Huo Wenlong. He was well aware of just how difficult the God-transforming mirror's second world was.
Every 10 breaths of time, the meteors would grow in size, their weight growing that much more. Moreover, the second world would also cause the meteors to fall even faster by making the gravitational force greater.
Huo Wenlong found it hard to imagine how difficult it was to last in that world for 66 breaths of time. In the God-transforming mirror, several more breaths of time passed.
70 breaths of time. Because Lin Ming's true essence was lacking, he was finally unable to break past the shockwave of flames. The turbulent energy flooded over him, giving him his first injury.
This boy, he's been injured. General Smoke actually felt a sense of relief. If this had continued then, he would have no idea just how long Lin Ming would have been able to persist. If Lin Ming was a heroic young elite from a holy land in the realm of the gods, then that was reasonable.
But Lin Ming was only a martial artist from the lower realms. That was truly incredible.
It should end soon. Once he's injured, defeat will come swiftly. He should be able to last for another 4 to 5 breaths of time. That should be around 75 breaths of time as a final result. That's also acceptable, General Smoke thought.
Generally, once a martial artist was injured, they would consume even more true essence. Coupled with the increasing number and weight of the stars under this barrage, he would be defeated in several more breaths of time.
Within the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming fiercely bit down on his tongue, forcefully revolving the heretical god force and suppressing the rampaging fire energy in his meridians. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, he stabbed his spear out once again. At 72 breaths of time, Lin Ming was injured yet again. This injury was even more serious. His chest was struck by the violent energy flows, causing blood to gush out. However, Lin Ming had completed 100% of tempering marrow and had used the profound gold divine fruit to temper his body. His body was as formidable as a treasure. Even though his chest muscles were scorched black and ruined, he still forcefully lived through this attack with none of his internal organs injured. 74 breaths of time. The raging energy flows were too strong. Lin Ming's ribs were cracked by the shockwaves and his organs were slightly injured.
76 breaths of time.
77 breaths of time. At 78 breaths of time, Lin Ming had nearly used up all of his true essence. But at this time, a 2.5-mile meteor began forming in the chain of stars. Lin Ming no longer had the strength to reverse the chain of stars. He could only look on helplessly as this meteor came crashing down, its speed accelerating at a ridiculous rate due to the force of the laws, bringing a flaming tail behind it. 79 breaths. 80 breaths. The meteor blazed and an incandescent light lit up the entire sky.
81 breaths of time.
A horrifying explosion tore apart the earth. Lin Ming no longer had even the least bit of ability to resist. His body was shredded to pieces in the shockwaves. The smelting trial test had ended here. When Lin Ming drew back from the God-transforming mirror with a pale face, General Smoke still hadn't composed himself.
81 breaths of time. This was too incredible. Lin Ming had lasted several more breaths of time than General Smoke had expected. From 70 to 80 breaths of time, the difficulty increased by yet another level.
This boy, not only has he made excellent progress in his battle spirit and understanding of laws, but his endurance and defensive ability are freakishly abnormal. If an ordinary martial artist was injured at 70 breaths of time, they would at most be able to last until 75 to 76 breaths of time. Yet this boy actually desperately dragged himself to 80 breaths of time. What a freak! As General Smoke thought that Lin Ming was about to be defeated after being injured, Lin Ming had actually grit his teeth and stumbled forwards, defying all expectations and lasting for another 11 breaths of time. General Smoke had no idea just what expression he should be making. When Guru Blue Flame saw that Lin Ming managed to reach 81 breaths of time, his entire face lit up with happiness. Lin Ming was a young elite that came from his time-worn Phoenix City and could also be considered a disciple of his. In the future, if Lin Ming really became an elder of the ancient Phoenix clan, then that would be the most glorious moment of his life. Of course, the probability was extremely low, even if Lin Ming was talented enough to be called a 500-year talent of the 3 great Phoenix cities of the lower realms. An elder-level character usually only appeared in the ancient Phoenix clan once in a millennium. Moreover, there was an over 90% chance that they would originate from the realm of the gods. If Lin Ming wanted to become an elder, he would need to have an astonishing destiny and an immeasurable number of lucky chances. Only 3 elder-level characters had originated from the 3 great Phoenix cities of the lower realms in the last 200 to 300,000 years. Moreover, they were outer court elders. None of them had been inner court elders. Currently, the last outer court elder was born 50,000 years ago. This was an extremely distant matter to Guru Blue Flame since he was only just over 10,000 years old. When this boy ascends into the realm of the gods in the future, I definitely must have him join my army. General Smoke thought out loud, subconsciously gripping his palm. Haha, then that depends whether or not you can snatch him away. Even if Nguyen Ming can't become an elder, there's still a high chance of him becoming a hall master. Perhaps he might even be chosen by Vermilion Bird Hall. With Lin Ming's talent, it would be extremely easy for him to find a good position in the ancient Phoenix clan in the future, whether that was in the army or the ruling system. Just wait and see. He will definitely join under my command. This is a young fellow who appreciates battle the most. Since I've lost this time, tonight I'll open up my fog flower wine and we'll drink until we drop. Haha, you're making me drool here. When Guru Blue Flame heard that there was wine to drink, even his eyes began to smile. But at this time, Fairy Fong suddenly said in a soft voice, General Smoke, do you remember about the ancient phoenix blood that we discussed previously? Of course I remember. Nguyen Ming can last up to 81 breaths of time. On just this point alone, I no longer need him to complete the 100-day assessment. I can consider him as passed. I will apply for the ancient phoenix blood for him. I will also ask for Nguyen Ming's opinion. Perhaps he might want other types of resources besides the ancient phoenix blood. In the realm of the gods' ancient phoenix clan, the outstanding youths there could request for resources depending on their results in the smelting trial. Ancient phoenix blood, pills, fire elementals, rare cultivation methods, all sorts of precious things could be obtained. Lin Ming was indeed talented, but the ancient phoenix clan in the realm of the gods was far too large. There were new generations of outstanding young elites every 10 years. Thus, there were never enough resources to pass around. Not to mention that besides these young elites, there were also powerhouses that were hundreds or even thousands of years that also needed resources. Since resources were so precious and in limited quantities, there naturally had to be a fair system to distribute them. The ancient Phoenix clan had different valuations for different resources. With Lin Ming's results, he could exchange for more of a less valuable type or less of a more valuable type. This was the fairest system. Nguyen Ming. General Smoke withdrew his consciousness from the God-transforming mirror and looked at the exhausted Lin Ming. He grinned and said, with your ability to persist in the second world for 81 breaths of time, you can be considered to have already passed my 100-day assessment. Now, I will give you 9 points as a total score. With this result, you can exchange for various cultivation resources of the ancient Phoenix clan. This includes ancient Phoenix blood, fire elementals, pills, rare cultivation methods, jade slips with concept enlightenments, and so forth. What would you like to exchange for? As General Smoke spoke, all of the other martial artists turned green with envy. Any one of these resources were priceless treasures. Hu Wenlong sighed.
He thought that he could diligently train and slowly catch up to Lin Ming, but now it seemed that the disparity between them was only growing more with every passing day.
General Smoke said that the resources were all approved by the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan. As someone who came from the realm of the gods himself, not being able to obtain the treasures of his own clan but instead having them taken by Lin Ming left a bitter taste in his mouth. "I want the blood of the ancient Phoenix," Lin Ming replied without hesitation. He had plenty of cultivation methods, pills could be found elsewhere, and while a fire elemental was precious, he wouldn't exchange it using such a valuable opportunity. He only desired the blood of the ancient Phoenix. By transplanting it into his body, he could permanently increase his fusion compatibility with the concept of fire. This naturally took priority over all else.
Lin Ming's reply was well within General Smoke's expectations. General Smoke faintly smiled and said, "Don't be so hasty to choose." Because most young elites desire to exchange for the ancient Phoenix blood, this caused its price to be the highest.
As a result, if you completely exchange your points for the ancient Phoenix blood, at most you'll have around over a mace worth. While you can choose the ancient Phoenix blood, there are also other resources available. For instance, concept jade slips. If you meditate on these, it will greatly improve your understandings towards the fire laws. What do you think?
As General Smoke spoke, Lin Ming hesitated. A mace was probably 60 to 70 drops. 10 maces was 1 tael. 16 taels was 1 gene. A martial artist probably had around 10 genes of blood in their bodies. This was equivalent to Lin Ming exchanging for 1/1000 of the blood in his body.
As for that single drop of ancient Phoenix blood from the divine Phoenix mystic realm, that was simply nothing to speak of. If he wanted to trade for the so-called perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, that was still too far away. Perhaps it was as General Smoke said. Exchanging part of his points for the concept of fire jade slips would also be good. While Lin Ming was thinking, Fairy Feng's true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Nguyen Ming, completely exchange all of your points for the blood of the ancient Phoenix. As for the concept jade slips, the higher quality ones are too expensive and the lower quality ones aren't necessarily any better than the ones I lent you. They will simply be useless to you. Lin Ming glanced at Fairy Feng. Fairy Feng nodded in return and also said, "The Phoenix bloodline concentration in your body is too low. Do not miss this chance to enhance your bloodline richness."
As for the other clansmen, their bloodline concentration is much higher, thus exchanging for other suitable things may be better choices for them.
Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Lin Ming held an extremely high level of trust towards Fairy Feng. He immediately said to General Smoke, "I want to exchange everything for the blood of the ancient Phoenix."
Okay. General Smoke no longer delayed. He directly took out a quarter-foot square crystal block from his spatial ring. In the very center of this crystal block was a sealed mass of red liquid. This red liquid was only the size of a fingertip. It seemed like a bright red ruby that was trapped inside. Obviously, this was the blood of the ancient Phoenix.
General Smoke said, "According to normal reasoning, I would need to apply to headquarters to distribute this blood of the ancient Phoenix. However, with your situation, it should be more than guaranteed that your application is successful.
Thus, I won't bother with all the red tape and will directly give you this blood of the ancient Phoenix instead. I hope that you can thoroughly comprehend the source fire laws in the future and become one of the elders of my ancient Phoenix clan." As General Smoke said this, he tossed the blood of the ancient Phoenix into Lin Ming's hands. "This is around a mace of blood. I can also help you apply for 10 more drops. I'll give it to you in a few more days."
"Thank you, General Smoke." Lin Ming held the clear crystal block in his hands. As he looked at the shining ancient Phoenix blood within, his eyes lit up with eager excitement. The ancient Phoenix bloodline was the fundamental basis for the existence of the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan. It was self-evident just how important it was to the ancient Phoenix clan. These past days, Lin Ming had gained a general understanding of the ancient Phoenix clan. Leaving aside the 3,000 boundless worlds within the lower realms and the branches of the ancient Phoenix clan that existed there, just within the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods, the clansmen there could be tallied in the hundreds of billions. In addition to those from the lower realms, the number was incalculable. Martial artists in the realm of the gods lived extremely long lives. often for tens of thousands of years. During this time period, they could have numerous children. If this continued, the number of individuals would grow at an exponential rate, and it was easy for the population to surpass hundreds of billions. In the realm of the gods, the ancient Phoenix clan had multiplied for countless generations already. With so many extraordinary youths born, the difficulty of standing out could be imagined. While Lin Min sat on a stone bed in his own training dimension, he asked Demonshine, "How is the situation in the South Sea?" When Lin Ming had left, he had also brought along a wisp of Demonshine's soul. This was so that he could always be aware of what was happening in the South Sea. Time-worn Phoenix City and the Sky Spill continent were in different spaces after all. To use a sound transmission was simply impossible. He could only depend on Demonshine to use his own soul to transmit messages. Demonshine said the giant Leviathan should be able to stay in the deep sea trench for half a year, and only 100 days has passed, so we're still okay. Xianxia does launch an exploratory attack every now and then. I'm guessing that he should be growing nervous by now. I see. Lin Ming's expression became a bit gloomy. If Xianxia was attacking, then the giant Leviathan might only be able to hold out for just 5 months instead of 6. Time was running out. Then, I will meditate on the concepts and laws a bit more and then absorb the blood of the ancient phoenix. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the crystal block with the ancient phoenix blood and placed it in the palm of his hands. He could already be considered as having finished the first stage of the king-level smelting trial. He could return whenever he wished. But perceiving the laws was naturally much faster in time-worn Phoenix City. More importantly, Lin Ming had no clear idea how his strength was when compared with Xianxia. If he increased his strength to the maximum limit he could before returning, then he would have the greatest assurance when facing Xianxia. As the blood of the ancient phoenix lay in his palms, Lin Ming could feel an ancient and mystical energy emitting from the clear crystal block. The crystal was only an inch thick. Sealed within, the blood of the ancient phoenix seemed thick and heavy in the shape of a perfect sphere. Lin Ming struck the crystal block. The crystal suddenly shook and countless cracks spread throughout it like a spider web. With a turn of his hand, all of that ancient phoenix blood flew into Lin Ming's palm. The ancient phoenix blood was viscous like mercury as it formed a flat spherical shape in Lin Ming's hand. As Lin Ming looked at this mass of ancient phoenix blood, he suddenly recalled the description in the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians where it described a boundary where one's marrow was like golden soup and blood like heavy mercury. The so-called blood like mercury was where the blood wouldn't scatter if it fell, easily gathering just like this blood of the ancient phoenix. Without a doubt, a god-beast from the realm of the gods was a high-level existence that dual-cultivated body and essence. They had powerful bodies and a vast, immeasurable amount of energy was contained within them. Not just that, but they were naturally more suited towards the laws of the universe than humans, or rather that they were part of the laws to begin with. So, how could a god-beast not be formidable? Lin Ming formed a small blade of true essence on his fingertip and then calmly cut a slit in the skin between his eyebrows. As blood flowed out, he took the ancient phoenix blood and pressed in between his eyebrows. A deep burning feel filled him as if there was a fire blazing between his eyebrows and acid was running through his flesh. However, to Lin Ming, who had already become accustomed to all sorts of pain, this was nothing at all. With his powerful regenerative abilities, the wound between Lin Ming's forehead quickly healed over, sealing the ancient phoenix blood into Lin Ming's body. The ancient phoenix blood had an extremely strong vitality. As soon as it entered Lin Ming, it began to crazily swallow Lin Ming's bloodline. If one wasn't strong enough, then not only would they not be able to absorb the ancient phoenix blood, but the blood would instead cause a backlash, killing the martial artist. That martial artist's blood would then become the nourishment of the ancient phoenix blood instead. Lin Ming silently revolved his true essence, circulating the energy in his meridians according to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. An invisible strength enveloped the ancient phoenix blood, pushing it deep into his blood vessels. At this time, where Lin Ming's heart was, the magic cube was silent throughout. It appeared to have no intention of fighting Lin Ming for this ancient phoenix blood. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. If the magic cube really wanted to snatch away the ancient phoenix blood, there simply wouldn't be any left for Lin Ming. Lin Ming closed his eyes and entered the ethereal martial intent state. Intangible fluctuations of will emanated outwards from the battle spirit in his spiritual sea. All of the fire origin energy in the surrounding space continuously converged into Lin Ming's meridians, circulating according to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But at this time, within Lin Ming's dantian, the black hole revolving core there began to slowly spin, forming a vortex of energy constantly swallowing the violent energy from the ancient phoenix blood. With Lin Ming's current level of strength, it wasn't too dangerous to absorb the blood of the ancient phoenix. It would only be a matter of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days passed, the ancient phoenix mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows grew increasingly bright, as if a red star was blazing there. As for Lin Ming himself, he seemed to have entered into a peculiar trance-like state. Normally, absorbing the ancient phoenix blood wouldn't take so long. Lin Ming sat in meditation for 7 days because he wanted to perceive the laws contained within the ancient phoenix blood as he absorbed it. Last time, Lin Ming had been able to last within the second world of the God-transforming mirror for 81 breaths of time. Now, he had many new understandings towards the concept of annihilation. At this time, taking advantage of the time when he was absorbing the ancient phoenix blood, he decided to carefully validate his new comprehensions of the laws one at a time. Unknowingly, the flame totem engraved on the surface of the heretical god seed became increasingly perfect and profound. As for Lin Ming, his understandings towards the concept of fire rapidly progressed. On the 9th day, Lin Ming could feel the revolving core within his dantian nearing the edge of transformation, on the border of breaking through to the late revolving core realm. Lin Ming was overjoyed. After absorbing this blood of the ancient phoenix and in addition to his new understandings of the laws, he was finally about to break through from the peak of the middle revolving core realm to the late revolving core realm. Before entering the divine phoenix mystic realm, Lin Ming's cultivation had been at the middle revolving core stage. Now, after a mere 100-some days of time, he was about to break through to the late revolving core realm. Closing his eyes, Lin Ming gathered all the energy from his meridians to his dantian, focusing on making this breakthrough. The true essence vortex on the black hole revolving core became increasingly large, sucking in true essence increasingly fast. The entire surface of the crystal core was now a deep blood red. 2 hours. For hours. Lin Ming had stirred up a fierce origin energy storm in his dimension. This sort of dimension had an extremely rich heaven and earth origin energy. But the space of the dimension was limited. It was unable to withstand the crazy absorption from Lin Ming, and soon half the energy was cleanly sucked away by him. However, the architect of the dimension had already considered many similar situations. After the concentration of true essence dropped precipitously, the array formation that formed the dimension would draw in origin energy from time-worn Phoenix City, restoring the origin energy within. Thus, from his dimension, Lin Ming began to absorb all the nearby energy. In the 9-layer tower at the center of time-worn Phoenix City, Fairy Feng had just obtained this news. These past days, she had sent out someone to take notice of Lin Ming's situation and report it back to her. Nguyen Ming has started to swallow the surrounding energy from his dimension. It seems that the little boy made a breakthrough. Fairy Feng stood up and walked towards a balcony, looking out towards Lin Ming's dimension. Haha! He should have made a breakthrough even earlier. He has already perceived so much from the jade slips and totem stones. And in addition to the ancient phoenix blood he absorbed, his breakthrough speed is already too slow. Guru Blue Flame laughed out from not too far away. As Guru Blue Flame said, the blood of the ancient phoenix was simply a priceless treasure for a fire attribute martial artist. Its value greatly surpassed the Nirvana dragon root to the point that it could be considered to be on another level altogether. Lin Ming was only at the revolving core realm. For him to absorb so much ancient phoenix blood, the advantages could be imagined. Fairy Feng said this is because Nguyen Ming's foundation is solid. Thus, the amount of total true essence he needs to break through is much higher. Sometimes having slower breakthroughs isn't a disadvantage. I'm looking forwards to how he'll be when he breaks through to the Divine Sea realm. I wonder to what degree his strength will reach. In his dimension, Lin Ming had already been stranded at the critical breakthrough point for 10 hours. The revolving core crystal nucleus in his dantian had grown to the size of a fist and it rapidly spun like a top. A red layer of mist covered the surface of the revolving core. Then, at this moment, the revolving core began to collapse from the inside out.
The entire revolving core rapidly reduced in size, emitting blazing rays of fiery light. Heaven and earth energy crazily gathered together, constantly condensing. In a single go, Lin Ming had broken through to the late revolving core realm. He had finally succeeded. Lin Ming's eyes slammed open. He gasped for breath in deep heaving gulps, his entire body dripping with sweat. The late revolving core realm was the last boundary before life destruction. As for extreme revolving core, that was just another term for life destruction. In essence, the life destruction realm was part of the revolving core realm. This was because, in both realms, the revolving core in the Dantian was still the focus of the martial artist's energy. But even so, from late revolving core to life destruction, the disparity in strength was equal to an entire great boundary. Stepping into the revolving core realm meant that one could be considered a master of the South Horizon region. However, considering the entirety of the Sky Spill continent, this strength was simply irrelevant. But by stepping into life destruction, one would finally enter the ranks of masters within the Sky Spill continent. Life destruction masters were valued even in holy lands. If one could reach the first stage of life destruction, then they could at least be an outer court elder of a holy land. Lin Ming had now reached the late revolving core realm. He was only a single step from entering life destruction. However, Lin Ming was only 21 years old. My cultivation has reached the late revolving core realm. In addition to my new comprehensions of fire laws, I wonder to what degree I can contend with Xianxia when I return. Before Lin Ming entered the king-level smelting trial, he was still weaker than a third-stage life destruction master. As for Xianxia, he was at the fourth stage of life destruction. Moreover, he had dominated the entire South Sea for so many years, so it was likely he had some hidden cards in his hands. This upcoming fight with Xianxia was still filled with unknowns. However, Lin Ming was confident that even if the situation was worse than what he expected, he could at least protect the giant Leviathan and guide it to safety. Demon Shine, I will still have 5 days I can meditate on the totem stones. Once I've used that up, we will immediately return to the Sky Spill continent. After Lin Ming lasted in the second world for 81 breaths of time, he had obtained another 5 days to perceive the totem stones as a reward. If he didn't use them all up, then that would be a waste. Lin Ming had recently closed up to enlighten himself on the annihilation laws of the concept of fire. In addition, after having broken through to the late revolving core realm and absorbing the blood of the ancient phoenix, there were a great number of doubts that had accumulated in his mind. With these final 5 days of meditating on the ancient phoenix totem stone, Lin Ming wanted to slowly resolve these doubts, verifying the truths and comprehensions within the flame engravings on the ancient phoenix totem stone. However, the end result was that not only was he unable to solve his questions, but during the process of meditation he also gained newer and more complex doubts. Lin Ming could feel that as his comprehension of the concept of flame deepened, his doubts grew more and more. This is a normal phenomenon. If Lin Ming one day managed to clear away all of his doubts, then that would be equal to understanding the source of fire laws. And it was even possible that someone who completely understood the source of fire laws would still have some doubts. Lin Ming didn't bother asking Fairy Feng about the questions he had. After all, she had said that he would have the most profound understanding if he realized these things himself, not to mention that everyone comprehended the laws differently. Everyone had their own system by which they comprehended laws. Trying to solve his own problems with other people's answers was not the best way to go about things. The more solid his foundation was, the more perfect the system of laws that he understood would become. At this moment, Lin Ming had stayed at the time-worn Phoenix City for 120 days. It was almost time to leave. But before leaving, Lin Ming applied to enter the God-transforming mirror one final time. The second world of the God-transforming mirror was known to be unbreakable by martial artists weaker than a divine sea martial artist from the lower realms. This was mainly because martial artists weaker than the divine sea simply didn't have the raw strength required to cause a large-scale reversal of the chain of stars. Even if they were fully aware of the laws, it was still useless. With Lin Ming's strength, he could only change a small portion of the revolution amongst the chain of stars. He was still afar from being able to break past the second world. It was impossible for Lin Ming to break past the second world. The reason he came to the God-transforming mirror again was mainly to confirm some new ideas he had. Time-worn Phoenix City, 9-layer tower.
General Smoke still hadn't left. Thousands of years ago, when the ancient Phoenix clan fought with an alien race in a massive war, General Smoke and Guru Blueflame had both served together in the army. There, they had forged a lifelong friendship on the precipice of death.
It was only afterwards that Guru Blueflame was severely wounded, thus he came to time-worn Phoenix City to recover. Like this, thousands of years had passed. General Smoke and Guru Blueflame were merrily drinking together. As for Fairy Feng, she was leisurely drinking some tea. At this moment, a fire lit in front of the three. That boy Nguyen Ming, he broke through 90 breaths of time in the God-transforming mirror of the second world. After Guru Blueflame heard the sound transmission, his eyes lit up. From 81 breaths to 90 breaths of time, that was another increase in difficulty. His progress is truly marvelous. General Smoke praised as he swished around his wine glass.
I actually think his progress is quite slow this time. He absorbed the blood of the ancient phoenix and also broke through to the late revolving core realm. I assume that these days he also gained new insights into the fire laws. To only increase his record by 9 breaths of time, that's just a little too few. Guru Blueflame licked his lips after he took a gulp of wine, shaking his head. His expression seemed as if he wished for Lin Ming to break past the second world and directly enter the third world. It was if would only be happy if he could scare this old fellow from the realm of the gods to death. It's not too surprising, Fairy Feng faintly said as she fiddled with her teacup. Glory from his results is simply unimportant to Nguyen Ming.
This time, he shouldn't have been trying to break through with his complete strength, but rather confirming some ideas in the God-transforming mirror's second world. If he used his complete range of skills to their full effect, then he should at least be able to break through 100 breaths of time.
After Fairy Feng spoke, Guru Blueflame suddenly remembered this. During the second time that Lin Ming went to the second world, he had attempted every single one of his moves at different times, even testing out the skill that involved the concept of thunder. Doing such was an extremely taxing process.
To test out his new comprehensions and even last for 90 breaths of time, that was enough to be called abnormal.
The little fellow is about to leave time-worn Phoenix City. I hope that when he returns to his Sky Spill continent, he will be able to allow his destiny to reach its peak. We've already done all we can do. Everything else will depend on himself. Nearly every genius had their own destiny and a number of lucky chances in their lives. Guru Blueflame thought that Lin Ming's destiny still belonged in the Sky Spill continent. If he returned, it was possible for him to inherit that destiny as well as finish his cycle of karma there. After he reached the Divine Sea in the future, he would definitely be able to ascend into the realm of the gods without any lingering emotions dragging him back. Since we've noticed his grown there, perhaps one day there will be a chance where his strength will surpass even us. As Fairy Feng spoke, she faintly smiled. This was already an extremely high evaluation from her. Fairy Feng, General Smoke, and General Blueflame were all characters in the ancient Phoenix clan that were only inferior to elders. Those that surpassed them in rank were all elders or above.
Within the ancient Phoenix clan in the realm of the gods, there were 72 elders. These elders were called palace masters because in the realm of the gods, the ancient Phoenix clan had 72 palaces.
Many of these palaces were located in secretive mystic realms, their internal structure incomparably mystical, containing all sorts of profound and enigmatic principles. There were also some palaces located in nearly inaccessible lands in the realm of the gods, lands where only true powerhouses could go. These 72 palace masters were all characters that had lived for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. There were even some palace masters that had lived longer than the current Phoenix clan patriarch. To become a palace master of the 72 palaces? That was unimaginably difficult. Moreover, a rare genius often couldn't even become a palace master. This was because there were simply too many talents in the universe. New extraordinary young elites appeared every few years, and there was even more geniuses concentrated in the realm of the gods. Even if they were dazzling and gloriously in the smelting trial, that was still useless. After all, it was unknown just what the future would hold. Just because their current destiny was astonishing didn't mean that their future destiny would be just as spectacular. It was possible that the talents of today could exhaust all of their future potentials. For instance, there were palace masters that hadn't obtained first place during the time they participated in the king-level smelting trial. But they were able to slowly overtake those that had been more talented than them, finally becoming a palace master.
As for the young talents that had once been stronger, they had simply faded from view or even perished. As to how Lin Ming's future would be, no one could even estimate.
As the three were drinking and musing to themselves, Lin Ming had already packed up all his belongings and arrived at the transmission array of time-worn Phoenix City. These last 120 days had been far too valuable to Lin Ming. He had seen a new world, greatly expanding his horizons. As Lin Ming left, he also brought along the concept jade slips that Fairy Feng had left for him. These jade slips were originally only supposed to be lent to Lin Ming for a month or two, but now they were lent to Lin Ming until he could break through to the Divine Sea. "Let's go, we're heading home." Lin Ming gripped his fists, decisively stepping onto the transmission array. In the endless South Sea, the great waves were rough and choppy. No one in the Sky Spill continent knew just how large the South Sea was nor where it ended. Legends said that there was once a mighty supreme elder that had flown towards the south of the South Sea for several years but still couldn't find where it ended.
Instead, he met more and more troubles and encountered increasingly formidable deep-sea vicious beasts that even he dreaded dealing with. This had forced him to retrace his steps. At this time, in this incomparably vast sea, at a range of hundreds of feet deep, there were 4 martial artists gathered together. The leader of this group was the #1 character of the South Sea Demon region, Xianxia.
In front of Xianxia, there was a strange octopus-like creature. It had several dozen long limbs but also 2 human-like arms. For the races of the deep sea, this wasn't too strange of an appearance at all.
Beside the weird octopus side was the turquoise-eyed ape clan's patriarch. Although he had suffered greatly because of Lin Ming and many of his fellow clansmen had been killed, he still couldn't resist the temptation and returned. He wasn't willing to give up on the giant Leviathan's marrow.
As for the Black Flood Dragon clan, they didn't appear again. The patriarch of the Black Flood Dragon clan was only at the 2nd stage of life destruction. His strength was far too low to begin with. There was never any chance of Xianxia dividing any resources with him, and instead, he faced the threat of having his entire clan being exterminated. If he came again and they didn't manage to kill Lin Ming, then that was a looming catastrophe over his hands.
With this sort of thankless matter, he naturally withdrew early.
There was also another deep-sea race present, represented by a feminine-looking man. He was tall with narrow eyes, pale skin, and a cruel, evil smile that constantly hung on his face. This person also came from the demonic path. His name was Bai Guanyun and his nickname was the Immortal Demon.
Bai Guanyun followed the path of obscenity and could be considered a counterpart of Xianxia. His ancestors had once been part of the Silent Demon Emperor City. When the Silent Demon Emperor City was annihilated, Bai Guanyun's clan left and headed towards the southwest mainland. There, they established their own sect that was also a demonic path sect. Originally, Bai Guanyun's sect couldn't compare to the South Sea Demon region. But now, with the South Sea Demon region being razed and looted several times by Lin Ming, they were alive in name only. With this, Bai Guanyun's sect naturally surpassed the South Sea Demon region.
Elder Xian, don't you think this is a bit too much?
You've actually been forced into this state by a little hairless revolving core boy who's only 20-some years old. And somehow even 80 to 90% of your sect was destroyed.
Bai Guanyun's words brimmed with a mocking tone. Xianxia obviously heard it, but after reaching his boundary, he had devoted his entire being to reaching the Divine Sea and becoming a peerless emperor. As for the taunting ridicules of others, he naturally paid no heed to them. The reason that he had asked Bai Guanyun to come was to lay down a mystic 1,000 sealing array. In order to do so, he needed at least 4 third-stage life destruction or higher powerhouses. The strange octopus was one, the turquoise-eyed ape patriarch was another, and along with Xianxia that was 3 in total. He was still missing one. Thus he went to look for Bai Guanyun. First, he could be considered old acquaintances with Bai Guanyun. Also, Bai Guanyun's cultivation was only at the 3rd stage of life destruction. It would be relatively easy for Xianxia to control him.
Otherwise, if he were to ask a top master to come and kill Lin Ming and find out whatever secrets were on his body, then those secrets might be stolen away instead. At that time he would have sacrificed so much just to have all his effort become a gift for someone else.
By Guanyun, you've lived over 1,000 years, so you should fully understand the truth that even a lion must use its full force to capture a rabbit. Moreover, Lin Ming is a formidable enemy. If you underestimate him, then you will be the one to suffer a loss. Haha. Well anyways, sign you've already paid me for my services, then I will gladly work for you. You can ask me to do whatever you wish. Bai Guanyun was full of smiles. He didn't really care much about Xian Wuji's words. In fact, seeing the South Sea demon region being reduced to such a state, he was filled with a gloating happiness. Bai Guanyun, you go to the south. Brother Sea Ape, you go to the north. I will go to the east. As for the rest, I'll have to rely on Brother Thousand Arm.
The Brother Thousand Arm that Xian Wuji mentioned was the strange octopus man. The mystic Thousand Sea Ceiling Array would have to rely mainly on the assistance of this strange octopus to set down. Once the mystic Thousand Sea Ceiling Array was laid down, then it would form an inescapable net. The dreamland within IR would be infinite and endless, capable of directly sealing away the giant Leviathan's perception. A great mystic fairyland enchantment was originally difficult to break. Moreover, the giant Leviathan's intelligence was low to begin with. It simply wasn't able to differentiate between fantasy and reality. If the array had a boundary, then the giant Leviathan could directly break through it. But this mystic Thousand Sea Ceiling Array had no boundaries. If the giant Leviathan attacked, its strike would simply fade outwards, causing no damage to the array itself.
On a side of the deep sea trench, the strange octopus was laying down the array formation with Bai Guanyun. The deep sea trench was very long. The entire array formation had to cover a radius of 10 miles. While the octopus creature crawled onto the walls of the ocean trench, its body wriggled as it drew deep sea origin energy through its arms and into its body.
Brother Fish, that Lin Ming boy has many secrets on his body, right? Bai Guanyun asked in a seemingly casual manner. In his opinion, there was no way that Xian Wuji would be willing to pay any price to just kill this Lin Ming for revenge. The strange octopus looked at Bai Guanyun, its entire body bulging and pulsating like the waves of the sea. I do not know.
Its voice was forced and hard to understand, as if it had to use some arcane ability to stiffly change its normal language into something understandable. Bai Guanyun pondered for a moment. He didn't know what sort of secrets Lin Ming had on him, but he very much wanted a portion of the spoils. However, he simply didn't have the ability to contend against Xian Wuji. His only chance was if he found several more allies or if he found some opportune turning point.
I heard this Lin Ming is less than 25 years old. To be at the middle revolving core at such a young age, there definitely must be some sort of extraordinary secret on his body.
Bai Guanyun didn't play around with the strange octopus. He directly told him his thoughts, hoping to arouse its interest. If we can capture Lin Ming ahead of time and use a soul-searching technique on him, then perhaps we might be able to glean something. Of course, the premise of this all relies on whether or not Brother Fish can fix the array formation so that we can hide this from Xian Wuji. As for the matter of capturing Lin Ming, you can leave that to me. I can guarantee you that there won't be any problems. Bai Guanyun's tone was very casual. He was a man of ambition. Although he knew that there was a risk of enraging Xian Wuji, he still couldn't resist the desires of his heart. As for dealing with Lin Ming, this didn't seem like a problem to him to begin with. To change the array formation to hide all this from Xian Wuji and then capturing Lin Ming? The octopus's mind stirred. Its hand movements slowed a bit, and its body oscillated. It was unknown just what this strange creature was thinking about. Without a doubt, Lin Ming was definitely a delicious delicacy. But to move against Lin Ming was the same as stealing food from the jaws of a tiger. They would have to risk arousing Xian Wuji's wrath.
There was still several days until this array formation would be finished. If it could use this time to plan its moves.
While the strange octopus was thinking, it suddenly became aware of a very unusual feeling. As a deep-sea life form, it was extremely sensitive to any changes in the water. At this moment, it could feel a faint murderous intent rushing through the sea. Dodge! The strange octopus frantically screamed out. Its body suddenly accelerated to the side. Bai Guanyun was shocked, immediately following it. As for the spot they had just been floating at, the current of water there had twisted into the point of a blade, crazily spinning and slicing its way through. What is this? The strange octopus was shocked. That strange spinning water blade didn't contain any energy, but with just the driving force of will itself, it seemed as if it could cut everything to pieces. Who is it? The strange octopus and Bai Guanyun spun around, both of them looking in the same direction. There, they could see a blue-clothed youth that wielded a red long spear. In the deep darkness of the sea, he was like a god of death that slowly approached them. His entire body seemed to meld into the surrounding seawater, making that red spear in his hands seem particularly dazzling. Since it was hundreds of thousands of feet deep under the sea, there was no sunlight. One could only count on their own perception to sense things. But that red spear seemed as if it was emitting its own crimson light like a flame burning in the darkness. You are... Bai Guanyun's pupils contracted. This youth's face wasn't unfamiliar to him. Before coming here, he had already investigated the situation in the South Horizon region. He knew that this boy was Lin Ming. You are Lin Ming?
Haha, truly I can search far and wide only to find you so easily here. Since you've come visit me, then you might as well stay behind. Bai Guanyun's words seemed rampant to the extreme, but he remained highly alert in his heart. He revolved the energy in his body to the limit.
According to his intelligence, Lin Ming's strength was inferior to that of a third-stage life destruction master, so why would he take the initiative to attack them?
There were the two of them and even Xian Wuji was nearby. Did he have a death wish?
At this time, Lin Ming gave off an aura similar to a vicious deep-sea beast from the depths of the divine sea. It was like he was completely enveloped in killing intent, making anyone who looked at him feel repressed, unable to revolt.
Bai Guanyun immediately extracted a peak high-grade Earthstep treasure sword from his spatial ring. At this time, he finally noticed that Lin Ming's cultivation was actually at the late revolving core realm.
Late revolving core realm.
That was inconsistent with the information he received. Bai Guanyun didn't even have time to ponder the meaning of this. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming's spear had already thrust straight towards him.
Brilliant flames roiled, heating up the seawater until it bubbled. The spear shot thousands of feet forwards in an instant as if it were a blazing meteor in the deep night sky. Humph! Bai Guanyun coldly coughed. Although he was somewhat ambivalent towards Lin Ming, this didn't mean that he feared him. Merely at the late revolving core realm and you suddenly think you're undefeatable in the world?
This old man will let you know just how strong a third-stage life destruction master is.
Heaven-shattering sword. Facing this unfathomable Lin Ming, Bai Guanyun didn't dare to hold his hand. With a loud cry, he used 100% of his strength to launch a counterattack. This heaven-shattering sword strike was one of his great master moves.
Meanwhile, the strange octopus waved its tentacles ready to go all out. But in this moment, a bright crimson light suddenly shined out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The spear in his hand suddenly soared in speed. Concept of fire annihilation, chasing sun.
The might of this spear was like a falling meteor from the God-transforming mirror's second world. With a loud explosive sound, the sword in Bai Guanyun's hands broke apart. What?
When Bai Guanyun saw his own sword shatter like a pane of glass, he was immediately horrified. At this critical moment, he drew back in a panic. However, Lin Ming's long spear homed in towards him. As the law of annihilation bloomed in front of Bai Guanyun, all of the seawater around him began to instantly deconstruct. With a miserable scream, the right half of Bai Guanyun's body was covered in blood. Not dead yet?
Lin Ming's eyebrows pricked up. With absolute silence, his spear swept out.
Bai Guanyun was so scared that he felt as if his soul had fled from his body. Brotherfish, save me.
At this time of crisis, the strange octopus had also discovered just how terrifying Lin Ming was. Although it didn't know just what had happened in these past 4 months, without a doubt, Lin Ming's strength had risen dramatically. At this time, it was impossible for the strange octopus to contend with him. As for saving Bai Guanyun, that was simply just a joke. Instead, it hoped that Bai Guanyun could delay Lin Ming for some time so that it could safely escape. Since things had devolved to this point, it no longer had any intention of laying down any sort of ceiling array formation. If it couldn't kill Lin Ming, then the consequences would be dire indeed.
The strange octopus flung out several tentacles, quickly fleeing into the deep sea.
Bai Guanyun cursed in his heart. At the doors of death, He fiercely bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, forcefully revolving true essence in his body, causing his body to suddenly shoot up 10 feet. This caused Lin Ming's spear strike to miss its target and slice through his leg instead of cutting him in half. Puff! His leg bones ruptured and blood oozed into the water. Bai Guanyun screamed as his heart filled with a manic despair. Lin Ming no longer cared about chasing after Bai Guanyun anymore. He swiveled around and the Azura force field and the Death God force field erupted together. At the same time he flicked his finger and a mass of purple flames shot out from his hand. As these flames appeared, the surrounding sea water instantly vaporized. A massive spherical hole was burned through the center of the deep sea. This fire was the burning star flame. Pouring his battle spirit into the flames, Lin Ming sprung out his 5 fingers and the burning star flame shot out like a hail of arrows. Oh! The strange octopus that had fled not too far away suddenly screamed. Because it was suddenly covered by these dual force fields, its speed instantly plummeted. It felt as if a sun was suddenly born in the sea, and the high water content of its body quickly withered away in the face of this purple sunlight. The strange octopus was from a deep sea race and was a water attribute life form. Fire was its natural nemesis. Roar! The strange octopus let out a strange cry. It spat out a black ball from its body, shooting it straight towards the burning star flame. Monster's core? Lin Ming's eyes brightened. If he wasn't wrong, then this was the strange octopus's monster core. The deep sea races were less like humans and more like highly intelligent monsters and beasts. A monster core was something that only a high-level monster could cultivate. It was similar to a human's revolving core crystal nucleus. Additionally, the most important thing was that it would only use this monster core to fight its enemies when it encountered a highly dangerous situation. The monster core was extremely fast as it collided with the burning star flame. With a loud bang, a terrifying detonation occurred in the deep sea. The explosive shockwaves surged out in all directions, pushing Bai Guanyun away. As for the strange octopus, because its monster core was damaged, it let out a miserably cough and flew backwards as it emitted a huge jet of inky black fluid. Lin Ming grasped his red long spear and stepped forwards. After becoming accustomed to the explosive shockwaves from the meteors of the God-transforming mirror's second world, these shockwaves were now no different from a cool spring breeze to Lin Ming. It simply wasn't even worth mentioning. He easily broke past the shockwaves. As his feet stepped forwards, he displayed golden rock shattering the void, instantly appearing in front of the strange octopus. At that moment, the strange octopus's face distorted with horror. Its monster core hadn't yet returned to its body, but Lin Ming had already arrived in front of it. The severity of the situation could be imagined. Die! Lin Ming expressionlessly thrust out his spear. The spear held the concept of burning heat within it. The crimson spear edge burned red like it just came from the center of a blazing sun. As it shot forwards, a massive amount of water evaporated around it. The octopus screamed out as Lin Ming's spear pierced right into its soft head. Ah! The strange octopus emitted a completely inhuman scream. Its originally milky white face became covered with rosy colors, as if paints were being mixed on its skin. Chi chi chi. The strange octopus's body rapidly withered away as all the water in its body evaporated. As for that spinning black monster core that was returning, Lin Ming snatched it in his hands. The monster core of a third-stage life destruction monster could be considered a great fortune. If a martial artist directly swallowed it up, it would be useful for one's cultivation. In addition, it could also be used to refine pills. Since Lin Ming had decided to step onto the path of becoming an alchemist, he naturally wouldn't miss out on rare water attribute materials like this. From the time Lin Ming had appeared to when the strange octopus died, it seemed like a long while, but the truth was that only 5 to 6 breaths of time had passed. Bai Guanyun stared on helplessly as Lin Ming used this tiny bit of time to slaughter the strange octopus whose strength was similar to his, as if it were a chicken or dog. In his heart, there was nothing but an inexplicably rising fear. Both of his legs had been cut off. It was impossible to escape. How could things turn out like this? Bai Guanyun felt as if he had gone crazy. For months ago, Lin Ming only had the strength to barely kill a second-stage life destruction master. How could his strength progress so quickly?
Normally, for a martial artist to advance a single stage of life destruction every few dozen years was already an incredible speed. But Lin Ming had only taken 4 months to enhance his strength by at least a boundary. This caused Bai Guanyun to fall into a hopeless despair.
But at this time, a billowing whirlpool suddenly appeared in the deep sea. A formidable aura surged forth like an endless tide. Bai Guanyun was suddenly overjoyed. He turned his head to see that not too far away, Xian Wuji had grasped a jet-black lance and was rushing his way over. "Brother Xian, save me!" Bai Guanyun loudly called out for help. But as his voice left him, a burning hot spear appeared like a ghost right in front of his throat. "Xie!" With a faint sound, blood spurted out. Bai Guanyun stared at Lin Ming with wide eyes, unwillingness and disbelief coloring his face. However, as his perception had already faded away, he was no longer able to see anything in the water before him. The only thing that filled his vision was darkness.
Pung! Bai Guanyun's true essence protection shattered and sea water came pouring in, crushing Bai Guanyun's body to nothingness. This was a depth of hundreds of thousands of feet. The pressure was extremely terrifying. Bai Guanyun was not from the deep-sea races. Once his human body lost its true essence protection, his eyeballs instantly burst apart, his eardrums perforated, and sea water fluxed into his body, squishing his organs, meridians, muscles, bones, and everything to mush. Lin Ming calmly took back his spear. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved Bai Guanyun's spatial ring. "Lin Ming!" A voice touched with the tiredness from the endless trials of life echoed outwards. As Lin Ming turned around, he could see that just 1,000 feet away in the jet-black sea water, Xian Wuji was floating, pointing a lance straight at Lin Ming. Lin Ming indifferently waved his spear, meeting Xian Wuji in return. On one side was a cold, dark light, and on the other side was a blazing red dawn. After so many years, Lin Ming had finally gained the capital to stand in front of Xian Wuji and fight with him. That young, ordinary youth that had just entered the 7 profound martial house now had the ability to declare war on the #1 master within the entire South Sea. As Xian Wuji looked at Lin Ming, various feelings and emotions filled his heart. "It should have been nearly 5 years since my great-grandson Xianji was killed by you. No, in less than 5 years, you've risen up from the peak of pulse condensation to the late revolving core realm. I have investigated your past. When you were 15 years old, you were only ordinary, not special at all. Now at just 21 years of age, a bit more than 6 years' time, you've grown from a mere common mortal to a top master that can instantly kill a 3rd-stage life destruction powerhouse. Within the Sky Spill continent, your speed of cultivation is unprecedented from ancient times until now. I am truly curious, just what secret do you have with you?" As Xian Wuji spoke, Lin Ming didn't respond. However, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch that was following behind Xian Wuji actually blanched. In less than 5 years, he had gone from the peak of pulse condensation to the late revolving core realm. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch only knew that Lin Ming's talent was monstrous. But he had never been too sure as to what Lin Ming's history was. But now, listening to Xian Wuji speak, this was the first time that he discovered that Lin Ming was an absolutely heaven-defying monstrous freak of nature. In 5 years, to go from the peak of pulse condensation to the late revolving core with such a terrifying cultivation speed, only a fool would believe that Lin Ming didn't have some heaven-shattering lucky chance with him. No wonder Xian Wuji had been willing to pay any price to capture Lin Ming. "This is truly unbelievable." "Ah." Xian Wuji deeply sighed, his eyes flashing with a strange, otherworldly look. "At revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, you fought with Xian Ji." Although Xian Ji was only at the Hotian realm, his talent was still extraordinary and he had cultivated the ancient devil arts. With his complete strength, he was even able to match a Xiantian master. However, he was still defeated by you, a mere boy with a trivial pulse condensation cultivation. At that time, your talent was astonishing, but there were talents like you all over the 4 divine kingdoms, and there were even many young elites that surpassed you. At that time, I was startled by you, but I did not fear you. The reason I wanted to kill you was only because I wanted to avenge Xianji's death, not because I thought that you had any amazing secret on your body. I never imagined that in such a short time, you will develop to the point where you could threaten me. Afterwards, you entered the demon god Imperial Palace.
and with your little Hotion realm cultivation, you played with us old fellows in the palm of your hand. You stole away the Nirvana dragon root and the cosmic melting furnace.
The meticulous plans that I laid down for over 10 years was actually made into a gift for a little child. How laughable is that? Even now, I still don't understand. Just how were you so skilled in ancient array formations?
How did you obtain all those treasures and then make a grand escape to freedom? You snatched away the Nirvana dragon root and cosmic melting furnace and then left for 2 whole years. Now you've returned, and you've returned as a complete monster. The reason I was so anxious to flush you out of hiding was because I truly feared you from the very bottom of my heart.
I feared you so much that I even imagined days when I would take a nap and the second I woke up you would have obtained the strength to kill me and would have already come rushing to my door.
Xianxia said in a single breath. After knowing of Lin Ming's existence for such a long time, there had been too many questions pressing down on his mind. The pressure on his heart had increased every day.
Secret? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Xianxia, don't you know about the existence of the realm of the gods?
You fear how fast I grow, but that is only because you are nothing more than a frog in a well. In the 3,000 boundless worlds, there are countless extraordinary young elites just like me. One day, perhaps you will find that everything you've chased after in your life is nothing in the eyes of others. Nothing but leftover garbage for them to step over.
Ha ha ha.
Xianxia laughed. What you said is true. There are no limits in this universe. There is always a higher peak, a stronger man. I am truly nothing but a little frog in a well, but I am unwilling to remain so. I am unwilling to chase after things that are nothing but trash in the eyes of others. Thus, I want to leave this world. And you, Lin Ming, you will be my springboard to do so. Perhaps your secret is only garbage to the powerhouses in the realm of the gods. But in my eyes, it is the most precious treasure. It is my only hope to break past my limits.
Let's do this. Lin Ming, show me just where the limits of your strength lie.
As Xianxia spoke, he flourished the lance in his hands and thrust it straight at Lin Ming. Take my lance, sunder the profound heavens.
Bang!
Xianxuji's true essence exploded out, forming a massive amount of pressure in the sea. The seawater around Lin Ming suddenly became as hard as iron as it began to envelop him. Although this pressure wasn't able to harm Lin Ming, it was still able to form a cage around him, sealing the directions where he could escape. But the truth was that Lin Ming had no intention of dodging to begin with. A frontal melee was what he desired above all. True essence revolved in his body as the heretical god force was released to its limit. Lin Ming held the red spear, pouring his battle spirit into the spear point. For a time, the entire spear radiated a glorious flaming red light. Chasing sun, the seawater was evaporated by the burning hot energy. Lin Ming's spear stuck Xianxuji's lance point.
Bang bang bang.
2 amazing energies collided. The seawater crazily spun around, mixing up from the forces. As the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch saw the situation devolving, he had already long retreated. This is?
In the instant that Xianxia exchanged moves with Lin Ming, he felt an incomparably sharp strength rush into his lance. It was like his heaven-step lance was unable to resist this force, issuing out a keening tremble.
This caused Xianxuji to be extremely alarmed. Burst! Xianxuji loudly shouted, detonated the true essence on the lance point. He was driven far back from the energy backlash. As he looked down at the black spear in his hands, he could see that it was still shaking. If this continued, then he couldn't guarantee that his lance wouldn't break.
This was a heaven-step treasure. If it were a high-grade earth-step treasure, it would have absolutely broken apart just now.
Xianxuji's vision focused on the red spear in Lin Ming's hands. That spear seemed to be a heaven-step treasure, but there was something strange covering it. Xianxuji was completely unable to determine just what rank of treasure it was.
However, even if it were a medium-grade heaven-step treasure, it would still be impossible to create such a terrifying pressure on his heaven-step lance. As Xianxuji recalled that incomparably keen strength just now, his heart suddenly trembled.
Could that strength be
a battle spirit? The South Sea Demon region had once been a holy land. Its holy ruler, the Netherworld Great Emperor, had been a top-ranked character within the Sky Spill continent 3,000 years ago. In the ancient texts of their sect, there were certain records of battle spirits. Xian Wuji didn't recognize this battle spirit at the start because this power was far too distant a realm for him. So, he simply never thought of it. This brat Lin Ming has actually formed his own battle spirit at the late revolving core realm? No, that's wrong. According to the description in the ancient texts, this sort of battle spirit is not at a low grade. Lin Ming probably formed his battle spirit at an even earlier boundary. He is still young, and yet he comprehended his own battle spirit. Moreover, that spear strike just now didn't contain just a battle spirit. There was also an incomparably mystical concept of fire. The profound mystery of this concept is something that perhaps even Yin Yang Profound Palace Master Xingji's own concept of fire could not hold a candle to. Yin Yang Profound Palace was a sect that focused on the water and fire cultivation methods using yin and yang elements to complement each other. Xingji trained in the fire attribute and his cultivation was at the second stage of life destruction. Xian Wuji had also once experienced Xingji's concept of fire. But compared to Lin Ming's own concept of fire, it was nothing more than trash. A battle spirit comparable to that of a divine sea supreme elder, and a concept of fire that surpasses Xingji's own understanding. As Xian Wuji held onto the black lance in his hands, rough and violent waves beginning to churning in his heart. He had always thought that the reason Lin Ming became such a monstrous genius was because his luck was good and he stumbled onto a massive lucky chance. If Xian Wuji could obtain this lucky chance, then his achievements would be even greater. But now, whether it was the concept of fire or a battle spirit, neither of those can be attained with just a lucky chance. Battle spirit depended on one's will and the concept of fire looked at one's perception. Could Lin Ming truly be an unprecedented rare talent? Xian Wuji's complexion sank as he turned grim. He lifted his spear and wiped his right hand on the lance point. Fresh scarlet blood poured onto the lance point and shaft. Then, an incredible scene occurred. In that moment, the black lance seemed to become a bloodthirsty vicious beast, completely absorbing Xian Wuji's blood and turning from black to a bright red. Lin Ming, I didn't think that with just a single exchange you've already pushed me to the point of making a blood sacrifice to my lance. Today, this battle will decide our life and deaths. Xian Wuji cultivated the ancient devil arts. He could directly sacrifice his own blood essence to his lance to further temper it, obtaining an even greater attack power. However, a martial artist had a limited quantity of blood. He would undoubtedly lose part of his blood vitality because of this move. Xian Wuji had no choice. He had to make a blood sacrifice to his lance in this battle with Lin Ming. The main reason was not to increase his striking power, but instead to reinforce his lance. If he hadn't done so, then his lance would have been cut off by Lin Ming's spear in just several collisions. This sort of disadvantage didn't originate from the difference in ranks of their treasures but from the existence of a battle spirit. In a battle between heaven-step treasures, when there was only a small difference in rank, there wouldn't be an obvious inferiority if Xian Wuji's lance struck Lin Ming's spear. But Lin Ming's spear had a battle spirit poured into it. This caused the sharpness and hardness of his spear to rise by an unbelievably large degree. In the past, when Lin Ming had poured his battle spirit into his high-grade Earth-step purple comet spear, he had been able to pierce through the body of a corpse devil which had been tempered by the profound gold divine fruit so that its body stood on par with a heaven-step treasure. In addition to that, he had received a medium-grade heaven-step spear from the time-worn Phoenix City that could stand on par with a high-grade heaven-step treasure in terms of hardness. If a battle spirit were to be attached to such a weapon, the degree of sharpness could be imagined. Xian Wuji did not have a battle spirit. Thus, he did not have the qualifications to directly confront Lin Ming. Thus, Xian Wuji could either use a massive amount of true essence to protect his lance or make a blood sacrifice to his lance, injuring himself to attack his enemy. Blood smeared the corners of Xian Wuji's mouth. He pointed his lance straight at Lin Ming and said, "In that lance strike just now, I was forced to withdraw my attack midway. Now I will use everything I have." Now that Xian Wuji and Lin Ming's battle had reached this boiling point, there was no longer any path of retreat. Xian Wuji had to fight, and this was because he was a man whose heart was filled with ambition. If it was possible,
He wanted to not only reach the divine sea but also ascend into the realm of the gods, seeing and adventuring through a much broader world. Now, with this lucky chance standing right in front of him, if he didn't fight now, then he was destined to die in another 1,000 years, his body reduced to ashes by the endless expanse of time, blood waves drowning the skies.
Xian Wuji grasped his lance. Because of the wisp of blood essence he sacrificed to his spear, his originally white face was now flushed red, making him look like a demonic blood monster and the spear in his hands like the scarlet tongue of a devil.
Xian Wuji waved his lance, and a roiling red energy cut towards Lin Ming.
Facing this attack from Xian Wuji, Lin Ming held his spear flat in his hands, revolving his true essence to the limit. His spear potential and battle spirit constantly rose.
In the heavy water pressure hundreds of thousands of feet under the sea, every single move had to be made through the dense water, causing one to use up even more energy and stamina. Law of annihilation, chain of stars.
As Lin Ming held the red spear shaft, he swept it downwards.
This spear strike was a move that Lin Ming had comprehended after reversing the chain of stars in the God-transforming mirror's second world. It had no name, but rather contained a trace of the concept of annihilation. As his spear cut out, it tore apart the deep sea, fiercely colliding with Xian Wuji's lance strike. Bang! The entire sea trembled and monstrous, surging currents rolled up into a vortex. Thousands of feet away from the battle, a massive amount of sediment was stirred up into gray storms. Several deep-sea vicious beasts that were hiding in the sand were frightened, fleeing in a panic. Clang, 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 clang.
In this storm of sand and water, Lin Ming and Xian Wuji engaged in a brutal melee. The two heaven-step treasure weapons fiercely collided, causing the sea current to violently surge. In the high pressure of the deep seas, the water still wouldn't vaporize even when heated to a temperature comparable to molten magma.
Every single strike from Lin Ming contained the power of his battle spirit, and every single lance strike from Xian Wuji contained his blood essence. Demon God force field of the heavenly demon martial intent. As Lin Ming fought, the killing intent on his body became increasingly thick and pure, starting to overwhelm Xian Wuji with a terrifying oppressive force. The Death God force field was formed from the will of a martial artist's killing intent.
If a martial artist didn't have a firm will and they were covered by the Death God force field, then it was possible that the fires of their life would be directly snuffed out.
Even a powerful master would be affected by the Death God force field, unable to utilize their full strength.
This brat. Xian Wuji was shocked. Lin Ming actually had this type of domain ability. Just what had this boy experienced in his life that he had so many abilities that others could only wish for?
Endless ghost scream. Break for me.
Xian Wuji turned his lance. On the lance point, a wisp of eerie dark purple flame appeared. For a moment, it was as if countless spirits were crying out in unison. It was as if this wisp of dark purple fire was condensed from the infinite spirits of tortured souls.
Xian Wuji's lance had killed countless martial artists. It was similar to the great desolate blood halberd. It used the blood essence and souls of martial artists as nourishment to strengthen itself. The tortured spirits were constantly melted away by the Death God force field. But the dark purple flame on Xian Wuji's lance became increasingly vivid. Demon God Flash. The muscles on Xian Wuji's face fiercely twisted as he struck out at Lin Ming's head. But Lin Ming actually didn't dodge or evade the strike. Instead, he thrust out his own spear, straight towards Xian Wuji's chest. Law of annihilation. Xian Wuji was startled. Lin Ming completely disregarded a fatal attack to his head and still attacked him. It was like he didn't care for his own life. With a turn of his lance, the energy that Xian Wuji poured into it suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, true essence violently surged out. Lin Ming's purely offensive attack had caused both him and Xian Wuji to be injured. Lin Ming was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the true essence explosion, but Xian Wuji was no better off. Although he had blocked Lin Ming's spear, the battle spirit-infused spear light still continued unabated, piercing through his layers of protective true essence and into his chest. Around 10% of the strike strength roared into his meridians, recklessly destroying everything there. Xian Wuji paled and suppressed this true essence with a great deal of effort. Blood dripped down the corners of his lips. He was injured. Xian Wuji grimaced. Although this was only a minor wound, Lin Ming hadn't even defended, and yet he himself had been injured. But no matter how it had happened, the truth was that he had been injured at the hands of a junior only a fraction of his age. A fourth-stage life-destruction martial artist had been wounded by a mere 20-some-year-old revolving core boy. If the world learned of this, they would say he was nothing more than a joke. Boy, since you couldn't dodge my strike, you wanted to engage in a suicidal trade instead. Dream on, Xian Wuji sneered. Sometimes, when a martial artist was weaker than the others and didn't have the confidence to defend against another's moves, they might instead decide to trade injury for injury, forcing the other to withdraw. But Xian Wuji was deeply experienced in combat. He could freely receive and change his strength, always able to change his attack. He simply wouldn't fall for such tricks. A moment ago, he had temporarily changed the direction of his attack, blocking the majority of the attack. Since Lin Ming hadn't changed his attack, his injuries should be much worse. However, Xian Wuji's taunting smile only lasted for several breaths of time, before it froze on his face. He looked at Lin Ming with wide eyes. At Lin Ming's chest, the clothing had been ripped apart by the true essence explosion. However, there was only a shallow bloody wound on his chest that was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Xian Wuji was bewildered. His lance light had obviously struck Lin Ming. Even if it was weakened by Lin Ming's bodily true essence protection, it should still be able to grievously wound him. How could it only cause such a minor wound? Xian Wuji didn't even have time to think about what had just happened. Lin Ming's spear was already shooting towards him once again. This spear strike contained all of Lin Ming's true essence. It caused all the heaven and earth origin energy in a scope of 10 miles to spin around. In that moment, space twisted and the sea boiled. As the spear thrust out, the high-pressure sea water was split apart, forming a vacuum tunnel. Within Lin Ming's body, the heretical god seed howled as the burning star flame surged outwards. Bury the heavens. In this strike, the power of space fused with the concept of fire. Using the tempestuous space flows like a wind, it helped to increase the power of fire. Xian Wuji's expression became ferocious. He stabbed out his lance again and again. Emperor arriving in the world. Ka. Xian Wuji's lance issued out a keening cry as if it couldn't support itself much longer. But Lin Ming's spear shot forwards with unstoppable force, arriving right in front of Xian Wuji. Around the edge of the spear, space tore apart and countless space fragments flew out like steel needles, cutting through the deep sea. This move is... Xian Wuji's pupils shrank. His lance had reached the limit yet again. Turning the lance, Xian Wuji bit down on his tongue, forcefully spitting out more blood essence onto the lance edge. Pong! A massive amount of sea water vaporized, turning the entire seabed into a world of hazy fog. Xian Wuji had drawn back more than 200 feet. His face flushed red with blood as he gasped for breath in deep, heaving gulps. Hundreds of thousands of feet under the deep sea, every ability used here would consume over twice the energy it took on the surface. In this fierce battle, Xian Wuji had already consumed a great deal of his true essence. Because Lin Ming was still over an entire boundary lower than Xian Wuji, he had been forced back 1,000 feet. But compared to Xian Wuji, his complexion still hadn't changed. There was not a single drop of sweat on his body. He still had plenty of strength left. Even after using Chasing Sun, Penetrating Rainbow, the Laws of Annihilation, Bury the Heavens, and engaging in a brutal melee for a short period of time, he still had plenty of energy. It had to be known that in the later parts of the God-transforming mirror's second world, when the meteors there reached 1.5 miles wide in diameter, Lin Ming would have to use Bury the Heavens to defend against them. As for the 2-mile-wide meteors, Lin Ming would have to reverse the chain of stars. Even in this case, if Lin Ming was completely earnest in his battle, he could last for over 100 breaths of time. This had caused Realm of the Gods powerhouses like Fairy Feng to praise him, and for young elites like Hua Wenlong to fall into crippling despair from his success. The reason that Lin Ming had such a great endurance was because he had opened the 8 inner hidden gates. With the tempering of the ancient Phoenix bloodline, his blood vitality now greatly exceeded even an extraordinary individual's. In these aspects, Xian Wuji simply couldn't compare to Lin Ming. Not only did Lin Ming dominate in endurance, but he dominated in terms of defensive ability too. With 100% tempering marrow along with the tempering from the profound gold divine fruit, Lin Ming's body was similar to a high-grade earth step treasure. He could easily engage Xian Wuji in a battle of attrition. Thus, even if Lin Ming's striking power was below Xian Wuji's, if they continued fighting, then Xian Wuji would no longer be able to support himself after another half-incense stick of time. Raising his spear, Lin Ming attacked again. Bury the heavens.
This was the same move as the last. True essence erupted from the red spear and space fragments cut out like shredding knives. Seawater was twisted into a giant whirlpool as the entire seabed vaporized. As Xian Wuji saw Lin Ming's attack only increase in aura and potential, his eyes finally flashed with a trace of fear.
How was this possible?
Was this boy's body a puppet or something?
Bang! With another violent explosion, Xian Wuji was only able to barely defend against Lin Ming's bury the heavens. Under the shockwaves, he was sent flying back thousands of feet. In the shifting tide of the battle, Xian Wuji's minimal advantage against Lin Ming had already disappeared.
As for Lin Ming, after he was forced back several hundred feet, he shook his long spear and stabbed towards Xian Wuji again.
Penetrating rainbow. A blazing spear light pierced through the deep sea. At this time, Xian Wuji was still exhausted. He hadn't even managed to conjure up any new strength before Lin Ming's strike came hurtling towards him once again. Bang! Xian Wuji coughed stuffily as he was sent flying away. The tumbling blood in his body was barely suppressed by his true essence.
The difference in their remaining strength was only growing. Chasing sun.
Bury the heavens.
Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Lin Ming used move after move, completely overwhelming Xian Wuji. How was this possible?
Xian Wuji felt the blood surging up in his body as wounds accumulated all over him. As he faced Lin Ming's non-stop barrage of increasingly powerful attacks, fear finally began to bloom in his heart, causing him to draw back. He was truly ambitious, but in this situation where his chances of success were becoming increasingly slim, he wasn't stupid enough to bring himself to death's door.
Escape?
This thought flashed through Xian Wuji's mind. He indeed had some cards left in his hands, but facing this inexhaustible puppet like Lin Ming, Xian Wuji already felt a tinge of fear. He feared that even if he used every final card in his hands, he still couldn't kill him.
If that happened, then he wouldn't even have the chance to escape anymore.
With twist of his hand, Xian Wuji took out an ash-gray pill from his spatial ring. This pill was refined from 10,000-year-old milk stalactite. After swallowing it, it could rapidly restore 30% of one's true essence. It could be said to be a miracle medicine capable of reversing any battle.
There was still a vast distance from here to the Sky Spill continent. Xian Wuji only had less than 40% of his true essence left. If he didn't supplement it, then it would be impossible for him to return.
With a flick of his finger, Xian Wuji grudgingly swallowed down the pill, immediately turning around to escape.
You want to run away? Lin Ming's eye flashed with a thick killing intent. If he didn't remove the weed by the roots, then there would always be a viper aiming at him from the dark. After suffering a lesson from Ouyang Boyan, Lin Ming would not allow this kind of matter to repeat itself again. True essence erupted and a battle spirit-infused Azura force field spread out at the speed of light. The force field instantly overtook Xian Wuji, leaving behind an undetectable battle spirit mark on his body.
Lin Ming had used this battle spirit mark once in the Eternal Demon Abyss to search for an exit from the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, and also once in the South Sea Demon region to chase down the numerous escaping masters there. If one didn't have a battle spirit like Lin Ming, then it was impossible to detect it, much less remove it. After leaving behind this battle spirit mark, Lin Ming would be able to find Xian Wuji even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Demon Shine, have the giant Leviathan float back up to the surface to recuperate its wounds. I will chase down Xian Wuji. Okay. Demon Shine chuckled. Hunting down and killing others is what this saint likes the most.
Lin Ming received his red spear and stepped with golden rock shattering the void, instantly chasing after Xian Wuji. In the deep sea, it moving forwards was very slow. In addition, every step forwards required several times more energy it took than to fly. Xian Wuji didn't have much of his original energy remaining to begin with, thus he naturally needed to run out of the sea first.
Bang! Sea water exploded, forming a massive spray of water hundreds of feet high. Xian Wuji shot up into the heavens, flying straight towards the north. As he flew, he took out an enchantment bead from his spatial ring and tossed it behind him. Xian Wuji had used this kind of enchantment bead once before in the Demon God Imperial Palace to block Abbot Whitebrow and the others from chasing after him. If it hadn't been for Lin Ming tinkering with the transmission array and changing it, then Xian Wuji would have had enough time to escape. Bang! The bead burst apart at the sea level, forming a blue-hued enchantment barrier that sealed up the water surface like a glass wall. As soon Lin Ming ran out, his speed dropped as he was caught by this enchantment. Break! Lin Ming thrust out his spear. With his battle spirit infused into it, he struck the enchantment barrier. This blue barrier that had originally been able to withstand both Nan Yun Wang's attacks and Abbot Whitebrow's bright Buddha palm seal now had countless cracks appear through it. Break again! Lin Ming thrust his spear out a second time. This time, the enchanted barrier completely collapsed. He stepped on the void, turning towards Xian Wuji and chasing after him. This brat! Xian Wuji's mind went cold. Although he knew Lin Ming's striking power was formidable, he didn't that his enchantment bead would only be able to stop Lin Ming for a single breath of time. 3,000 miles to the north is a transmission array of my South Sea Demon region. As long as I can pass through it first and destroy it from the other side, I can expel Lin Ming from the space channel. With that, I should be safe. Mystic Thunderwings! Xian Wuji formed a series of seals with his hands. Then, clothes on his back tore apart, revealing a pair of purple wings that stretched out. This was a flight-type treasure that was refined with plumes from several different saint beasts. It could improve Xian Wuji's speed to a certain degree. This boy is too difficult to deal with. Fortunately, this flight treasure that I refined can finally show its use. With it, it shouldn't be a problem to increase my speed by 20 to 30%. Xian Wuji unfurled his two wings, shooting forwards like an arrow. Wherever he went, a terrifying sonic boom formed, rumbling through the air like a moving thunderstorm. Even the sea surface was split apart from the wind pressure. In a single go, Xian Wuji was able to fly out several hundred miles. As he swept his perception behind him, a chill crept up his spine. Lin Ming was still chasing him. Not just that, but he was closing the distance between them. How could this be? Xian Wuji was greatly shocked. Even though he was flying at full speed and had the support of a flight treasure boosting him, he was still slower than Lin Ming. He discovered that with every single step Lin Ming took, he would cross several miles. Space twisted underneath his feet as if it shrunk. With just several steps, the gap closed by several dozen miles. What kind of movement was this? Xian Wuji grit his teeth, revolving his true essence to the limit. To a character like him, a 3,000-mile distance didn't take long to traverse all. But now that he was being chased down by Lin Ming, this distance actually became a trial of life or death. The distance between them increasingly shortened. If this continued for another half-incense stick of time, then Lin Ming would catch up to him. Once he was embroiled in another battle with Lin Ming, running away again would be far harder. Xian Wuji cursed aloud and clenching his teeth, cutting a line across his wrist with his fingernail. This was the third time that he would be using his blood essence. 2 drops of blood essence shot out, 1 to each wing. The mystic thunder wings turned a blood red and his speed rose up once again. After using his blood essence 3 times, even though he only used a few drops every time, it would still accumulate. Even Xian Wuji wouldn't able to continue like this. In this battle, his life source had already been damaged. If he wanted to restore it, it would take at least several dozen years of time and a massive amount of heavenly treasures. This damned boy! Xian Wuji was breathless with anger. The chances of him obtaining the secret on Lin Ming's body was becoming increasingly slim. Not to mention that the South Sea Demon region was already 90% destroyed by Lin Ming. His losses had been far too great. I will no longer care about the South Sea Demon region. After I leave the South Horizon region, I will go straight to the 4 divine kingdoms. Xian Wuji and Lin Ming flew after one another, causing massive explosions on the sea's surface from the high-speed sonic booms that they created. After making a blood essence sacrifice to his wings, Xian Wuji had finally been able to create some additional distance from Lin Ming. Now, the transmission array was directly in front of him. This was a transmission array established on a desolate island.
There were originally South Sea Demon region disciples protecting it, but now that the South Sea Demon region was in a state of near dissolution, these disciples had long fled to lands unknown. Xianxia fell to the ground like a cannon strike. As he hit the floor, a massive crater formed from the impact, shaking the island and causing rock formations all over to collapse. The transmission array is still here. Xianxia was overjoyed. He ran into the transmission array, and with a flick of his fingers, true essence stones flew into the four corners of the transmission array. The array formation was activated. After seeing the blazing comet that was Lin Ming closing in from a distance, Xianxuji's eyes flashed with hatred. One day, this old man will have you pay the price for today. In the next moment, Xianxuji's hideous expression completely disappeared in the transmission array. He ran through a transmission array. Lin Ming fell down to the island and swept his perception around. He instantly understood the principles behind this transmission array. This was the most ordinary of transmission arrays. It would at most send someone 100 to 200,000 miles away. Xianxia will definitely destroy the exit of this transmission array when I'm inside, forcing me out of the space channel. For a small transmission array like this, if there was a problem in the transmission process, it would be life-threatening for a martial artist with a weaker cultivation. But, for someone like Lin Ming, this was not a problem. At most, he would pop out halfway through. Lin Ming jumped onto the transmission array and launched the array formation. Space twist, and in the next moment, Lin Ming entered the space channel. A transmission channel of several tens of thousands of miles could last from a dozen to several dozen breaths of time. As soon as 10 breaths of time passed, the space channel suddenly shook and the power of space began to chaotically distort. Massive cracks began appearing in the space channel. It was obvious that the exit was being destroyed by Xianxia. From the cracks in the space channel, a massive overflow of turbulent space began to flood inside, forming a black storm that swept towards Lin Ming. If a martial artist with insufficient cultivation were swept up by this storm, they would be shredded apart and die. Even for a martial artist that was strong enough, they would still be thrust out of the space channel, terminating the transmission process. Facing this sort of situation, Lin Ming didn't panic at all. He flicked all 10 of his fingers, forming a number of true essence air flows that shot out. After the menacing space storm was struck by the true essence air, it actually began to rapidly fade away, and soon subsided after several breaths of time. Compared to the super long-distance array formation that Lin Ming had experienced before, violent space turbulence of this degree was nothing at all. With Lin Ming's comprehension towards the concept of space, he could actually break apart the turbulent power of space and forcefully complete the transmission. Set for me! Lin Ming thrust out his spear, stabbing it into the space barrier around him. The space channel that was about to break apart was actually forcefully stabilized by Lin Ming. The exit coordinates are around 70 to 80,000 miles from here. With the exit destroyed, the transmission coordinates would blur. Lin Ming wasn't a god. Although he could rely on his understanding of space laws to forcefully complete the transmission, he still lacked the exact coordinates of the exit point. However, with the battle spirit mark that Lin Ming had left on Xianxuji, he could use that to approximate the location of it. There is still around 30,000 miles. Lin Ming confirmed the position once again. 20,000 miles. 10,000 miles. It's nearby. Shatter. Lin Ming stabbed his spear into the space channel barriers. In the next moment, space collapsed and Lin Ming was flushed out from the space channel. Because the exit to the transmission array was destroyed, Lin Ming had forcefully stabilized the space channel, eventually stalling him for a period of time. After he emerged, Xianxuji had already vanished. Is this a series of transmission arrays? Lin Ming could feel that the battle spirit mark he left on Xianxuji was already fleeing at a ridiculous speed. There was only one possibility, and that was that Xianxuji had entered another transmission array. Casting a net with his perception, Lin Ming quickly found the transmission array. This island was obviously a transmission array transit station that the South Sea Demon region had established. The entire island was protected by an illusionary array formation, making it well hidden. There was also some towers on this island that should have been where the disciples who protected the island lived, but now the towers had long been emptied. Besides their towers were several large and small transmission arrays, each of them 100 to 200 feet in diameter.
Lin Ming estimated that they should have a range of 100 to 200,000 miles.
Among these transmission arrays, one of them had been destroyed. It was clear that this was the one Wuxia had just emerged from.
Additionally, besides this ruined transmission array, there were 3 to 4 similar transmission arrays. One of them was still shining with light, releasing fluctuations of energy that indicated that it had just been activated. Without a doubt, Wuxia had gone through this transmission array. While Wuxia could destroy the exit of a transmission array, he couldn't destroy the entrance, otherwise even he couldn't pass through. After Lin Min understood the principles behind these transmission arrays, he stepped into another transmission array, launching it once more.
At this time, several 100,000 miles away from the South Sea Demon region, in the valley of a remote mountain range, there were 7 to 8 martial artists sitting in a circle near a group transmission arrays.
Senior apprentice brother, I heard that the 70 to 80% of the South Sea Demon region was destroyed. What should we do now?
Should we continue waiting?
Among these martial artists, a 20-some-year-old youth asked the red-clothed martial artist that led them. These people were disciples of a third-grade sect in the South Horizon region. They were situated here specifically to guard the transmission arrays. The South Horizon region was an incomparably broad land with many transmission array transit points. Because of the sky-high cost of construction, several sects would often group together to build the transmission arrays.
Then, since they collected fees for their use, they naturally had to send disciples to protect them.
However, several years ago the South Sea Demon region had invaded the South Horizon region. The 3 great 4th-grade sects of the South Horizon region were Divine Phoenix Island, Dire Space Sect, and Supreme Mystery Temple. These sects had been slowly annihilated, one at a time. Since these 3rd-grade sects had lost their supporters, they naturally became subordinate sects of the South Sea Demon region. As for the transmission array network in the South Horizon region, these were naturally taken by the South Sea Demon region. It often required multiple people to guard a transmission array transit point. Because there were so many of these transit points, it was impossible for the South Sea Demon region to send guards to every single one. Normally, they would send a single South Sea Demon region disciple to the transmit point, and the rest of the staff was filled in by disciples from smaller sects. All of these people, without exception, had a spell placed on them by the South Sea Demon region. If they ever tried to rebel, their fates could be imagined. But now, they heard the news that the South Sea Demon region was razed several times by Lin Ming and was on the verge of being completely extinguished. The Demon region disciples didn't dare to stay in the South Sea and had flocked back to their homelands in the South Horizon region and other places. Since things had reached this point, they had no idea what to do. Don't talk so carelessly. Although the South Sea Demon region has suffered some setbacks, a centipede that's been cut in half can still live on. Even its remains are something that we can't contend with.
Moreover, in the South Horizon region, the South Sea Demon region's influence hasn't been affected too greatly. There are still elders here keeping command. If our conversation were to be known by them, then we would undoubtedly die.
Yeah, unfortunately, Great Hero Lin has only rampaged around the South Sea area. If he could come to the South Horizon region, then the South Sea Demon region branch here would probably instantly dissolve. Perhaps when that happens, our spells will be undone and we can obtain our freedom. In the circle of martial artists, a yellow-clothed girl whispered in a quiet voice. Shoo, don't say that. We still have a demon envoy from the South Sea Demon region at our island. If he heard our words, then consequences would be dire. Moreover, I heard that around 4 months ago, Lin Ming was trapped along with the giant Leviathan in a deep-sea trench 300,000 feet under the sea by Wuxia. It's hard to estimate how long Lin Ming can hold out. Once Lin Ming is defeated, Wuxia will rejoin the South Sea Demon region and become its rallying point. It won't be difficult for him to reform the South Sea Demon region as most of their disciples are still alive. The red-clothed martial artist sighed as he mulled over the situation in the South Sea. In these past months, Lin Ming had virtually become a figure of indomitable faith of the entire South Horizon region. With just his strength alone, he had captured the giant Leviathan and then killed his way into the South Sea Demon region, razing it to the ground multiple times and killing thousands of South Sea Demon region disciples, which even included the majority of the elders stationed there.
Such a series of victories were simply a heaven-gifted miracle. What was even more miraculous was that Lin Ming was only 20 or so years old with a revolving core cultivation. He took advantage of the period when Xian Wuji was in closed-door seclusion to repeatedly ruin the South Sea demon region. However, Xian Wuji had now left his seclusion and had even broken through to the fourth stage of life destruction. In the face of such a mighty Xian Wuji, could Lin Ming still withstand it? Hearing the red-clothed martial artist's words, the yellow-clothed girl gripped her fists. Nothing will happen to great hero Lin. That's right, I heard before that great hero Lin also came from the 7 profound valleys. Doesn't that mean he is from the same sect as Brother Jiang? The yellow-clothed girl suddenly remembered the rumors, so she asked the red-clothed martial artist this question. That's right, the red-clothed martial artist named Brother Jiang suddenly seemed sad as he heard this question. Lin Ming had truly originated from his 7 profound valleys. Moreover, he had even become the champion of the 7 profound valleys total faction martial meeting. No one had ever imagined that in the near future, Lin Ming would become a top master of the South Horizon region only inferior to Xian Wuji. As he remembered the past, it was like everything had been a dream. The yellow-clothed girl's eyes shined brightly as she heard the red-clothed martial artist's words. Brother Jiang, can you tell me about great hero Lin's adventures in the 7 profound valleys? The red-clothed martial artist shook his head. He ruefully smiled and said, I am only an outer court disciple of the 7 profound valleys. At the total faction martial meeting, I was only able to sit in the audience and watch the fight on stage from a distance. Although Lin Ming and I are from the same sect, the truth is that our paths have never intersected. As the red-clothed martial artist spoke to hear, his complexion suddenly changed. He quickly whispered, Don't say anything, the demon envoy is here. As his voice fell, a black-clothed South Sea demon region martial artist at the early Xiantian realm appeared in front of them like a ghost. His sharp and cruel eyes swept over the group. He coldly said, gathering together to spread rumors, HM? I advise you lot to smarten up. Lin Ming has already been sealed by the Great Elder 300,000 feet deep in a sea trench. Soon, the Great Elder will solve the problem that is Lin Ming. Once the Great Elder reaches the Divine Sea Realm, the South Sea Demon region will rise to become a holy land. We will rule over the entire south region of the Sky Spill continent and establish our own divine kingdom in the future. For you lot to become early subjects of our divine kingdom, all of you should feel honored. Yes, Sir Envoy. The red-clothed martial artist ignored the black-clothed martial artist's bragging and secretly relaxed, replying in a respectful tone. The black-clothed martial artist nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak some more, the transmission array near them suddenly flashed with a blazing light. Some people have arrived? The black-clothed martial artist's heart stirred. For the first several months after the South Sea Demon region was raised by Lin Ming, there were often disciples of the South Sea Demon region come from the South Sea, all of the returning to the South Horizon region branch to seek safety. They feared that if they remain in the South Sea they would be chased and killed by Lin Ming. But these days, ever since Lin Ming was sealed 300,000 feet deep in a sea trench, the transmission array hadn't been used much. At this time, the shining light emitting from the transmission array suddenly brightened to an unbearable degree. A black ray of light shot into the horizon, causing the very earth to tremble. The black-clothed martial artist's complexion immediately changed. Who is brave that they dare to forcefully accelerate the transmission array just to save some time? This will overload the transmission array and could possibly cause permanent damage. Once there is an accident, the losses will be immeasurable. Just which dastardly fellow dares to mess around like this? The black-clothed martial artist seethed with anger. He traced his spatial ring, extracting a long spear as he prepared to capture this arrogant fellow on the spot. However, as the rays of light faded away, there was suddenly a pallid black-clothed middle-aged man standing in the array formation. You overly arrogant bastard, you can... The black-clothed martial artist words were suddenly caught in his throat. For a time, his entire face twisted into something like a strange array formation. GGGG Great Elder. The black-clothed martial artist stuttered. As a disciple of the South Sea Demon region, he naturally knew of Xian Wuji. Although he had never met him personally, he had still seen portraits. Moreover, the aura and unfathomable cultivation of the black-clothed man in front of him proved beyond a doubt that this was Xian Wuji. How would this? Isn't Elder Xian trapping Lin Ming in the deep sea?
Why would he come to the South Horizon region branch?
Could he have killed Lin Ming already?
The black-clothed martial artist's mind raced even as he stood there stock still, as if he had been petrified.
But behind the black-clothed martial artist, those several third-grade sect disciples were dumbfounded when they heard the black-clothed martial artist refer to this newcomer as Great Elder.
Because of problems in the background and the legacy of the South Sea Demon region, there were several great clans. Each of these great clans had their own sovereign.
But there was only a single Great Elder, and that was the #1 master of the South Sea, Xian Wuji.
Was this black-clothed martial artist Xian Wuji?
Could such a legendary character actually appear right in front of them?
It had to be known that they normally couldn't even see a revolving core martial artist, much less the Xian Wuji was a 4th-grade life destruction powerhouse. To them, he could be called a god.
Even if I just look at him, I can feel my very soul shivering. It's like I have no choice but to bow my head down before him. He is truly worthy of being called the top master of the South Sea. The red-clothed martial artist thought with rising horror.
Just by standing in front of Xian Wuji, he could feel a deep pressure pushing down on him. Why, Xian Wuji? It seems as if he's injured.
Whether it was the several third-grade sect disciples or the black-clothed martial artist, all of them noticed the wounds covering Xian Wuji. All of his clothes had been torn and he was covered with blood. Without a doubt, Xian Wuji had just emerged from a fierce battle just now. Just who was it?
Who had the ability to contend with Xian Wuji to this degree? After Xian Wuji appeared, he first swallowed down a pill. Without further ado, he turned around and slammed out his palm.
Bang! The transmission array shattered. The black-clothed martial artist could only watch helplessly as this happened. He was dumbstruck. Just what was going on?
Great Elder, you? The black-clothed martial artist trembled as he spoke. Get out of my way!
Xian Wuji roared out. The black-clothed martial artist shook and he collapsed just from the sound waves.
With a wave of his voluminous sleeves, Xian Wuji shot into the skies.
The eruption of energy caused winds to surge out in all directions and the 7 to 8 third-grade sect martial artists were blown away. Those with weaker cultivations felt their blood tumble in their bodies as they suffered minor wounds. Can someone tell me just what the fuck is going on? The black-clothed marshal crawled up from the ground, his mouth full of blood. Xian Wuji's loud shout just now had shocked his organs, damaging them. Luckily, Xian Wuji hadn't used too much true essence, otherwise, the black-clothed martial artist would have been grounded to a pulp.
The black-clothed martial artist couldn't understand what was happening. What had happened to Xian Wuji that he became so anxious?
Why had he destroyed the transmission array? Was he being chased down by someone?
It wasn't just the black-clothed martial artist that thought this. All of the other martial artists present had this thought too. Xian Wuji's entire body had been covered with wounds. Not just that, but he had forcefully revolved the energy of the transmission array to speed it up and had destroyed the transmission array in a panicked haste before soaring away. All of this made it seem as if he was truly being chased down by someone. But how could that even be possible? In the entire South Sea, just who had the strength to chase down Xian Wuji? As everyone just thought of this, the already destroyed transmission array actually began to shine again. This is... The black-clothed martial artist stared with wide eyes. How could someone possibly come out of this transmission array? It was impossible.
This transmission array had already been ruined, so how could it possibly be used? If someone was still inside when it was destroyed, they might lose themselves in the chaotic space turbulence, ripped to shreds by the vast space storm.
Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thunder rumbled in the air. The winds and clouds stirred as the world seemed to lose its color. In a radius of 10 miles, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began to rush towards the center, forming a terrifying tornado. A blazing red beam of light shot into the sky, piercing through heavens. The earth trembled, countless cracks appearing like a spider's web. Is this really a transmission? The black-clothed martial artist's eyes went so wide that they nearly popped out of his head. As for the several other third-grade sect martial artists, all of them were completely dumbfounded.
This brilliant and beautiful red light reached a crescendo, and a scene that they would never forget in their lives occurred right before them. 100 feet away, the void seemed to fiercely twist together. Then, with a loud thunderclap, half of a red spear appeared in thin air, as if it had just torn through the very fabric of space. With this spear, a tear appeared in the world. From this space crack, a blue-clothed youth calmly stepped out. His entire body was wreathed in ghostly flames and sizzling purple electricity. With a red spear in hand, he was like a god of war incarnate. The black-clothed martial artist was completely shocked. Even though the transmission array had been destroyed, he had still forcefully completed the transmission. With absolute power, he held up the space channel by himself, forcefully tearing through space with his spear and stepping out like a gust of wind. Was he even human? Although the black-clothed martial artist was only at the Xianxia realm, he could still be considered to be greatly experienced. He had never heard of someone casually tearing apart space and opening a space channel to cross the endless void. Was this youth a divine sea powerhouse? Not. He was too young. At most he seemed just over 20. At a mere 20-some years old, to rip apart space, could he be a crown prince from the 4 divine kingdoms? Even a divine kingdom crown prince should not have such strength. The black-clothed martial artist head had become a muddled mess. As for the red-clothed martial artist, his heart was tumbling with great quakes. Although this youth in front of him had slightly changed in appearance and temperament, he could still see familiar shades in that face. He appeared to be Lin Ming. As the blue-clothed youth appeared, he quickly glanced around at the crowd, seeming a bit surprised. But he soon regained his utter calm and no longer bothered with these juniors. Stepping on golden rock shattering the void, he shrunk the space beneath him, flying towards the far horizon at an alarming speed as he chased behind Xianxia. The black-clothed martial artist was only able to look helplessly on. Just how many miles had Lin Ming crossed in a single step? It looked no different than if he were teleporting forwards, completely bamboozling anyone that witnessed it. Just what sort of godly movements were that? That was definitely teleportation. Who was that? The yellow-clothed girl's lips shivered. Although that youth didn't look much older than she was, how could he have such strength? He was like a god that descended to earth. He is Lin Ming, the red-clothed martial artist suddenly shouted out, his voice exuberant and filled with respect. Lin Ming, the black-clothed martial artist cried out. From the direction that he flew, he was clearly chasing after Xianxia. Had Xianxia been reduced to this state because he was being chased after by Lin Ming? It wasn't just the black-clothed martial artist that realized this, but everyone else did too. Rumors said that Lin Ming had been trapped by Xianxia 300,000 miles under the sea in a trench for over 4 months. How did the situation suddenly reversed, and Xianxia ended up being the one chased by Lin Ming instead? The yellow-clothed girl covered her mouth with her hands. Although she had heard stories about Lin Ming's majesty, seeing was believing. After she witnessed Lin Ming today, she realized that the Lin Ming in her mind was far inferior to the true Lin Ming. Quickly report this to the sect. Do not allow the demon envoy to discover this. Do this as quickly as possible. The red-clothed youth shook his head as if he had awoken from a dream and quickly sent out a true essence sound transmission to everyone. The other martial artists were stunned. If Lin Ming could chase down Xianxia, didn't that mean that there wasn't a single existence in the entire South Sea Demon region that could contend with Lin Ming? Didn't this mean that he would win the South Sea War? Victory? The several third-grade sect martial artists were dazed and out of their minds. This was an incomparable distance concept. After the events of the Demon God Imperial Palace, the wartime alliance had suffered defeat after defeat before finally being destroyed. To them, victory had already become a forgotten word. As the several third-grade sect martial artists were thinking to report this news to their sect, the South Sea Demon region's black-clothed martial artist also felt the same. He had to pass this news to the South Sea Demon region's branch in the South Horizon region as soon as possible. Like this, before even an incense stick of time passed, several sound-transmitting talismans flared up, the news of this monumental event spreading like a tide. Lin Ming. You. As Xianxia saw Lin Ming chasing after him once again, his expression greatly changed. How is this possible?
I've already destroyed the transmission array, so how can he chase me here?
Xian Wuji could not imagine what Lin Ming had done. This had already surpassed his scope of understanding. Lin Ming remained completely silent. As he held onto his red spear, he pursued after Xian Wuji.
With every second he closed in more and more. The power of the blood essence that Xian Wuji had poured into the mystic thunder wings was already slowly exhausting. In this shifting chase, Lin Ming's speed increasingly surpassed Xian Wuji's. 10 miles. 5 miles.
3 miles.
He was already in the range of attack. Lin Ming, don't force me, Xian Wuji roared out. But at this moment, Lin Ming had already attacked. With a thrust of his spear, space itself twisted. Blazing heat from the burning star flame erupted. As Lin Ming poured his battle spirit into his spear, it became like a blue rainbow, shooting across the endless sky.
Bury the heavens. Bang!
Xian Wuji forcefully blocked this attack, but his body shook and a trail of blood dripped down from the sides of his mouth. At this time he had already consumed 50 to 60% of his remaining true essence. He was now fundamentally incapable of fighting Lin Ming anymore.
Lin Ming, I have a great number of the Demon Emperor's secrets in my hands.
If you kill me, you will never obtain them. The Demon Emperor's secrets? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Xian Wuji, I already said before that everything you've pursued your entire life might be trash in the eyes of others. Although the Demon Emperor's relics might be worthwhile to me, it is still a run-of-the-mill treasure. As for killing you, that temptation is greater than any treasure by far.
Now die.
Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Lin Ming's spear cut straight down, tearing apart space. All of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began to restlessly move. Origin energy condensed into tiny fragments, spinning like a chain of stars. With Xian Wuji at the center, all these fragments shot towards him.
If Xian Wuji couldn't dodge these, then his fate was to be pierced by 10,000 arrows. Power of my blood essence, explode.
Xian Wuji fiercely bit down on his tongue, spitting out even more blood essence. Now, the only thing he had left to rely on was the power of his blood essence. However, just as he spat this blood essence halfway, his face suddenly twisted.
After using his blood essence repeatedly, Xian Wuji had already damaged the fires of his life. In a situation where his life force was incredibly weak, in addition to the long-distance pursuit he had experienced, Xian Wuji had finally suffered a backlash.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart source injured. No dash!
After his move was stopped midway, Xian Wuji no longer had any strength to resist. With his body at the center, countless concentrated fragments of heaven and earth origin energy exploded. Xian Wuji miserable screamed as his entire body was soaked in blood. He flew backwards like a deflated bag.
In that attack just now, Xian Wuji's organs had been damaged in many places and his meridians had been torn to pieces.
Lin Ming's eyes filled with a thick killing intent. At this time he had also used up 40 to 50% of the energy in his body. If Xian Wuji still had extra strength left over, it would have been much more difficult to chase him down and kill him. Bury the heavens.
A spear cut out, seeming to split the sky in half. Lin Ming revolved his energy to the limit, stabbing out at the space between Xian Wuji's eyebrows. On the verge of death, Xian Wuji forcefully twisted his body. He managed to save his vital point, but his right arm and shoulder were slashed off by Lin Ming's spear. As his bloody arm spun away, it was suddenly torn to tiny bits by the sharp space fragments before being crushed into nothingness. Although he had escaped this fatal blow, Xian Wuji was now a lamp with no more oil. His death was inevitable. Lin Ming spun around, stepping on golden rock shattering the void. He instantly appeared behind Xian Wuji, his spear thrusting straight into his back.
Die!
Blood shot out. The red spear ripped apart Xian Wuji's protective true essence and stabbed right into his mortal body. Puff!
Xian Wuji felt an icy coldness at the center of his being. As he looked down, he could see a bloody red spear emerging from his chest.
As Xian Wuji looked at the blood-stained spear, his eyes turned perfectly round. In that moment all sounds faded away. With unwillingness filling his very body, he gripped onto that ice-cold spear edge. His face was the color of death and his lips trembled.
This spear had not only pierced through Xianwuji's body but also his hopes and ambitions.
Lin Ming turned the spear, and battle spirit infused true essence shot into Xianwuji's body like mini flying knives. In the next moment, Xianwuji's body burst apart into a mass of ruined meat.
Flesh and blood rained onto the forest ground beneath him. Like this, a fierce and ambitious individual of his era had perished in these nameless mountain wilds.
It was finally over. Lin Ming let out a long breath. In 5 years, Xianwuji had gone from an extreme master that he couldn't even look to a miserable man that had become a ghost under the edge of his spear. As for that insufferably arrogant and all-powerful South Sea demon region that had once threatened divine Phoenix Island, they were now nothing more than dust left behind in the passing of history. Today marked the end of the war against the South Sea demon region. As for those remaining forces, they simply weren't worth mentioning at all. Xianwuji. Lin Ming silently remembered this name. Perhaps 100 years from now this name might be remembered as only an unimportant figure. But to Lin Ming, the owner of this name was a formidable enemy that had engraved an unforgettable impression on his heart. In order to defeat this enemy, Li Ming had suffered countless hardships.
As he thought about everything he had experienced these past years, Lin Ming's mind filled with a nostalgic sadness as if all the vicissitudes of life weighed down on him.
After he received his long spear, he then discovered that he was actually at the border of the Sky Fortune Kingdom in the Seven Profound Territory. This proud and ambitious Xianwuji had actually died in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This sort of coincidence seemed ironic, as if it were a part of the cycle of samsara itself. There is no longer anyone in the Sky Fortune Kingdom that I am concerned about. In the dimensions of the giant Leviathan, my parents, Yuer, and Xingxuan should be worrying about me. As Lin Ming thought this out loud, he flew back to the South Sea. News of Lin Ming hunting down Xianwuji rapidly spread throughout the entire South Horizon region and Five-Element region as if it had wings. To the sects in these two regions, any unusual news was good news. After living in the terrifying shadow of the South Sea demon region for so many years, all of them wanted to see a glimmer of hope. Before, Lin Ming had captured the giant Leviathan, wounded Xianxia, and raised the South Sea demon region. All of this had been breathtaking, uplifting news, but this time, Lin Ming, alone with his spear, had torn through the void with his strength and chased down Xianwuji for several 100,000 miles. This news was simply too melodramatic. One couldn't help but suspect whether it was true.
And this news hadn't come from a large sect like Storm Valley or the Sunfire sect. Rather, it originated from a very small transmission array transit point. For months ago, Lin Ming had been trapped in a deep-sea trench 300,000 miles under the surface by Xianwuji, on the verge of being captured and killed at any moment. In such a short period of time, how could Lin Ming reverse the situation and be the one to hunt down Xianwuji instead? Was this even possible? Could this be a smokescreen that the South Sea Demon region released, and the truth was that Lin Ming had already been killed by Xianwuji? Did Xianwuji release this fake intelligence in order to lure the other sects to jointly attack the South Sea Demon branch in the South Horizon region, and then catch all of them together at once? Father, what do you think? In Storm Valley, Zhang Yunjian asked his father this question. In front of Zhang Yunjian was a blue-clothed middle-aged man. This middle-aged man pondered for a moment before saying, "This matter is too strange. It might be a trap that the South Sea Demon region has laid down, don't you think?"
Zhang Yunjian shook his head, saying, "It's because it's so bizarre that I think it's true. If this news is really fake, then I can only say that Xianwuji's mental state has regressed. Why would he harm his own prestige and fabricate such lies? Even if this news came out, would it have much effect as a trap?" The blue-clothed middle-aged man nodded and said, "No matter what happened, we'll just have to wait and see. Paper can't wrap fire. The truth will come to light sooner or later. Of course, I certainly hope that this news is true." Xianwuji had died in a desolate mountain range on the border of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. In the vast South Horizon region, this was a tiny, minuscule piece of land not worth mentioning, so nobody even bothered to look there.
Then, Lin Ming had returned to the South Sea. Under the command of Demon Shine, the giant Leviathan also emerged from the deep sea. The giant leviathan that was several dozen miles long that had easily rolled over Yin-Yang profound palace with its seemingly unstoppable power now had countless scars all over its lengthy body. Several hundred of the giant leviathan's tentacles had been torn off and its ears were shattered. The most serious wound was a pectoral fin with a mile-wide wound, nearly causing the entire fin to be ripped off. To have such terrifying wounds and still manage to submerge 300,000 feet deep in a sea trench for over 4 months' time, only the giant leviathan with its amazing life force could have withstood that. These wounds will probably need at least half a year to recover. Lin Ming thought out loud. To such a massive being like the giant leviathan, it was simply impossible and also useless to feed it pills. He could only allow it to eat and rest in the deep sea, naturally restoring itself. Fortunately, the South Sea was incomparably broad and there were innumerable deep-sea vicious beasts. There were more than enough to satiate the giant leviathan's terrifying appetite. If it could continuously hunt some high-level deep-sea beasts, then this would greatly increase the speed at which the giant leviathan regenerated. Lin Ming really needed the giant leviathan now. With the giant leviathan, his loved ones had the best sanctuary possible and he had one less worry to concern himself with. At this time, within the dimension of the giant leviathan were several red-dressed beauties surrounding a red pug. This red pug was only a foot long and its tail was short and thick like the end of a finger. It had short curly red hair and its small pair of doggy eyes were jet black and shaped like round beads. This red-haired pug was Demon Shine. Besides Lin Ming, no one had known that Demon Shine existed. However, Demon Shine had never been someone who could endure loneliness for too long. With Lin Ming having departed to the king-level smelting trial for an unknown number of months, Demon Shine's main soul had remained in the giant leviathan's dimension. In its boredom, the pug would often take a stroll around the grounds, and soon familiarized himself with Lin Ming's friends and family. Little Red, didn't you say that Brother Lin would return soon? How come I haven't seen him yet? In front of the pug, there was an 18 or 19-year-old girl asking Demon Shine in a somewhat concerned tone. She wore a bright yellow dress and her appearance was delicate and beautiful. This young woman was Qin Xingxuan. Little Red, your mom. Demon Shine cursed back in an extremely depressed manner. Because he was so small and his body was covered in red fur, this damned little maid had suddenly started calling him Little Red after a while. This eminently inappropriate name had quickly caught on and everyone began referring to him as such. In response, the pug had made several serious declarations that he should be called Holy Lord Demon Shine, and also began hyping up and boasting about his glorious past deeds when he was an all-powerful being in the past. However, everyone simply ignored him. Demon Shine's nickname of Little Red had caused tremendous damage to his own dignified image. However, the young women he yelled at couldn't match up his current image with his past deeds. Instead, they thought that his angry appearance when he flew into a range and his short red fur was standing on end was actually very funny, so more and more people began calling him Little Red. Little Red, please don't lay around. All of us are growing nervous. When will Brother Lin come back? Where did he go off to? What has he been doing for these past 4 months? I already repeated myself 10,000 times. You must not call me Little Red. You must call me Holy Lord Demon Shine. Demon Shine puffed out his chest. When this saint roamed through the endless void, your grandfather's 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 grandfather still hadn't been born. Forget it. Consider this done. This saint is too lazy to bother lowering myself to the same level as you lesser mortals. That young boy Lin Ming should be returning very soon. As for these past 4 months, he's gone somewhere, hee. But even if I try to tell you, it's far too difficult for you lot to comprehend. But if he comes back now, isn't Xian Wuji still outside? Ha ha! Demon Shine barked out 3 loud laughs, a sense of superiority immediately rising in his voice. Xian Wuji isn't even worth a fart. When this saint was at his most peak and glorious state, small unimportant characters like Xian Wuji were nothing but ants. This saint wouldn't even need to look at him to pinch him to death with my claw. As for that brat Lin Ming, although the difference from his current state to the past me is like the heavens and earth, he should still be able to deal with that old man Xian Wuji. Demon Shine, is what you said true? Mu Qianyu suddenly stood up, her haunting phoenix eyes staring at Demon Shine. Although Demon Shine tended to boast, Mu Qianyu could feel that this pug was unusual indeed. Demon Shine truly did have a powerful soul force and was able to control the giant Leviathan.
It was possible that what he said was true. If Lin Ming really could defeat Xianwuji. No, Lin Ming didn't need to defeat him. As long as Lin Ming could contend with him, then they could rebuild Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea War would also end. Of course.
When has the saint ever lied to anyone?
If everything goes as expected, then that boy should return in another quarter hour or less. Quarter hour? Little Red? Are you telling the truth? Qin Xingxuan's eyes lit up. She had just spoken when the entire dimension trembled and she felt her heart suddenly soar.
Someone had come.
Was it Lin Ming? Hey, he's faster than I thought. Demon Shine rubbed his doggy chin as he spoke.
At this time, a blue-clothed youth with jet-black hair appeared in the dimension, his face full of smiles. Lin Ming. Brother Lin. Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu were filled with endless surprise and joy. Xianwuji had been avidly eyeing the giant Leviathan from the outside and they suffered a harrowing pressure the entire time. As for Lin Ming, they didn't even know where he was.
When they asked Demon Shine, he had only said that Lin Ming was training outside. They had nearly worried themselves to death.
Now that they saw Lin Ming, they were so happy that they began crying. If it were only Qin Xingxuan or Mu Qianyu alone, then they would have already rushed into Lin Ming's embrace. However, now that both of them were here together, they were too embarrassed to do so.
How are my parents? Lin Ming asked. Uncle and auntie are both doing very well. As for that little pigeon Xiaoga, she is also doing great, Qin Xingxuan responded. For this past half year, Lin Fu and Lin Mu had no idea what was happening outside. Rather, they were living a carefree and happy life within. When Lin Ming had returned, he had also brought back a massive amount of miracle medicines that could strengthen and increase the life of mortals. Now, after taking these medicines, Lin Fu and Lin Mu, who had worked hard jobs their entire lives, both looked several years younger, as if they were in the prime of their life. And as for Lin Ming's little sister Lin Xiaoga, although she was only a 3 or 4-year-old child now, she had already started to cleanse and temper her body with all sorts of precious liquids. In the future, she certainly wouldn't be lacking in talent for martial arts.
Junior apprentice brother Lin, what about Xianwuji? Mu Qianyu asked. As she saw that Lin Ming was ultimately safe, she finally felt relieved in her heart. She also wanted to confirm whether or not Lin Ming now had the ability to fight with Xianwuji on even grounds.
The destruction of Divine Phoenix Island had always been a constant pain in her heart. For every day that she couldn't rebuild her home and sect, she would never have peace of mind.
Xianwuji has already been slain by me. With just these few words, Mu Qianyu was stunned and even Qin Xingxuan was dumbfounded. Although Demon Shine had said Lin Ming would just barely be able to defeat Xianwuji, they never imagined that Lin Ming would actually be able to kill him.
That man Xianwuji, who had started the South Sea War, who had exterminated Divine Phoenix Island, the Dire Space Sect, and Supreme Mystery Temple, and was worthy of being called the top master of the South Sea, had actually died?
Brother Lin, is that really true? He died at the border of Sky Fortune Kingdom. I've brought his weapon and spatial ring with me. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a bronze ring from a pocket in his robes.
Mu Qianyu took the ring and swept through it with her perception, immediately freezing. Inside the ring was Xianwuji's weapon, his elder command seal, and even the jade slip containing the ancient devil arts. Without a doubt, this was Xianwuji's spatial ring. As Mu Qianyu held this ring in a daze, her eyes began blurring.
Xianwuji had died.
They had won the South Sea War. Tears falling down her cheeks, Mu Qianyu couldn't help but hug Lin Ming as she sobbed. Her voice was completely choked with emotion as she said, Thank you, Lin Ming."
"Between us, there is no need for any thanks." Lin Ming gently wiped away Mu Qianyu's tears. After 10 breaths of time, Mu Qianyu finally recovered herself and happily said, "I must go and tell Master." They feared that you wouldn't return, so they went into closed-door seclusion to prepare for the final battle. They wouldn't expect that we can begin rebuilding Divine Phoenix Island in just a few more days.
Although Divine Phoenix Island had been destroyed, the elites of the sect still lived, and the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, which served as the foundation of the sect, was still in perfect condition. With Lin Ming's current fame and power, rebuilding Divine Phoenix Island would be easy. And at this time, a well-dressed middle-aged couple in their 30s came walking over. They were Lin Ming's parents. Father, mother, Lin Ming said with great happiness. Seeing that his parents looked much younger and healthier, and that Xingxuan and Yuer were also safe, Lin Ming's heart was filled with satisfaction and vindication. He didn't regret in the least that he had ever chosen to step down the road of martial arts. Minger, you've finally come out of seclusion. As Lin Mu saw Lin Ming, a cheerful and pleased expression crossed her face. She had no idea what events had occurred these past months. She only thought that Lin Ming had gone into closed-door seclusion in one of the dimensions. Now that she saw her son finally coming out, she was naturally in a good mood. But her smile didn't last much longer. As she saw Lin Ming standing side by side with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu, she actually began to be worried. Lin Ming's marriage had always been one of her life's greatest concerns. Lin Ming was now 21 years old. It was past time for him to marry. Since Xian Wuji died, half a month had peacefully passed. In this half-month, many matters had occurred. The news of Lin Ming chasing down Xian Wuji over a space of several 100,000 miles became increasingly intense. At first, not many people believed this. However, with the passage of time, all signs began to point to this news most likely being true. In particular, after 10 days, the giant Leviathan once again appeared over the skies of Divine Phoenix Island. And in Divine Phoenix Island, the original disciples of that land had begun to reconstruct their sect on a massively grand scale. After seeing Divine Phoenix Island build new grand temples and plazas and all sorts of complexes, the South Sea Demon region actually didn't interfere. Instead, they retreated from the South Horizon region and hid away. And then, just 3 days later, another matter occurred that caused all the great sects to be completely bewildered. That was, the South Sea Demon region branch in the South Horizon region had been disbanded. The Demon region disciples all went their separate ways. Some joined small sects, some concealed their identities, some went to mortal kingdoms, and some went off on into the distant lands. Overnight, the last stronghold of the South Sea Demon region had quietly disintegrated. Now, the South Sea Demon region that had survived in name only had completely crumbled away. The South Sea Demon region that had a legacy of over 4,000 years had disappeared like this. The sects of the South Horizon region and Five Element region couldn't believe this. The South Sea Demon region had once been a Holy Land-level sect. From the time when the Silent Demon Emperor City had been destroyed 3,000 years ago until now, that mysterious and powerful South Sea Demon region that had dominated the South Sea had now vanished. It was like everything they knew had been an illusion. It was no different from waking up from a dream. After several days, masters of the Five Element region finally reached Divine Phoenix Island. There, they obtained news that left them shell-shocked. Xian Wuji is dead. Lin Ming killed him. In front of important figures from the Five Element region, Mu Bingyun recited this to them in a very calm tone. What did you just say? The Sunfire sect sovereign stood up on the spot, his entire mind in utter chaos. For a long time he didn't respond to Mu Bingyun's shocking words. Xian Wuji has died. Therefore the South Sea War has ended. Mu Bingyun repeated without expression. Although her voice was calm and light, the truth was that her heart was not composed at all. She too was incomparably flabbergasted. Even though she knew that Lin Ming had a heaven-defying talent, she still didn't dare to believe that it was real. Lin Ming killed Xian Wuji? Heavens! He is only 21 years old. The rumors that had reached deafening proportions said that Lin Ming had chased down Xian Wuji over a distance of several 100,000 miles. Many people couldn't believe this to begin with, and now Mu Bingyun had spoken even more outrageous news. Xian Wuji had actually been killed by Lin Ming. Since this was confirmed by Mu Bingyun, and in addition to everything that had occurred recently, this was most likely true. A 21-year-old revolving core youth had killed a fourth-stage life destruction master. Then how monstrous would he be once he reached life destruction? Or the Divine Sea? The many people present couldn't help but wonder this terrifying question. Looking through the entire Sky Spill continent's history and setting aside that blank period from 100,000 years ago and before, a time had never been recorded when a late revolving core youth had killed a fourth-stage life destruction martial artist. When Emperor Xianxia had comprehended 7 kinds of martial intents and fused them all together underneath a Bodhi tree, his martial path had broken through the void and he ascended into the heavens.
Since then he had been known as the Sky Spill Continent's #1 genius.
But even when Emperor Xianxia was at Lin Ming's age, he absolutely couldn't achieve such a degree of strength.
Xian Wuji was the top master of the South Sea. Since Lin Ming killed Xian Wuji, he is now the top master of the South Sea instead.
The great Zen temple's presiding abbot and the South Sea's Nanyun Wang were weaker than Xian Wuji. Now Lin Ming's status is even higher than theirs. Even if you consider the formidable powers backing them, Lin Ming can still be treated equal to a holy abbot from the great Zen temple.
The entire great Zen temple had a total of 3 great abbots. The great Zen temple had a very deep and formidable strength, and they had dominated the entire great Zen region for thousands of years now. They were a 5th-grade sect truly worthy of that reputation.
Whether it was power or their inheritance, they were stronger than the South Sea demon region in all aspects. No matter which abbot it was from the great Zen temple, they were an existence that the sovereigns of the 5-element region's 7 sects all had to respectfully bow to. But now, Lin Ming's status had actually far surpassed the 3 great abbots. At this time, let alone calling Lin Ming a boy, they didn't even have the qualifications or gall to address Lin Ming by his full name. To be on the same footing with an abbot from the great Zen temple, being the top master of the South Sea probably doesn't mean much to Lin Ming. In the future, he will definitely become the #1 powerhouse of the entire Sky Spill continent. As several elders were discussing this, at a corner of the meeting table, Zhang Yunjian opened his mouth several times, wanting to speak, but was unable to force out any words due to the rumbling emotions in his heart. He wasn't able to calm himself down. Spoken words could no longer describe the gap between him and Lin Ming. Is there anything else?
If there is no other matter to discuss, then I shall not accompany you. Since Divine Phoenix Island is being rebuilt right now, I have many matters to attend to.
Mu Bingyun's words seemed to awaken everyone from their dazed state. In truth, everyone wanted to meet Lin Ming and pay their respects. In particular the Sunfire Princess, Zhang Yunjian, Bai Aoshuan, and several other young disciples that had known of Lin Ming from long ago.
However, no one dared to open their mouth and ask such a brazen question that could be considered as pestering.
Like this, the envoys from the 5-element region left the South Horizon region. As they left, news of Lin Ming killing Xian Wuji spread like a tide.
The remaining forces of the Dire Space Sect, Supreme Mystery Temple, and all the 3rd-grade and 2nd-grade sects of the South Horizon region were discussing this shocking news with vivid excitement.
Especially the disciples of the 7 profound valleys. They had been stirred into a frenzy. As long as Lin Ming didn't perish in the future, he would eventually reach the Divine Sea Realm and become a true Emperor-level powerhouse. He would be considered a legendary existence within the Sky Spill continent, of which there was only just more than 100.
Moreover, Lin Ming would not be some ordinary Emperor-level powerhouse. In the future, they could brag to their descendants that their grandfather had once been in the same sect as an Emperor-level powerhouse.
Lin Ming had suddenly become the idol, goal, and dream of countless young disciples everywhere, and the object of admiration and love of innumerable young girls. Nearly all of them had been converted to Lin maniacs. Lin Ming had become the top master of the South Sea, but these young disciples couldn't even reach the Xiantian realm.
Even though they knew perfectly well that they could never reach the same heights as Lin Ming, all of them struggled their hardest to reduce the gap between them as much as possible, lest they regret it in the future.
10 days later, in the jungles of the southern wilderness, within a small tribe just shy of 100,000 people. It's wonderful, wonderful. There are truly living gods.
A middle-aged man wearing the strange clothes of the southern wilderness was holding a crying baby as he knelt on the floor and began kowtowing. And in front of this middle-aged man was a young black-clothed sorceress wearing a black veil.
She had wide and charming eyes, curved like a crescent moon. Although her face was blocked by black gauze, one could still make out slender eyebrows that tapered out. She was obviously a peerless beauty. The sorceress was clearing up some medical tools. As she faintly glanced at the middle-aged man kowtowing before her, she expressionlessly said, "I will give you some medicine. Mix it with lukewarm water and divide it into 7 portions and serve it for 7 days."
With that, the sorceress waved her hands. With a sudden cool breeze, the middle-aged man was gently blown out of her tent.
Gods! It is the gods! The middle-aged man cried out in happiness. The sorcerer has appeared. He has sent a young witch to save us.
The middle-aged man hugged the baby tightly in his arms, walking back towards his home even as he knelt down every few steps to kowtow towards the sorceress' tent. But in the tent, the sorceress remained silent, displaying no emotion at all. And at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded from outside the tent. Do you plan on continuing like this? Is there any meaning in saving the lives of a few mortals?
The sorceress calmly lifted her veil, revealing a beautiful face. She was the South Sea Demon region's western faction sovereign, Xianxia. Xianxia gently shook her head. There is no meaning.
Then why are you still wasting your time here?
Xianxia shook her head once again. From the moment I was born, all that I was, everything I did, all of that was for the Xian clan and the South Sea Demon region. Now that the South Sea Demon region is exterminated, the Xian clan has also dissolved.
What meaning was there in anything I ever did?
As Xianxia retorted, the old man was dumbfounded. Indeed, there had been no meaning at all.
Xianxia faintly sighed, saying, now that Xian Wuji has died, from the original 18 elders of the South Sea Demon region, all that is left over is you and me. As for those sects that we destroyed, all of them wish for us to die. Perhaps in less than 10 days, the remnants of the Dire Space sect and Supreme Mystery Temple will gather their remaining forces to chase down the last of the South Sea Demon region disciples. That includes you, and that includes me.
In 1,000 years of life, spring and fall have all become a dream. In this vast and endless universe, is there any significance to anything we do? Since the world will not accommodate me, then I shall walk alone, seeking only harmony and peace in my heart, creating my own pure lands of bliss.
As Xianxia spoke to hear, she stood up and let her veil fall back down. In this South Sea catastrophe, the South Sea Demon region had been destroyed, but she had lived. Now, her entire mentality towards life had changed.
You want to find peace in your heart, creating your own pure lands? Do you think the mortals you save in the second half of your life are enough to atone for the countless sins you committed in the first half?
Forget it. Everyone has their own choices to make. Anything I say will no longer matter. I plan on searching for some remote mountain and closing up in cultivation.
Although I know it is impossible for me to reach the divine sea, I still hope that I can cross several more stages of life destruction. If I die during my attempts, then I can only say that my fate has reached its end.
When I was young, I already resolved in my heart that I would explore the road of martial arts until I reached its end. If I die in the throes of crossing life destruction, then that is still a worthy death for my final act.
Xianxia, after we bid our farewells today, our fated paths will likely never cross again. I wish you good luck. As the old man spoke, he floated away, leaving a desolate tent flapping in the wind. Xianxia didn't turn around. She only quietly said, farewell and goodbye. I wish you good luck.
Oh. Time marched on. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. The main buildings of Divine Phoenix Island had been rebuilt already, and many of the great training arrays were also in the process of repair. A massive number of disciples had returned to live on the island.
But at this time, Lin Ming was faced with a problem that he had no choice but to face. That was a marriage. For an entire 2 months, Lin Mu had constantly badgered and spoken about this issue. Although she wasn't too clear just what Lin Ming's boundary and attainments were, she did understand one thing, and that was that Lin Ming was destined to soar into higher realms, leaving everyone else further and further behind.
It would be increasingly rare for her to see Lin Ming, and when Lin Ming left, it might not even be strange for him to disappear for 10 years at a time. In this case, how could Lin Mu not desire a grandchild?
This was a reasonable argument. In fact, because Lin Ming had stepped onto the road of martial arts and doomed himself to constant loneliness, he felt extremely guilty towards his parents. Now facing the justified request of his mother, he naturally couldn't reject her. Moreover, over the years, it wasn't like Lin Ming was a blockhead with no emotions or urges. He too had very sincere feelings of genuine affection. He also hoped for this.
South Horizon Region, Scarlet Peak City.
Scarlet Peak City was a relatively large city in the South Horizon region. This was because it was where the headquarters of a top third-grade sect were located. Just a few years ago, because of the invasion of the South Sea Demon region, Scarlet Peak City had gone into decline with many of the martial artists relocating elsewhere. However, with the death of Xianxia, Scarlet Peak City was once again booming with the hustle and bustle of vibrant crowds. At this time, in a high-class restaurant in Scarlet Peak City, there were several martial artists sitting together and talking. I heard that the young emperor of Divine Phoenix Island will have his great marriage in another month.
The entire Divine Phoenix Island is now lively with countless guests from all around. Many important characters of the South Horizon region and 5-element region will be attending.
Even the sovereign of an ordinary third-grade sect doesn't have the qualifications to go into the main hall. They can only enter the side halls.
Phew, to think even a third-grade sect sovereign can only go to a side hall. A martial artist commented with some emotion as he drank. All of them came from the third-grade Scarlet Peak sect. It was rare for them to even see a sovereign-level character. To them, that was already a very high existence. Who did you say was getting married just now? As the several martial artists spoke, a lazy voice suddenly drawled out. The several people followed the voice and saw that in a corner of the restaurant there was a young man wearing a yellow Kirin robe, a purple gold crown on his head. The young man was fiddling with a wine glass, and beside him were 3 beautiful women accompanying him, one of them a young nun. As the group saw this, the reaction of a common man would have been to become jealous and upset, cursing at this man in his heart that he would be such a lucky pig. And these martial artists were no exception. The leading Scarlet Peak sect disciple couldn't tolerate this any further and shouted out, "Divine Phoenix Island's young Emperor Lin Ming's wedding. It will happen in just a month." After Lin Ming killed Xianxia, he had become the shining star of the South Horizon region. No one dared to call Lin Ming by his full name any longer. From the start, they had referred to Lin Ming as the Holy Son of Divine Phoenix Island, Great Hero Lin, and so forth. Later, the name of young Emperor Lin Ming had randomly caught on and this name had spread out. In their opinion, Lin Ming would inevitably become a peerless emperor in the future. Referring to him as young emperor now was also an appropriate matter. I see, so it really is him. The Kirin-robed youth was the Divine Kingdom Prince, Li Yifeng. When he had arrived at the Great Zen region, he had also heard of Lin Ming's name. Now, accompanied by his bevy of beauties, he leisurely made his way to the South Horizon region where he learned of Lin Ming's great wedding. Young Emperor? This Lin Ming actually dares to refer to himself as young emperor. A young maid dressed up as a beautiful noble girl didn't take this very well. Not even my young master dares to take this sort of name. Yet this Lin Ming only comes from a small 4th-grade sect and he dares to call himself young emperor? That is far too arrogant.
Arrogant. The Scarlet Peak sect disciple stared with wide eyes, as if he had heard wrong. What sort of small 4th-grade sect?
It was like these people looked down on all 4th-grade sects in general. Humph, what would you know?
Young Emperor is not a title that Lin Ming calls himself, but is what all the martial artists of the South Horizon region have recognized him as. Young Emperor Lin is so young and yet he managed to defeat Xianxia. His talent far surpasses anyone from the present or from ancient times. It is inevitable that he will become a peerless emperor, so what is so wrong with calling him young emperor now?
The young maid curled her lips, apparently not convinced. Who cares about who you South Horizon region martial artists have recognized?
Over 90% of the emperor-level powerhouses are concentrated in the 4 divine kingdoms in the center of the mainland. Your South Horizon region is only a very ordinary region in the Sky Spill continent. In these past several thousand years, has an emperor-level powerhouse ever been born from here? The young maid's question left the Scarlet Peak sect disciple speechless. It was indeed true that there hadn't been an emperor-level powerhouse born from the South Horizon region in a very long time. In fact, even the Netherworld Great Emperor from 300 years ago was not someone from the South Horizon region but had come from somewhere else instead. This was not because the South Horizon region was inadequate, but because it was hard to find a single emperor-level powerhouse in the majority of the Sky Spill continent's ordinary regions. Even the Great Zen region was in a similar state.
There were many emperor-level talents but very few emperor-level powerhouses. This was because an extraordinary young elite only had to come across a lucky chance and, coupled with their own astonishing talent, this was enough for them to join the ranks of emperor-level talents. But after that, there was still an extremely long road to cover before becoming a peerless emperor. It was possible that one wouldn't cross any more great lucky chances on this road, and these talents would easily exhaust their potential, finally stopping in life destruction. Furthermore, many geniuses perished along the way. To cross the stages of life destruction was to risk your life every time. For a human to reach the divine sea, they would have to overcome countless difficulties and make innumerable gambles with their lives. This was still the South Horizon region after all. After hearing the young maid's words, many martial artists refused to listen further. They all stood up together and said, "You dare to bully my South Horizon region?" For a time, the young maid had become the target of everyone. As Li Yifeng saw this, he laughed out loud and said, "Everyone, please do not take offense. This young maid is just a silly girl and was speaking some nonsense just now. Please don't be too agitated." As Li Yifeng spoke in a conciliatory tone, the standing martial artists didn't want to cause a stir because of a little girl, and they immediately sat back down. The young maid had a very morose expression. She said with a true essence sound transmission, "Young master, why do you apologize to these stupid fellows? You can beat them all up with just a finger." One of Li Yifeng's eyebrow curved up. "What meaning is there in bullying these common mortals?" "Speaking of this Lin Ming's big wedding, it should be rather interesting. Let's go and have some fun." Oh. 1 month later, Divine Phoenix Island. After Shen Wuji died, Divine Phoenix Island finished rebuilding in just 3 months. And then, Lin Ming's wedding soon followed. Nearly all the life destruction level powerhouses from the southern point of the Sky Spill continent had received invitations to Divine Phoenix Island. This great wedding was single-handedly managed by Mu Yuhuang. The marriage of a Divine Phoenix Island saintess was a major event to begin with, and added with the fact that Lin Ming was the top master of the South Sea, it had become even more extravagant. To be the top master of the South Sea at such a young age, his future prospects were endless. Such a grand event naturally needed to be handled well and with the utmost care. For several days, the skies above the entire Divine Phoenix Island were covered by multi-hued rays of light like a kaleidoscope of colors. Everywhere one looked, there were shimmering clouds of iridescent light. Occasionally, a flaming vermilion bird or frost blue swan would fly back and forth between the clouds, as if this island were a true immortal paradise. On the main island, all sorts of immortal grasses and trees bloomed at the same time under the driving force of an array formation. For a time, the entire Divine Phoenix Island was filled with the vibrantly aromatic and sensual scents of the wild, fragrant scents floating in all directions. Among the scintillating clouds, grandiose palaces and temples of jade thrust into the heavens, as if it were a scene from a dream. With Lin Ming's fame in the South Sea, nearly every life destruction level martial artist invited came. Below life destruction, countless revolving core martial artists had already arrived early at Divine Phoenix Island. As for the third-grade sects and above, even if their sovereign didn't come, there would at least be a vice-sovereign present. And below that, there were even many unremarkable Xianxia martial artists that arrived. There were even some martial artists that weren't in a sect. These people didn't have an invitation, but had come anyway to experience such a grand celebration in the South Horizon region that could only be seen once every several thousand years. And several thousand years wasn't an exaggeration. With Lin Ming's current limelight, only the Netherworld Great Emperor of 3,000 years past could compete with him in fame. In this situation, in just 3 short days, nearly 10,000 martial artists had arrived at Divine Phoenix Island, and more were coming every minute. For those martial artists that weren't invited, Divine Phoenix Island didn't turn anyone away. In order to hold a massive celebration for Lin Ming, Mu Yuhuang had several reception halls built in the surrounding miles around where the ceremony would take place. For this great wedding ceremony, Divine Phoenix Island had spared absolutely no effort. Dire Space Sect Elder, Lian Qihu, Storm Valley Vice Valley Master, Zhan Yun Tian, Sunfire Sect Direct Disciple, Huoruyan, Nanyun Wang, the Master of Ceremonies, announced the names of arriving guests in order. As Nanyun Wang's name was announced, Lin Ming's mind stirred. He looked around to see a middle-aged man in a 9-clawed dragon robe and wearing a purple gold jade belt. He walked forwards laughing with a beauty on each of his arms. When Nanyun Wang was entering the Demon God Imperial Palace, he also had a similar appearance where he was surrounded by beautiful women. Nanyun Wang was a martial artist who followed the demonic path to begin with. It was rumored he had a harem of 3,000 beauties, all of them as pretty and exquisite as flowers with a high martial talent. If any one of these women were placed in a small country, then they would definitely be a proud daughter of heaven in their lands. Nanyun Wang. Lin Ming cupped his fists together in greeting. Ha! Lin Ming. If I didn't see you with my own eyes, then I still wouldn't be able to believe that it's been less than 3 years since we ventured into the demon god Imperial Palace. Originally, I thought you were just a common junior, but in the blink of an eye you've turned around and actually became the top master of the South Sea. That is truly incredible. Now that things had come to this, Nanyun Wang naturally wouldn't bother with the matter where he was played around with by Lin Ming in the demon god Imperial Palace. In just 3 years, Lin Ming's cultivation had risen by 2 large boundaries. This sort of matter could be said to be unprecedented ever since ancient times. As all of these high-level characters arrived, all of them also brought along wedding gifts. There were all sorts of top-grade true essence stones, heavenly materials, treasures, and many other valuables. Mu Yuhuang met every guest one at a time. Seeing divine Phoenix Island enjoying such a flourishing state, her heart was filled with emotion. Great Zen Temple's 3rd abbot, Grandmaster Konghe. After Nanyun Wang, another esteemed guest arrived. Great Zen Temple had a total of 3 abbots. Abbot Whitebrow was only one of them. For Lin Ming's grand wedding, Abbot Whitebrow didn't come, but Abbot Konghe did. He was similarly at the 3rd stage of life destruction. Grandmaster Konghe. Towards this sort of venerable monk, Lin Ming politely bowed. Thinking about his trip into the demon god Imperial Palace, he still had to thank Abbot Whitebrow for protecting divine Phoenix Island. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to depend on Mu Fengxian alone to contend with the South Sea Demon region. Benefactor Lin is so young yet has reached the late revolving core realm. Moreover, your strength is above even a 4th stage life destruction master's. In the future, your accomplishments will be immeasurable. Grandmaster Konghe held his hands together and recited some Buddhist blessings. Grandmaster's praise is too kind. Please come this way. I've had a set of vegetarian dishes especially prepared for Grandmaster and other eminent monks. Supreme Mystery Temple Temple Master Guru Guangshang, Golden Bell Mountain Sovereign, Golden Sword Sage, Divine Kingdom Prince, Li Feng. At the wedding banquet, the Master of Ceremonies announced visiting guests based on the identity they wrote down. At this time, there shouldn't be someone bored enough to pretend to be someone else. When the Master of Ceremonies read the title of Divine Kingdom Prince, he almost stumbled over his words, thinking that he had read it wrong. Was this Divine Kingdom Prince real or fake? Everyone's eyes turned as the Master of Ceremonies introduced this character. They only saw that at the entrance of the main hall there was a young man in a purple robe walking in, playing with a folding fan as a young maid and a young nun followed on both sides of him. Divine Kingdom Prince? Of the 4 Divine Kingdoms? Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. This Li Yifeng's cultivation should be at the late revolving core realm, the same as him. From his appearance, he should be around 30 years old, just a bit older than Duanmu Kun. The 4 great divine kingdoms had crown princes and princes. The rank of prince was somewhat lower than crown prince, but they were still dragons amongst humans. If one didn't have talent, then it was simply impossible for them to enjoy the title of prince. He is a divine kingdom prince? The eyes of nearly all martial artists present locked onto Li Yifeng. The 4 divine kingdoms were the highest level of existing powers within the Sky Spill continent. Compared to the 4 divine kingdoms, other regions were like small mountain villages. For instance, take the Great Zen region. Within the Great Zen region, a high-level life destruction martial artist would be the top master. But in the 4 divine kingdoms, a divine sea supreme elder was a top master. High-level life destruction martial artists were relatively common. Compared to the other regions, the 4 divine kingdoms were an entire boundary stronger. Originally, when rumors spread that a crown prince from the divine kingdoms had come to the South Horizon region, Yin Yang Profound Palace's Xing had immediately gone out to visit him with her son. From this, one could see the difference in status. Thus, even though this Li Yifeng was not a divine kingdom crown prince and only a prince, that was already amazing enough. Lin Ming couldn't determine Li Yifeng's exact strength, but he could approximate it. His cultivation was at the peak of the late revolving core period, and he was already making great progress towards life destruction.
His cultivation was around half a minor boundary higher than Lin Ming's, and his foundation was also extremely solid. He should have the power to contend with a life destruction master. As for what the limit of his strength was, Lin Ming couldn't say.
For such a character to call himself a divine kingdom prince, Lin Ming didn't suspect this at all.
Of course, after experiencing the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan, Lin Ming didn't feel anything particularly special about this divine kingdom prince at all.
As Li Yifeng approached, he cupped his fists together in greetings and said, "I didn't think that there would be a prince from one of the 4 divine kingdoms attending my wedding. It is truly a great honor."
Haha, I just happened to be playing around in the South Horizon region, and I heard that Brother Lin here already became the top master of the South Sea at such a young age, so I became a bit curious. In my life, I love to make friends with the heroes of the world the most. I came without invitation, so if there's any way in which I was disrespectful, I humbly request Brother Lin to forgive me. Brother Li is too polite. Since a divine kingdom prince comes to visit, please make yourself welcome in my home. Lin Ming and Li Yifeng paid compliments to each other. But at Li Yifeng's side, the young maid actually pouted, quietly probing Lin Ming's revolving core in his dantian. Rashly investigating others' dantian was an extremely rude form of behavior. Lin Ming's composure didn't change. He only shielded himself from her perception as he continued to greet his guests. But because that young girl couldn't find out much, she still didn't give up and decided to investigate Lin Ming's meridians. Finally, Lin Ming turned a tad unhappy. He silently released the Azura force field so that it only bloomed within him without leaking outside in the least.
Thus, no one could sense a difference in Lin Ming's aura.
And at this time, the young maid who was probing Lin Ming's body suddenly shook. Her face turned white as she took several steps back, the blood tumbling in her body. "Qing'er, you've been up to nonsense again, and now you've suffered a loss. I already said that Lin Ming was able to kill Xianxia at such a young age and become the top master of the South Sea. So he must be accomplished. How could you possibly be his match? If I'm not wrong, what he did just now was use a kind of force field. This is an extremely rare ability which even I don't have."
Li Feng was secretly surprised. This move that Lin Ming so casually exposed was actually such a unique ability.
The young maid called Qing'er curled her lips, not too convinced. What's so special about a force field? Although young master doesn't have a force field, you've already reached an extraordinarily high understanding in wind laws. That is more powerful than any force field. Even His Highness the Crown Prince is inferior to you in the aspect of laws. Then again, he is only the top master of the South Sea. If young master participated in the South Horizon region, then you too could have obtained that title. As for killing Xianxia, I've already investigated that matter. There was simply no one who saw that fight, who knew if Lin Ming killed Xianxia himself or whether or not he had someone come help him. Or perhaps he might have used some dastardly trap on Xianxia. Also, who knows whether Xianxia is as powerful as the rumors say. I'm just not convinced that this martial artist from such a tiny South Horizon region actually dares to call himself Young Emperor. Even Young Master doesn't dare to call himself that. In fact, Young Master should have a match with this Lin Ming to show him just how fierce our 4 divine kingdoms actually are.
Li Yifeng's eyes widened and he testily said, "Dumb little girl, stop pulling nonsense out of your ass. It should be right that Xianxia was a 4th-stage life destruction powerhouse.
And even if he was the weakest of 4th-stage life destruction martial artists, that still isn't a character I can deal with. I don't know whether Lin Ming killed Xianxia by himself or not, but what I do know is that Lin Ming is absolutely strong. If I fight him and win, others will not commend me for doing so. And if I lose, a result which seems far more likely to happen, then I'll have disgraced myself. Remember, today we came to eat for free. We're here to make friends, not to fight." Lin Ming's confrontation with Qing'er was very subtle, but what kind of characters were the martial artists present?
There were naturally many people that noticed what happened.
In a corner of the main hall, Lan Xian was drinking a cup of scented tea. She laughed and said, "It seems that Divine Kingdom Prince's maid isn't too convinced by Lin Ming."
Sitting near Lan Xian, Duanmu-kun said, "That probably isn't a maid. She's so young, but she's already at the revolving core realm. Also, her foundation isn't too shabby either. She's probably the royal concubine of that divine kingdom prince and is only dressed up to look like a maid.
What do you think of that divine kingdom prince? Lan Xian thoughtlessly asked. He seems like a cynical playboy, but in fact his will is strong, his foundation is solid, and his strength is extraordinary. If our cultivations were the same, then I could fight with him, but since his cultivation is higher than mine, there isn't any way for me to do so. Cultivation was one of the most important factors of strength. Duanmu-kun could jump ranks to fight, but that was only compared to other more ordinary geniuses. If he compared himself to someone with his own level of talent, then half a small boundary of difference in cultivation was a nearly insurmountable gap. After Divine Kingdom Prince Li Yifeng appeared, more and more great figures made their appearance. But compared to Li Yifeng, all of them had been eclipsed by him.
As the grand ceremony was about to begin, a row of unusual guests caught Lin Ming's attention. They were actually people from the deep-sea turquoise-eyed ape clan.
Several months ago, in order for the turquoise-eyed ape clan to obtain the giant leviathan's marrow, they had joined forces with Shen Wuji to chase down the beast, finally forcing it 300,000 miles under the sea into a trench. Afterwards, Lin Ming escaped in the darkness and made a visit to the turquoise-eyed ape clan, killing many people in a massive slaughter. But the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch still couldn't give up on the giant leviathan's marrow, and also decided to help Shen Wuji in laying down the great illusionary array formation. Lin Ming had returned at this point, because he had chased Shen Wuji over hundreds of thousands of miles. Lin Ming simply didn't bother caring about the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch. Like this, he had escaped this fatal catastrophe. "What are you here for?" Lin Ming's voice was grim, his expression cold. "Lin, young Emperor Lin, I came this time to respectfully congratulate young Emperor Lin on your wonderful marriage and also to bring a congratulatory wedding gift. If there was any place in which I caused offense before, I ask young Emperor Lin to be merciful and broad-minded." The one who headed this group was exactly the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch of before. He truly feared Lin Ming from the depths of his soul now. After all, the turquoise-eyed ape clan still had to survive in the South Sea. Since they had offended Lin Ming, they would likely be doomed to extinction in the future. Although he feared that Lin Ming would deal with him here, he had no choice but to come and personally apologize. He hoped that in front of so many honored guests and on such a joyous occasion, Lin Ming wouldn't start a scene.
"Wedding gift?" One of Lin Ming's eyebrows curved up as he maintained his icy attitude.
Yes, it's this."
The turquoise-eyed ape patriarch clenched his teeth, seeming to make a gesture of great determination as he swiped his spatial ring and brought out a crimson jade box. As this jade box appeared, an incomparably rich fire origin energy suddenly emanated outwards. Lin Ming was surprised, but Mu Yuhuang's eyes began to shine with a happy light. This was a spirit vein source,
and a fire attribute one at that. A spirit vein was the fundamental basis for the existence of a sect. Only when a sect had their own spirit vein could they ensure that there would be a rich heaven and earth origin energy in their territory and then attract martial artists to join their sect. When Divine Phoenix Island was destroyed, Mu Yuhuang had led the remaining disciples to live under the yoke of Yin Yang Profound Palace, and a great reason for this was because of Yin Yang Profound Palace's spirit veins. Generally speaking, the higher grade a sect was, the higher grade their spirit veins would be. Divine Phoenix Island was only a 4th grade sect, and the grade of its spirit veins had been just enough for them. But with Lin Ming becoming increasingly strong, Divine Phoenix Island would inevitably rise in strength too. At that time, a low-grade spirit vein would become a hindrance in the development of the sect. To solve this problem, they could either relocate the sect or find a spirit vein that could be transplanted, that is, to find the so-called spirit vein source. There weren't many spirit veins in the Sky Spill continent to begin with, and there were even fewer spirit veins that could be transplanted. This sort of treasure could not be purchased with money. Moreover, to find one with a matching attribute was far more difficult.
Mu Yuhuang had been worrying about this matter, but she never expected that the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch would send out a gift of a spirit vein source and one that wasn't of a low grade either.
This was truly a generous gift. He. Turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch is far too kind. This old woman must be disrespectful. It is truly a shame. Mu Yuhuang smiled so brightly that even her dimples showed. Although she spoke politely, she had no qualms at all about receiving this gift. With a quick swipe of her right hand, the jade box of the spirit vein source was placed into her spatial ring. She naturally knew the reason that the turquoise-eyed ape clan was willing to pay such a hemorrhaging price. In the end, it all came down to Lin Ming being far too strong. Seeing Mu Yuhuang take in this spirit vein source, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch felt his heart ache as if it were dripping blood. This sort of treasure was also incomparably precious to their turquoise-eyed ape clan. The turquoise-eyed ape clan focused on water attribute cultivation methods, thus fire attribute spirit veins were useless to them to begin with. However, a fire attribute spirit vein source could be exchanged for a similar water attribute one. It was only because spirit vein sources were so rare that they hadn't exchanged it in such a long time. Now, he had to politely bow and humble himself while giving the spirit vein source to Divine Phoenix Island. How could he possibly be happy with this? But there was no other choice. Compared to a spirit vein source, the survival of their clan was far more important. Since the turquoise-eyed ape clan was willing to offer such a generous gift, Lin Ming didn't bother to pursue past matters on such a joyous occasion. In truth, this spirit vein source really was too important to Divine Phoenix Island. It was something that could only been found through a stroke of fate. At this time, the auspicious moment had arrived. The wedding was about to begin. And at this time, with another announcement from the Master of Ceremonies, several strangely clothed middle-aged people appeared in the main hall. These three all had a thick demonic energy around them. They were clearly demonic path martial artists. Lin Ming didn't recognize any of these three. But, at the side of demonic path martial artist in front, there was a young girl who looked like his concubine. As Lin Ming looked at her, he felt his heart go cold, his eyes unable to leave her. How could it be? The young woman that the demonic path martial artist brought along only seemed to be just under 20. She had a slender and beautiful figure and a pair of still eyes with a strange dark gray light in her pupils. Her face was pleasant to look at and there was a mysterious tattoo mark on her cheek. The young woman's appearance and the strange mark on her face were not the reason that Lin Ming had lost his sense of decorum. Rather, there was an azure-colored jade pendant hanging over her chest. Engraved at the center of this jade pendant was a mystical design, as if it were a bird-like totem. This jade pendant exuded an extremely pure energy. One could see at first glance that it wasn't an ordinary object. However, it wasn't an offensive-type treasure either. In fact, it was difficult to judge just what sort of function this jade pendant had. This jade pendant. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. When he had been in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone in the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had rushed his way into the lair of a bunch of corpse devils. It turned out that the lair was actually the ancient grave of a goddess that had slept there untouched and unblemished for 100,000 years or even longer. Originally, Lin Ming hadn't wanted to recklessly disturb the remains of such a figure, but as he covered the sarcophagus and was leaving, he heard the faint call of a woman's voice summoning him back. Lin Ming had turned around and opened the sarcophagus again. Then he had discovered a jade pendant and a necklace. As he was exploring the goddess body, to his amazement he discovered that the goddess still had a heartbeat. From there, Lin Ming had sensed the heart of a great emperor from within her that had been beating for all these tens of thousands of years. Lin Ming had touched the jade pendant of the goddess. It was nearly exactly the same as the jade pendant that this gray pupil woman was wearing in front of him, whether it was the design or the energy that it emitted. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ming had just now confirmed that the goddess jade pendant from the grave was still in his spatial ring, he would have thought they were the exact same. Lin Ming's improper actions had fallen into the eyes of that demonic path martial artist. That martial artist frowned, obviously unhappy. His possessive nature was very strong, and he naturally didn't want others to be staring at his concubine like this. Young hero Lin, could it be that you've met my concubine in the past before? The demonic path martial artist's unhappy inquiry broke through Lin Ming's thoughts. Lin Ming thought little of it and looked up at these three unexpected guests. Of these three demonic path martial artists, all of them had life destruction cultivations. Two of them were at the third stage of life destruction and one of them was at the second stage of life destruction.
What Lin Ming was surprised by was that martial artist in the lead was the one with a second stage life destruction cultivation. He also seemed to be the youngest, looking just over 30 years of age. As for the two-third stage life destruction martial artists, they seemed to be following the orders of that second stage life destruction man. These weren't people who came from near the South Horizon region. Otherwise, it was impossible for such masters to remain unknown. Lin Ming would have already heard about them. Lin Ming frowned a bit as he thought about what the goal of these three individuals could be. But at this moment, Li Yifeng's true essence sound transmission resounded in his ears. Brother Lin's friends truly come from far and wide. If I'm not wrong, then these three come from the number 1 bandit group of the northwestern barren desert. Although they are bandits, the truth is that they are also a super sect with an inheritance of over 7,000 years. Their sect had an emperor-level powerhouse appear just 2,000 years ago. Now, that strange emperor-level monster should be living in seclusion somewhere in the Great Desert. Even my father has to give several points of respect to him. As for this second stage life destruction demonic path martial artist, he should be one of the little masters of the Northwest Great Desert, Wang Yichan. Although he is at the second stage of life destruction, his true combat strength far surpasses his cultivation boundary. When he was young, he was the most famous talent of the Northwest Great Desert. He was able to fight revolving core powerhouses at the Xianxia realm and fight life destruction masters at the revolving core realm. I never thought that he would be interested in Brother Lin and wish to become friends. Ha ha ha. Become friends. Lin Ming was speechless. He certainly wasn't naive enough to think that this person had come out of nowhere to meet him. As a martial artist of the righteous path, he was, in a way, enemies with demonic path martial artists, so relations would always be ambivalent. Lin Ming cupped his hands together and said, "Today is my wedding celebration. What are you gentlemen here for?" Wang Yichan laughed twice and cupped his hands back in respect. "I am the young master of the Northwest Great Desert Demon Region. I heard that the South Sea Demon Region's great elder Xianxia died under young hero's hands. May I confirm whether or not this matter is true?" Lin Ming thought for a moment and then nodded yes. So it was so. Wang Yichan shook his head and slowly said, "Young hero Lin may have killed Xianxia, but you may not know that Xianxia had a number of cooperative deals with my Northwest Great Desert. Now that Xianxia has died, these deals have naturally become invalid. More importantly, Xianxia still owes my Northwest Great Desert a number of benefits that haven't been returned." Deals? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Most of Xianxuji's so-called deals had to do with helping him break through to the next boundary. Are you saying that Xianxuji broke through to the 4th stage of life destruction with your help? Young hero Lin is fleet of thought. Wang Yichan said without reservation. Xianxuji indeed managed to barely cross the 4th stage of life destruction with my Northwest Great Desert's help. But the promises that he made haven't been fulfilled, and this has caused massive losses to my Northwest Great Desert. I see. No wonder Xianxuji was still able to forcefully break through the 4th stage of life destruction, even though he didn't obtain a complete Nirvana Dragon Root. It was all because he had the Northwest Great Desert secretly assisting him. The Northwest Great Desert must have paid a great price for this, and Xianxuji must have also promised to repay a number of benefits. However, now all of that had become water leaking through a bamboo basket. The Northwest Great Desert had helped Xianxuji to destroy Divine Phoenix Island in a way, and also to break through to the 4th stage of life destruction. If it wasn't for this, then the giant Leviathan wouldn't have been sealed in the deep sea trench for 4 months. Lin Ming held his arms against his chest and looked at Wang Yichan with indifference. In the end, what they had done was more or less unrelated, and their domains were different to begin with, so there wasn't anything to pursue here. Mr. Wang shouldn't have come to my grand wedding just to say these sorts of things. Then what are you here for? Stop going in circles and say what you want. Lin Ming asked straight to the point. Haha. Since young hero Lin is being so frank, then so shall I. Xianxuji broke through to the 4th stage of life destruction, causing a number of problems and dangers for young hero Lin. Conversely, young hero Lin also killed Xianxuji, making us suffer a number of losses. Our areas of influence and goals are different to begin with, so this matter should end here. But before that, my Northwest Great Desert provided Xianxuji a number of items. He still hasn't paid for these items yet, but that's how things are. Still, these items belong to my Northwest Great Desert.
Now that Xian Wuji has died, I'm sure that his spatial ring must have also fallen into young hero Lin's possession. And I hope that young hero Lin will return these two items. First, there is a white jade key, and secondly, there is a life destruction pill. Ha ha! Lin Ming laughed out loud. Lin Ming had indeed seen these two objects in Xian Wuji's spatial ring. As for that white jade key, that should be a kind of item used to open the entrance to a mystic realm. But that life destruction pill was of great help to a martial artist to cross the stages of life destruction. It was an incomparably precious medicine. Wang Yichan frowned. Young hero Lin, what is it? Do you have some doubts? Doubts? What a joke. Lin Ming's smile suddenly disappeared. These items are indeed in my hands. But you actually open your mouth and call them your Northwest Great Desert's treasure? Who would actually believe that? Moreover, they could be said to be called tools that you provided to Xian Wuji to destroy Divine Phoenix Island. According to your words, you lent a saber to Xian Wuji so he could murder others, and I should allow him to kill me. But if I killed Xian Wuji instead, then I have to return that weapon to you still? Is there any logic in the world as ridiculous as this? Lin Ming was originally someone with a strong character to begin with. As he loudly spoke these words, the guests in the main hall also began to shout back. What young Emperor Lin said is right. The Northwest Great Desert has gone too far. Even though that's true, the Northwest Great Desert is too powerful. Even one of their young masters is at the second stage of life destruction, and not an ordinary one at that too. His two guards are also at the third stage of life destruction. It is far too difficult for Divine Phoenix Island to think of contending with such a superpower. The Northwest Great Desert had an Emperor-level powerhouse, so it could be called a Holy Land-level force. However, Divine Phoenix Island was a mere fourth-grade sect. There simply wasn't any comparison between them. In the end, the Northwest Great Desert was using their greater status to bully others. If Divine Phoenix Island was a force on the same level as the four Divine Kingdoms, then they wouldn't have dared to come here so rashly. Wang Yichan grimaced. Still, he didn't lose his composure. He calmly said, Young hero Lin, I can make some concessions to you. That white jade key is one of the keys necessary to open a mystic realm left behind by a sixth-grade sect that was ruled by a supreme elder of the demonic path. All 7 of these keys are needed to open the mystic realm. You can rely on this key to join us in entering the mystic realm and even obtain a treasure from within. In Wang Yichan's eyes, this was already a very attractive condition. To explore a mystic realm left behind by an ancient demonic path supreme elder, this was a chance that could even move an emperor-level powerhouse. Life destruction masters would absolutely go crazy for it. Lin Ming was only at the late revolving core realm. If he went and casually shared in some of the treasure, then he could revel in it. However, he never imagined that Lin Ming would flat out refuse. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Who cared about the Holy Lord of a sixth-grade sect? At most, it would be a mystic realm on par with the demon god Imperial Palace. After Lin Ming had gone to time-worn Phoenix City and experienced the Chaos Stones, ancient Phoenix Totems, God-transforming mirror, and other such great lucky chances, these types of mystic realms no longer held much interest to him. Moreover, entering a dangerous and unknown mystic realm with a bunch of demonic path martial artists was simply a recipe for disaster. It was highly likely that he could even be killed inside. Lin Ming wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was unrivaled to anyone in the life destruction realm. There were far too many life destruction powerhouses in the world that vastly outstripped Xian Wuji in strength. Wang Yichan's face finally sank to the ground. Their Northwest Great Desert was a Holy Land-level force, and he had even humbled himself to come to a fourth-grade sect to negotiate. This was already showing due reverence and face to everyone involved. Yet, this fellow Lin Ming actually reached for a yard after taking an inch. Lin Ming, we've come here with enough sincerity. So what do you want? Lin Ming thought for a moment, his eyes faintly sweeping past the concubine standing next to Wang Yichan. Then he said, if you want this jade key, you must exchange it for that woman as well as a spirit vein source of the 4th grade or above. Lin Ming's few words left the entire audience dumbfounded. Even Mu Yuhuang was rattled. There was nothing wrong with Lin Ming asking for a spirit vein source, but he also wanted that woman. Mu Yuhuang looked at that girl. The girl didn't even seem 20 years old. With her Hotian realm cultivation at that age, her talent could be considered adequate but nothing spectacular. It also needed to be mentioned that Lin Ming wasn't someone who was controlled by his primal urges of lust. But even if it were a demon path vandal that walked the road of obscenity and lasciviously drooled over women, they still wouldn't trade a priceless key to open a mystic realm for a woman. Everyone thought that Wang Yichan would agree to this matter and then haggle over the matter of the spirit vein source. But they didn't imagine that Wang Yichan would scowl and say, "Lin Ming, you would rather do things the hard way than the easy way?" Wang Yichan's words were a clear threat. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Although a fourth-grade spirit vein source was precious, it was still absolutely obtainable to a power on the level of the Northwest Great Desert. Before this, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had taken out a fire attribute spirit vein source at the quasi-fifth grade, thus he felt pained in his heart to do so. Now with Lin Ming wanted to exchange a mystic realm key for a fourth-grade spirit source vein, that wasn't too expensive or demanding at all. But the crux of this entire matter was that jade pendant woman. Interesting, very interest. He doesn't love treasures but loves beauties. Ha ha ha. Li Yifeng said with zest as he drank some wine in a corner of the hall. Does young master think that everyone is as depraved as you are? There must be some problem with that woman if they are fighting over her. Li Yifeng's maid grumpily said. But the young maid suddenly smiled, a bit happy that there was a ruckus occurring. No matter what the situation is, it's quite lively right now. If they fight, then that Wang Yichan boy won't be easy to deal with. He is a talent himself, and he's also crossed the second stage of life destruction. It's hard to estimate just how high his true combat strength is. I think it's most likely for Lin Ming to lose here. Since he claims to be a young emperor, then this should be fun. I wonder just how this whole debacle will end. You naughty girl, your heart is no good at all. But this Wang Yichan is indeed fierce. It won't be easy to deal with him. Li Yifeng licked his lips. Whether it was Lin Ming or Wang Yichan, both of them would be future overlords of their own domains. Although Divine Phoenix Island was the weaker party right now, Wang Yichan wouldn't do something so brash as offending a potential future powerhouse. Lin Ming didn't expect that Wang Yichan would have such a violent reaction. As he looked at the young woman standing next to him, he discovered she simply stood there like a block of wood, her gray pupils not even having the slightest change in them. From just looking at her, one felt a deep sense of pity and regret for her existence. This woman, she shouldn't have been willing to be Wang Yichan's concubine. Rather, she had been forced. She was completely indifferent to Lin Ming asking for her, as if her heart had died out long ago. What sort of secret was on her? How was it related to the goddess in the eternal demon abyss? For a time, all sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. The reason that he had wanted this mysterious woman to begin with was because he wanted to ask her about her life experiences as well as her family. Secondly, he wanted to conceal the secret of the jade pendant. If he directly requested the jade pendant from Wang Yichan, then it would easily arouse suspicions. If Wang Yichan thought that there was some special secret with the jade pendant, then he would definitely refuse. But now, it looked as if this young woman had an extraordinary significance to Wang Yichan. Lin Ming caused all sorts of suspicions to rise in his heart. There was definitely something special about her. I can provide you a top 4th grade spirit vein source, but as for my concubine, I advise you not to think about that anymore. I hate others encroaching on my women the most. Lin Ming replied with a true essence sound transmission. Sir, if I'm not wrong, then this woman is still a virgin. Although she is your concubine, you have no intention of marrying her. Am I right? As long as I can borrow this woman, then that will be enough. As for the 4th grade spirit vein source, the quasi-5th grade spirit vein source from the deep-sea turquoise-eyed ape clan will be enough. I need to borrow this woman for 3 years, and 3 years from now I will return her to you untouched. When that time comes, you can again receive her into your room. The reason that Lin Ming said these words was first to probe if Wang Yichan was only interested in the jade pendant young woman's beauty. Secondly, he asked for a 3-year deadline because 3 years from now, Lin Ming's strength would definitely have risen to another level. At that time, he would have the strength to negotiate better terms. After all, the Northwest Great Desert was a Holy Land level force. Lin Ming didn't wish to become enemies with them. Lin Ming, stop repeatedly testing my bottom line. Otherwise, I will turn your grand wedding into a funeral." As Wang Yichan spoke, he released a thick killing intent. This also confirmed Lin Ming's guess. Wang Yichan definitely didn't keep this woman around him for her beauty.
In fact, it was unknown whether or not she was even his concubine.
"Turn my wedding into a funeral?" Lin Ming coldly smiled. "It's true that you are from a holy land, but so what? If we really fight, then I will have the giant Leviathan lead everyone from Divine Phoenix Island deep into the South Sea. I don't believe that in such a vast South Sea I won't be able to evade you. And then, dozens of years from now, I will instead kill my way into your Northwest Great Desert. At that time, it's hard to say just how the situation will turn out. Kill your way into my Northwest Great Desert a few dozen years from now?"
Ha ha! Wang Yichan recklessly laughed. "Others call you young emperor, but do you really believe you are capable of entering the Divine Sea dozens of years from now?"
"How ridiculous. I don't need the future. Just here, and with my strength alone, I can already dye Divine Phoenix Island in blood."
As Wang Yichan spoke to hear, a red light appeared in his eyes and a faint black fog seemed to emanate from him as if he were ready to erupt at any moment.
Although there were many esteemed guests here, the strongest among there were Nanyun Wang and Abbot Konghe of the Great Zen Temple. Both of them were third-stage life destruction masters.
However, they were still guests here, and as heads of their own forces, they wouldn't meddle in affairs of the Northwest Great Desert and Divine Phoenix Island.
As for everyone else, they were nothing to speak of. Seeing the tense atmosphere that was ready to blow up at any second, the guests present turned somewhat white. This other party was not easy to handle. Wang Yichan's foundation was extremely solid. It was hard to say where the limits of his strength were. Both of them were geniuses, but Lin Ming was only at the late revolving core compared to the second stage of life destruction. That was a large boundary and a small boundary's difference added together. Jumping ranks to fight wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was for a favored son of heaven to jump ranks to fight amongst his peers. Even a difference of half a small boundary was extremely difficult to overcome.
No matter how one looked at it, Divine Phoenix Island looked a bit powerless here. It would be an injustice if they were swept up in the mess and ended up perishing.
"Young master, why are still talking nonsense with this brat? Just capture him and take what you need away. If he remains a thick-headed idiot who still wants to chew off more than he can chew, just kill him." Behind Wang Yichan, a third-stage life destruction elder drew out his weapon. Ha!
A sharp origin energy immediately cut several nearby wedding tables in half, causing a number of exquisite jade tableware pieces to fall onto the ground, broken.
As Lin Ming saw this, he scowled. This was his grand wedding banquet after all. With all these esteemed guests gathered here at his home, it should be a festive and auspicious event. But for this person to draw out his weapon like this was truly slapping his face in public.
At this time, two women appeared in the main hall. They were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. According to normal wedding customs, Mu Qianyu should be waiting in the nuptial chambers while Lin Ming greeted and entertained the guests outside.
But now that matters had devolved to this level, she had no choice but to appear. "Master, what's happening?" As Mu Qianyu saw the scene unfolding in the main hall, her complexion paled a bit. Mu Yuhuang quickly placed Mu Qianyu behind her, her expression solemn. Tell Demon Shine to ready the giant Leviathan. The situation is very bad right now." Wang Yichan simply didn't care about what Mu Yuhuang was doing. He coldly smiled, and with a flick of his finger, a palm-sized jade dish flew up, falling atop his fingertips where it rapidly spun around.
Lin Ming was startled as he saw this. As for Li Yifeng, his complexion completely changed. This was a battle spirit.
That brat Wang Yichan has comprehended his own battle spirit? Generally, only divine sea powerhouses were able to form their own battle spirit. But there were occasionally extraordinarily talented martial artists that were able to comprehend their own battle spirits in the life-destruction realm.
The growth of a battle spirit followed that of a martial artist's cultivation. Thus, the earlier a martial artist comprehended a battle spirit, the more potential for growth there was in the future.
To comprehend a battle spirit at the second stage of life destruction, there are many divine kingdom princes and crown princes that aren't able to achieve this. It seems this Wang Yichan has an amazing talent in the aspect of martial arts will.
Li Yifeng sighed in his heart. In this regard, he had no choice but to be ashamed at his own inferiority. A talent often had particular areas in which they excelled. For instance, Li Yifeng excelled in the concept and laws of wind. His comprehension of the concept of wind had already caught up to that of a divine sea supreme elder. But, while this Wang Yichan was clearly extraordinary in the aspect of will, it was possible that he was relatively weak in the comprehension of laws. There were very few geniuses that were strong in all aspects. It wasn't just Li Yifeng, but the worldly and experienced great Zen temple's abbot Konghe also recognized this battle spirit. He bowed his head and began to recite Buddhist sutras. It appeared that this situation seemed more and more likely to end poorly. Lin Ming, I will give you a final chance to hand over that jade key. You have already aroused my anger, now I will no longer pay you any compensation. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the spinning jade plate above Wang Yichan's fingertip. This person obviously thought far too highly of himself. Otherwise, he would have poured his battle spirit into his own treasure weapon instead of a jade plate. As he glanced over at the gray-pupiled young woman standing beside Wang Yichan, he noticed a sad light in her eyes as if she were mourning for her fate. Lin Ming was inexplicably touched. Just what sort of story was behind this woman? It seems you insist on dying. Then, let me help you along. Wang Yichan coldly coughed, suddenly throwing out his palm. The battle spirit-infused jade dish was like a death-dealing wheel as it cut straight towards Lin Ming's neck. In that moment, the degree of hardness of that small jade dish had reached that of a heaven-step treasure. Be careful! Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan cried out in the same time, their hearts in chaos. At this time, they couldn't imagine just what they would do if Lin Ming was harmed. Lin Ming's vision condensed and he flicked the fingers on his hand. A battle spirit wrapped around the air, howling forth like an arrow. A battle spirit was immeasurably fast. In a flash, the battle spirit of the air and the battle spirit of the small jade dish violently collided. With a pung sound, the small jade dish split in half. As for that battle spirit-infused air current, it continued to cut towards the point between Wang Yichan's eyebrows without slowing. What? Wang Yichan was greatly shocked. Waving his right hand, he immediately brought up a black long sword. With a loud ringing sound of metal crashing, the battle spirit smashed into the blade of the black sword. The long sword trembled. That Li Yifeng, who had been drinking some good wine and watching the play unfold, was dumbfounded on the spot. His mouth opened wide, wine pouring down the corners of his mouth as he looked on in shock, seeming like an old man suffering from senility. A battle spirit was powerful, but it also depended on what kind of object it was attached to. Attaching it to a treasure obviously provided the strongest striking power. In his arrogance, Wang Yichan had underestimated his opponent and only used a jade dish. But Lin Ming was even more arrogant and had only used the air. Air was even lighter and friendlier than that small jade dish. But, in Lin Ming's hand, air had actually broken through that small jade dish. The wisp of air pierced through the small jade dish and still had ample force left over to shoot towards Wang Yichan. Wang Yichan took his sword out to block it, but the strike still caused his low-grade heaven-step treasure sword to tremble. From this alone, the difference in the two battle spirits could be imagined. This Lin Ming, if I'm guessing correctly, then I fear that battle spirit has nearly reached large success of the bronze level. Li Yifeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the young maid standing beside him had widened eyes. As someone who also came from the four divine kingdoms, she naturally understood what it meant to have a bronze-level battle spirit at large success. Every level of a battle spirit was divided into 4 ranks: elementary, small success, large success, and perfection. It wasn't wrong that Wang Yichan was talented, but he had still just formed his battle spirit several years ago and its rank had slowly reached the elementary rank. As for Lin Ming, his battle spirit was already at the peak of small success. There were even many divine sea powerhouses that hadn't been able to achieve this degree yet. A difference of a little more than a boundary wasn't much at all. However, Wang Yichan's cultivation was at the second stage of life destruction and Lin Ming was only at the late revolving core. If Lin Ming were to step into the second stage of life destruction, then it was possible for his battle spirit to reach bronze-level perfection, and perhaps he could even obtain a silver battle spirit before he reached the divine sea. A silver battle spirit was a legendary existence.
Thus, the gap between the two could be seen from just this.
With a mere late revolving core cultivation, his battle spirit has already reached the peak of small success. Then, when did Lin Ming form his battle spirit?
The early revolving core realm?
Or even extreme Xianxia?
As Li Yifeng thought this, he felt a chill crawl up his spine. Even that young maid who didn't think too much of Lin Ming was also shocked speechless. In terms of will, Lin Ming's talent in that category had exceeded her understanding. Perhaps he really did kill Shen Wuji by himself. As this thought echoed in the young maid's heart, she closed her dropped jaw. If Li Yifeng could think of this, then Wang Yichan was even clearer on what was happening.
As for Great Zen Temple's Abbot Konghe, although he didn't understand the different ranks of battle spirits, he was still able to determine that Lin Ming's battle spirit was far more formidable than Wang Yichan's. In that moment, Abbot Konghe felt that the world of juniors had reached a level that was nearly impossible to catch up to. Maybe in a few decades, or even less, these juniors would reach heights that he couldn't even comprehend.
Lin Ming, I never thought that you would also have a battle spirit. Wang Yichan's lips twitched. His battle spirit was his ultimate killer move. He had intended to use it to shock and awe the entire audience. But he never imagined that Lin Ming would turn it around to shame him instead. His heart sank as he thought to himself, my battle spirit has a demonic path attribute to it. I was too careless just now and didn't use the special attribute. If I go all out, then a difference of a small boundary shouldn't matter too much. Wang Yichan couldn't stand that he had been defeated in what he excelled at the most. This was a major blow to his self-confidence. Slaughter Path Attribute, Battle Spirit Assault. A black light suddenly erupted in Wang Yichan's eyes, turning into a substantiated sword of will that thrust straight at Lin Ming. Wang Yichan had comprehended a battle spirit when he was crossing through life destruction. Moreover, what he comprehended was a rare specialized battle spirit. This battle spirit had a slaughter path attribute. It was able to display the strongest destructive power in battle, even able to directly extinguish the life force of an opponent. A duel of battle spirits? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Before this, he had heard Demon Shine say that martial artists with battle spirits could battle in the world of will through their battle spirits. Wang Yichan was the first martial artist Lin Ming met who had a battle spirit. Before this, although he had never truly fought with a martial artist in the world of will, he had done something similar during his stay at the Road of Emperor. There, when Lin Ming faced the Road of Will lights, in order to pass every light he would have to enter the will world and engage the residual will of the past emperors in battle. Lin Ming was not a stranger to battles within the world of will. In fact, it was quite familiar to him. Lin Ming's thoughts focused and the battle spirit floating in his spiritual sea transformed into a long spear that roared forth. An azure ray of pure will shot forth from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, meeting Wang Yichang's sword of black will. Pang! As both battle spirits collided, Lin Ming and Wang Yichan both arrived at the world of will. Without further ado, Wang Yichan flicked his finger and a massive black python appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Lin Ming. This was a python formed from Wang Yichan's thoughts. In a battle within the world of will, victory didn't depend on cultivation methods of martial skills. Even cultivation didn't have that great of an influence. Rather, it purely depended on whose will was stronger. Compared to the Road of Will lights Lin Ming had once faced, Wang Yichan's battle spirit was far inferior. An azure-long spear shot forth like a meteor, drilling right through the black python. A great deal of black blood rained to the ground. Wang Yichan devilishly grinned and then loudly shouted, "Slaughter energy, swallow all." At that moment, the thick black fog burst out from the python's body, swallowing up that azure-long spear. With a chi-chi-chi sound, the black mist melded into the spear shaft as if it were trying to assimilate with it. Wang Yichan laughed, "Lin Ming, my battle spirit has a slaughter path attribute. I can extinguish your life and swallow your will." Battle spirits could also have different attributes. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He hadn't heard Demon Shine mention this point before. Lin Ming wasn't unfamiliar with slaughter path attribute abilities. When he completed his 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, he had obtained the slaughter path attribute Death God Force Field. But this was a battle in the world of will. He couldn't use the Death God Force Field here unless he reproduced it using his own will. In the end, a battle in the world of will depended entirely on whose will was stronger.
But he didn't need the death god force field to begin with. If a battle spirit could have an attribute, then Lin Ming's azure will also had an attribute. That was endlessness.
Break! Lin Ming gave a deep shout and an azure light suddenly radiated outwards. With a resounding dragon roar, an azure dragon impacted the heavens, thrusting its claws out and directly ripping apart the black python's body to pieces. Lin Ming had obtained only a single drop of reverse scale blood, but the truth was that its quality was far higher than the blood of the ancient phoenix. The blood of the ancient phoenix was only ordinary phoenix blood. In the legends, a phoenix god beast preyed upon giant leviathans. Its size was no less than that of a golden-winged roc, and when it spread out its two wings it was able to hide the endless blue skies. It was difficult to say just how much blood such a creature had. As for that drop of reverse-scale blood Lin Ming had obtained in the Sorcerer Pagoda, that came from an Azure True Dragon's reverse scale. For dragons that had a reverse scale, to touch it meant death. The blood from the reverse scale was only inferior to blood essence. Naturally, the quality was much higher than a phoenix's ordinary blood. Bang bang bang! The black fog was completely scattered by the azure energy. After exterminating the black python, the azure dragon rushed forth with unstoppable force, firing right into Wang Yichan. Damn it!
Wang Yichan angrily cried out as he produced a long sword, cutting it towards that azure dragon.
Pung! The long sword broke apart and Wang Yichan's body was torn in half by the azure dragon's claws. With a miserable scream he was thrust out of the world of will, his eyes opening even as his body dripped with a cold sweat and his face became pallid. In the world of will where the battle had only lasted for 3 breaths of time, Wang Yichan had been defeated. Lin Ming opened his eyes looking calm as usual. As his cultivation constantly rose, his battle spirit became increasingly close to breaking through to large success of the bronze level.
Within the Sky Spill continent, a Divine Sea powerhouse with a large success bronze-level battle spirit could be considered extraordinary.
Lin Ming.
Wang Yichan's mouth twitched as he gasped for breath in great gulps of air. In this fight of battle spirits, his main body hadn't been damaged but his will had been injured. It would be several days before he was restored to his peak condition. He was unwilling to accept that defeat just now and wanted to fight Lin Ming again in the real world. However, after having lost just now, fighting again would not leave any good impressions on those present, and even winning would mean he lost face. Moreover, Wang Yichan had been frightened in that exchange just now. He wasn't too confident that he could defeat Lin Ming even in the real world.
Wang Yichan, if I'm not wrong then that so-called concubine of yours was captured from somewhere and then had a spell placed on her. Although I won't call myself some sort of honorable gentleman, I wouldn't do anything recklessly shameful.
If you two truly loved each other then I would have no objections, but now taking her from your hands is well within reason. Lin Ming's words were much more reasonable, and now that he had won that battle against Wang Yichan just now, all of the initiative had fallen into his hands.
Lin Ming, do you truly wish to become enemies with my Northwest Great Desert? Have you clearly thought about just what the consequences will be like? Wang Yichan said out loud before continuing with a true essence sound transmission. I will trade a 5th grade spirit vein source for that white jade key. Wang Yichan had no choice but to lay down the threat of sect extermination. But at this moment, Li Yifeng laughed and stood up. Brother Wang, you've already lost what there is to lose. Can't you afford what you lost? Wang Yichan followed the direction of the voice. As he saw Li Yifeng casually standing at the corner of the main hall, his heart jumped. This was definitely another extraordinary young elite. This person must come from some great power. You are. I am Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng,
Prince of the 7-star Divine Kingdom.
To think that such a solemn and dignified Divine Kingdom prince would actually come to Lin Ming's wedding celebrations. Could it be that your 7-star Divine Kingdom is trying to recruit Lin Ming? Wang Yichan felt his heart go cold as he saw Li Yifeng. This Li Yifeng's comprehension of the law of wind had reached an extremely high level, and his foundation was incomparably solid too. He had at least twice the amount of total true essence that a normal revolving core martial artist would have, and the power of the stars was sealed in his right hand, greatly strengthening him.
Of course, Wang Yichan wouldn't care about these things at all. After all, Li Yifeng's cultivation wasn't that high. But what Li Yifeng represented actually caused Wang Yichan to feel a pang of fear. Li Yifeng represented one of the 4 divine kingdoms, the 7-star divine kingdom. Compared to the 4 divine kingdoms, the Northwest Great Desert was far lacking in all aspects. The 7-star divine kingdom wanted to win Lin Ming over to their side? Wang Yichan couldn't help but think this. If this were so, then what grounds did his Northwest Great Desert have to threaten Divine Phoenix Island? The Jade Key and the Life Destruction Pill. Wang Yichan spat out these words in a livid rage. He did care about the Life Destruction Pill, but what was most important here was that Mystic Realm Key. In truth, this key contained some of Xian Wuji's works inside, otherwise it would never have been placed with him to begin with. If every key wasn't collected, then they would be unable to open the mystic realm left behind by that demonic path Holy Lord. Lin Ming waved his hand and 2 jade boxes flew towards Wang Yichan. After Wang Yichan received them, he swept his perception through them quickly, and then coldly humphed, "We're leaving!" Wang Yichan brought his 2 underlings and left in great strides, leaving behind that woman with gray pupils to stand quietly in the main hall. Slowly, everyone's visions turned towards her. "What is your name?" Lin Ming asked as he looked at the young woman with the jade pendant. The young woman's dark gray pupils flashed with indifference. She didn't bother answering Lin Ming's question. The guests present were secretly whispering amongst themselves. Just what was so special about this young woman that Lin Ming would trade a mystic realm key for her? And it seemed as if Wang Yichan was extremely reluctant to do so, as if he had suffered a great loss in the process. "Xingxuan, please take her away and have someone unravel the spell on her. Let her have some rest and don't let anyone disturb her." Lin Ming thought that this young woman had some emotion problems at the moment. It was best to let her relax for some time before he asked her about her life and what the secret to that jade pendant was. The young woman was taken away, leaving all the guests disappointed. They were all curious individuals and also wanted to see just what was so special about this young woman. "I sincerely apologize for frightening everyone just now. Everyone, we shall exchange for some new tables and dishes and continue the celebrations once more." Lin Ming cupped his fists across his chest and apologized to all the guests. To have such a ruckus at a wedding banquet would normally cause a loss of face. However, Lin Ming's actions had been sharp and decisive. Not only did he not lose any face, but it instead caused his prestige to rise even more. It seemed that being top master of the South Sea was no longer an adequate title to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming's battle spirit is only a small step from reaching large success of the bronze level. Moreover, it seems his battle spirit also has a strange attribute to it, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to defeat Wang Yichan with such ease. Li Yifeng said as he waved his fan. He was becoming more and more interested in Lin Ming. "This is a true talent. If we can win him over to our 7-star divine kingdom, then that will be a great boost to us." "Young master wants to win him over to enter our divine kingdom?" the young maid near Li Yifeng asked with surprise. He has his own sect, so directly pulling him into our divine kingdom won't be easy. Such an extraordinary youth won't necessarily be willing to enter our divine kingdom. But, even if we can't win him over, being on good terms with him is also good. To the melody of an orchestra, the entire banquet continued on in a festive mood. After some time, a youth jumped onto the central stage platform and loudly exclaimed, "I am the Dire Space Sex Mo Xiaoan. I would like to show off my meager skills for the entertainment of all." "Haha. To dance around by yourself is too boring. I am Supreme Mystery Temple's Sun Tai. How about I dance with you?" Another youth also jumped on stage. Although he called this dancing, the truth was that it was a contest. Of course, in order to ensure that it remained in step with the festivities, they would use as many fancy and beautiful moves as possible. In the traditions of the Sky Spill continent, whenever a large-scale celebration occurred where heroes and young elites from all over gathered together, it would be the time when the young disciples of the great sects had their chance to show off their skills. During revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, there had also been a great number of heroic young elites that had gone on stage to show off their skills. At that time, Lin Ming had broken apart Lei Jingtian's plot, cut down Lei Mubai, and from that point on his name had begun to resound in the South Horizon region. Of course, the current Lin Ming had gone from an invisible young disciple of a sect to the top master of the South Sea. He naturally wouldn't play around with these fellow juniors. As Li Yifeng's maid Qing'er saw this, her eyes lit up. A battle of juniors from the South Horizon region normally wouldn't enter her eyes to begin with. Compared to the 4 divine kingdoms, the South Horizon region's heroic young elites were not much at all. Lin Ming was simply a completely different beast. Hee, I want to try too. Qing'er jumped on stage, her early revolving core cultivation stunning all the young elites present. Li Yifeng wryly smiled. Normally, martial artists that participated in such banquets would be around 17 or 18 years old. Qing'er's age had actually surpassed this measure. Would anyone like to come up? Qing'er issued a challenge out loud. The disciples of the South Horizon region and 5-element region immediately began complaining of this bitter situation in their hearts. Facing this girl, anyone young who came up would just embarrass themselves. But anyone older couldn't step up. For a time, there was an awkward silence. I'll play with you. At this time, a voice sounded out and Lan Xian stepped on stage. Lan Xian and Qing'er were around the same age. Both of them were beautiful and exquisite young girls. They naturally attracted everyone's attention. Who is this blue-clothed girl with the pointy ears? She's likely young Emperor Lin's friend. She's so young, and yet she wants to fight with a divine kingdom disciple. The guests talked amongst themselves. To them, Lan Xian was an unknown. Her opponent is a revolving core martial artist. Can this blue-clothed girl really win? As a martial artist of the Fey race, Lan Xian's cultivation was at the peak of a 1-star Fey king. Her cultivation was only a step away from reaching the boundary of a 2-star Fey king. Because of the different cultivation systems, none of the guests present were able to see through Lan Xian's cultivation. Who are you? Qing'er didn't think that anyone would actually come up and challenge her, especially one that was at her age. If she hadn't seen just how terrifying Lin Ming was with her own eyes, she would never have placed anyone here in her eyes to begin with. Fey race, Blue-Silver Forest, Lan Xian. Lan Xian announced the name of her Blue-Silver Holy Land without any intention of hiding it. There were just far too many strange races in the Sky Spill continent. In the South Sea alone, there were already innumerable deep-sea tribes. To have someone from the Fey race appear was only a novelty, nothing more. What is the Blue-Silver Forest? I've never heard of it before. Maybe it's some island from deep within the South Sea, or maybe some forest at the bottom of the sea. This is the first time I've heard about this Fey race too. The martial artists present discussed amongst themselves. Naturally, none of them had ever heard the name of the Blue-Silver Holy Land before. Li Yifeng was playing with his fan, but in truth he had already noticed Lan Xian, Duanmu Kun, and Fengshen. These 3 were obviously not common talents of their generation. As for how strong they were, he had no idea. I wonder where these strange races came from. Their cultivation paths are extremely peculiar. They don't seem much older than Qing'er, but even knowing her cultivation, they still dare to challenge her. It seems they are also top talents. Although Qing'er was Li Yifeng's maid in appearance, the truth was that she was also a talented genius girl from the 7-star Divine Kingdom. Her talent was worse than a Divine Kingdom prince's, but not by much. Lin Ming smiled as he saw Lan Xian and Qing'er step up on stage, posturing themselves as they prepared to show off their skills. A 1-star Fey King was slightly better than a human early revolving core. Lan Xian was a peak 1-star Fey King and could advance into a 2-star Fey King at any given time. This was nearly equal to a human middle revolving core powerhouse. Lan Xian had the advantage of cultivation to start with, and her talent was only inferior to Duanmu Kun's. This was truly bullying others. As the many guests were expressing how they thought this battle would unfold, Lan Xian and Qing'er had already started battling each other. Most of the people present didn't think Lan Xian had a chance of winning, but the result actually left them all stunned. In just 3 moves, Lan Xian had already broken apart Qing'er's hairpin. Qing'er was originally an arrogant and overly proud girl. How could she stand taking such a blow, especially when her opponent didn't look any older than her? She couldn't allow this to stand. Not being convinced in her heart, Qing'er completely went all in. However, her defeat came even quicker. Lan Xian's cultivation completely suppressed Qing'er from all directions. In just 2 simple moves, Qing'er's long sword was sent flying away by Lan Xian. The victor and the loser were already evident. The outcome of the battle had surprised everyone, causing the atmosphere of the celebrations to immediately heat up. Everyone's discussions revolved around Lan Xian. No one thought that there would be so many heroes gathered at Lin Ming's wedding banquet. Qing'er returned to her own seat in a depressed state. She had gone up on stage to show off, but in a surprising turn of events she had been kicked into the mud instead.
I told you not to underestimate others. Li Feng laughed as he patted Qing'er on the shoulder. He had already guessed that if Lan Xian dared to go on stage, then she must have confidence in her own strength. But he didn't think that this Lan Xian girl would be able to defeat Qing'er so easily.
Are you still talking? I've already lost any face I had left. I have no idea what that girl ate growing up. She simply isn't human at all. Qing'er mumbled in a low voice. She felt that she had completely shamed herself just now. That young girl indeed has a suspicious origin, Li Yifeng said as he bit his fan, his eyes shining. These friends of Lin Ming had truly surprised him. He had simply belittled the heroes of this world too often. That Lan Xian girl alone was already at the level of a divine kingdom prince. As for those other two, they certainly weren't common either. Besides Lin Ming, Li Yifeng also began noticing Lan Xian, Duanmu Qin, and Fengshen.
Haha, how about it?
Does Brother Duanmu wish to go to the 4 divine kingdoms to have a look? Lin Ming said to Duanmu Kun with a true essence sound transmission as he saw Lan Xian win with relaxed ease. This match was probably encouraged by Duanmu Kun. He wished for Lan Xian to spread out the reputation of the 3 of them in order to pave the way for their eventual entry into the 4 divine kingdoms. The 4 divine kingdoms was where the outstanding young elites of the Sky Spill continent gathered. If Duanmu Kun and the others went to the 4 divine kingdoms, they would naturally meet these people and duel with them in order to make progress.
But in order to know these people, they first had to expose part of their strength.
I was indeed thinking that. Walking 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. The 3 of us came to the Sky Spill continent to adventure and gain experience so that we wouldn't remain frogs in a well.
If the 4 divine kingdoms are where the holy lands of the Sky Spill continent are located, then we naturally must go there.
Haha. I was also planning to make a journey to the 4 divine kingdoms, but I have to wait some time before then. Lin Ming had already made plans for the future. First, he wanted to study alchemical techniques and inscription techniques. The reason to learn auxiliary skill was to enhance one's soul. And the further one went in the road of martial arts, the more important the soul became. The soul was needed to move true essence, and even a battle spirit was carried within the spiritual sea. If one's soul was weak and fragile, then it would be much easier to encounter bottlenecks in the future.
This was also the reason why so many supreme elders from the realm of the gods learned their own auxiliary skills. Much less, Lin Ming also cultivated the 8 inner hidden gates, so he would need a massive amount of medicines to complete his body transformation.
Completely relying on lucky chances to supply him with the medicines and treasures he needed was clearly unrealistic. But in order to study alchemy techniques to a high degree, he would need a massive amount of materials, all the way from low-grade materials to heavenly treasures. This was a very high demand. It would be difficult to find all of the things he needed in a small place like the South Horizon region.
I've already guessed that Brother Lin is planning to go to the 4 divine kingdoms, but we plan on setting off by ourselves first. Perhaps the 3 of us might even separate in the 4 divine kingdoms. Duanmu Kun said with a faint smile.
The gap between their strength and Lin Ming's strength was already quite high, and this disparity was destined to increase, meaning that it was nearly impossible for them to continue journeying together. For instance, a mystic realm that Lin Ming could enter didn't mean that they could necessarily follow, and Lin Ming might not be interested in a mystic realm that they could enter. Good. Then this wedding celebration will also be my farewell gift to Brother Duanmu. Oh. Lin Ming's wedding ceremony would last for an entire 7 days. Of these 7 days, Lin Ming only needed to appear on the first day to personally entertain his guests. For the remaining period, all of that would be single-handedly managed by Mu Yuhuang.
At night, Lin Ming finally arrived at his marriage nuptial chambers. And at this time, Mu Qianyu was sitting on a large bed, having waited there for a long time. Beside her, Qin Xingxuan was gazing in a bronze mirror, carefully helping her dress up.
Little sister Xingxuan, is my hairpin crooked?
Mu Qianyu asked Qin Xingxuan as she traced her hair. No, it's beautiful. Qin Xingxuan covered her mouth and chuckled. A wedding night was the most beautiful time of a woman's life. Mu Qianyu naturally hoped that the most beautiful moment would also unfold tonight.
At this time, Qin Xingxuan heard the sounds of footsteps approaching. As she turned around, she saw that Lin Ming had entered the room.
The laughing Qin Xingxuan suddenly stood up like a frightened rabbit, at a loss of what to do. Mu Qianyu tightly gripped onto Qin Xingxuan's hand and pulled her to sit back down. In truth, Mu Qianyu was also feeling extremely nervous at this time.
Whether it was Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, or Lin Ming, they were all neophytes of love. Although Lin Ming's strength was abnormal and his talent was monstrous, facing things like feelings or how to coax a girl into happiness, he was absolutely ignorant towards all of this.
Martial artists weren't like common mortals. They did fall in love, but their emotions didn't manifest in yearning and dreaming of others every few days.
Towards Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, Lin Ming had never spoken words like, I love you or I like you. He had never even made promises or asked questions such as marry me or be my wife.
This was because mortals were not good at controlling their emotions. Once they were touched by emotions, all of their thoughts would go into chaos and they could fall to great depths of sadness or rise to great heights of happiness. As for martial cultivators, they threw themselves into their training and constantly hardened their will. In terms of feelings, even if they were profound or unforgettable, they wouldn't affect them to the point of them making overly flourishing mortal gestures. But this didn't mean that a martial cultivator's feelings weren't deep. In fact, it was just the opposite. The feelings of a martial artist who had tempered their will were even more everlasting. These were feelings and sentiments that could be eroded within a vast river for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years and still remain unswerving and unchanged. As Mu Qianyu was waiting in the nuptial chambers for Lin Ming, a single thought continued to reverberate in her heart. Her thoughts returned to the demon god imperial palace when Lin Ming had thrust the escape symbol into her palm and said to her, "Wait for me there."
And 6 days later he had made true on his promise. Then he had said to her, "Come with me to kill." These words didn't contain even a hint of the romance between men and women, but every word had sunk into her bones, bringing with it a firm, confident warmth that knew not death or fear.
What echoed in Mu Qianyu's heart was far more profound and solemn than those casually spoken sweet words and honeyed phrases spoken at temporary heights of passion that could be false or true. To her, Lin Ming's words were a pledge that far surpassed any vow of eternal love.
If Lin Ming really hadn't returned then, Mu Qianyu had already determined to leave that broken world and dedicate her life to training until she became powerful enough to kill every person that had harmed Lin Ming one at a time.
Then, she would re-enter that broken world and live out the rest of her life accompanying Lin Ming. Such feelings did not need to be dressed up with flashy words. And for Qin Xingxuan it was even more so.
When Lin Ming had come to Blood Demon Island to rescue her, his figure as he stood atop that vermilion bird and the blood flowing from his spear light had already branded itself onto her heart, becoming an eternal part of her soul that she would never forget.
Joy, happiness, no regrets. If she could encompass all of these things within her feelings, then what else was there to not be satisfied with? To Lin Ming, when Mu Qianyu had crossed the destruction of Divine Phoenix Island and left behind her message at the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, this had left an unforgettable image on him. That was the oath that Mu Qianyu had made on the edge of death.
As for Qin Xingxuan, she was the companion who had accompanied him ever since his adventure began in the Sky Fortune Kingdom.
She was like Lin Ming's young neighborhood girl love. When he was in Sky Fortune City, Qin Xingxuan and her master, Mr. Mui, had helped him a great deal. Lin Min and Qin Xingxuan had each seen the other's parents, and when Qin Xingxuan had lived with the Lin family, she had constantly accompanied Lin Mu. His parents already regarded Qin Xingxuan as their future daughter-in-law. This sort of light and comfortable warmth was also a certain type of moving emotion. When Lin Ming was endlessly training himself and on the edge of collapse, he could use these warm and happy feelings to find peace of mind even in a realm of infinite slaughter. Lin Ming, you still owe Xingxuan a wedding ceremony, Mu Qianyu suddenly said. During this wedding ceremony, the announcement had only included that Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu were to be married. It hadn't included Qin Xingxuan.
Lin Ming silently nodded. He gazed at Qin Xingxuan for a long moment before his eyes turned back to Mu Qianyu. Are you sure that you don't want to come to the realm of the gods with me? Because of the existence of that ancient Phoenix clan's transmission array, it wasn't necessary to break through to the divine sea to ascend to the realm of the gods. As long as Mu Qianyu desired it, she could also go to the realm of the gods together with Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu shook her head. If it wasn't for the fact that Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan both existed in his heart, Lin Ming would have already held a wedding ceremony much earlier. But, facing both Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan together, Lin Ming was helpless as to who to hold the wedding ceremony with first. Finally, Mu Qianyu had put forth that she wouldn't follow Lin Ming into the realm of the gods in the future. Mu Qianyu's parents had died soon after she was born. To her, Mu Yuhuang was no different from her true mother. Divine Phoenix Island held too great a significance to Mu Qianyu. All of these things were difficult to give up. If she insisted on following Lin Ming, then she would be willing to abandon everything she ever knew for him. However, Lin Ming also had Qin Xingxuan to accompany him upwards, and secondly, she didn't believe that she would be of any help to Lin Ming within the realm of the gods. If that were the case, then it was better to stay in the Sky Spill continent and raise their children, having Divine Phoenix Island become much more prosperous and magnificent, and have the Lin family flourish like never before. A family might not be a burden to a martial artist, but it was a sort of worry. After countless years passed, when their parents, wives, children, and children's children had all died, leaving them alone in the world, this type of desolate and lonely road of martial arts could easily lead to heart demons. Moreover, a deep and true love to a martial artist was a nearly spiritual dependence. It wasn't like the pleasure of the flesh, something that they could easily let go. Lin Ming didn't try persuading her anymore. Although returning to the lower realms from the realm of the gods was troublesome, it wasn't completely impossible. He could still meet with Mu Qianyu, and with his help it would be easy for her to reach the divine sea in the future. Then, she would have 10,000 years of life, several tens of thousands years of life, or an even longer time than that. Such a long period of time was enough for him to reach the peak of martial artists. As for what would happen once he reached that point, who knew? At this time, Qin Xingxuan slowly stood up and quietly withdrew, closing the door behind her. Since this was Mu Qianyu's wedding, she naturally had to let it take its most perfect course. As Qin Xingxuan imagined herself taking care of Lin Ming in the future, her face flushed red. Although two women waiting on a single man together was impossible for her, wasn't it? Before ascending to the realm of the gods, Qin Xingxuan didn't want to have more intimate contact with Lin Ming. After the door closed, the atmosphere became ambiguous for a moment. Large red decorations, red bedding, a large bed, a red curtain of silk. All of this left Mu Qianyu's beautiful face a deep red. She didn't dare to look up at Lin Ming, instead keeping her head down. Lin Ming also felt a bit awkward. Before this, his contact with Mu Qianyu had been limited to kisses and hugs. Now facing such a passionate situation, a faint thrum of desire and anticipation beat in his heart. The two sat on the bed, talking to each other for a long time. From their meeting at Thunder Crash Mountain to the 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting. From revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet to the adventure into the Demon God Imperial Palace. All the way to their reunion at Yinyang Profound Palace, and now finally arriving here at their own wedding. During this conversation, Lin Ming had unconsciously held on to Mu Qianyu's hands and began to kiss her dewy lips. The two took this time to roll on the bed. Then, Lin Ming gently untied Mu Qianyu's clothing, revealing her otherworldly body. Her body was completely exposed under the swaying candlelight of the night, a hazy layer of light seeming to caress her. Mu Qianyu's cheeks turned bright red. She raised her pair of jade-like hands to cover her chest, her heart racing like a frantic drum. Lin Ming held on to Mu Qianyu, kissing and stroking her warm and soft breasts. At this time, a fire began to blaze in Lin Ming's heart, and he slowly separated her flawless legs. Mu Qianyu's eyes were misty and her long eyelashes trembled as her entire being was immersed in a beautiful spring. It was like she couldn't distinguish between fantasy and illusion until a sharp pain suddenly awakened her from the evanescent dream. As she looked into the face of her most beloved man, she didn't know why, but 2 teardrops streamed down her face. She was not bewitched by this love between women and men, but at this moment an everlasting mark had branded itself in her heart. She completely melted into Lin Ming's body. Happiness, satisfaction, euphoria, exhilaration, longing, all of this mixed in with a slight, pleasantly aching pain, leaving her breathless with joy, unable to think or speak clearly. Oh, 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 oh. On the next morning, the sun had just risen and a light morning mist enveloped the entirety of Divine Phoenix Island, leaving a thin layer of dew over the land. Lin Ming woke up from his deep and fragrant sleep. As he saw Mu Qianyu snuggled up in his chest, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Mu Qianyu was a light sleeper. By the time Lin Ming woke up, she had already been awake for a long time. It was just that she was drowning in her shy feelings and didn't want to open her eyes. As Lin Ming looked at her, a childlike playfulness suddenly came over him. He began reaching for Mu Qianyu's sensitive parts and tickling her. How could Mu Qianyu stand this? She instantly grabbed his hand and jokingly admonished him. "Stop it, you naughty boy!" Lin Ming devilishly smiled. After that night of love, he could already be considered as having been captivated by these feelings. That's right. About that young woman you traded for the white jade key, what sort of special secret is on her? Why would you fight with Wang Yichan for her? Mu Qianyu quickly changed the topic as she saw that Lin Ming wanted to play more dirty tricks on her. As this serious matter was brought up, Lin Ming became more solemn. "I'm not sure why Wang Yichan would fight me for her, but the reason I exchanged the key for her was..." Lin Ming didn't have any intention of hiding anything from Mu Qianyu. He completely told her of his experiences in the Eternal Demon Abyss. After hearing of this bizarre occurrence, Mu Qianyu was horrified. There was also this sort of matter? That's the reason I thought that young girl might be related to the goddess in the Eternal Demon Abyss. Let's quickly go and visit her, so we can ask her about her life and what the origin of that jade pendant is. All right, then I'll go together with you. Mu Qianyu was about to stand up and put on her clothes, but as she noticed that Lin Ming's eyes were locked onto her body, she blushed a deep red and shyly said, "You put on your clothes and leave first." The Eternal Demon Abyss held an infinite charm to the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent. There were many emperor powerhouses that would venture into the Eternal Demon Abyss when they lost all hope of making a breakthrough, in a desire to stumble upon a lucky chance within. And the result was that none of them ever returned. Not even the number one powerhouse of the Holy Demon Continent was an exception. Even so, many powerhouses held a lifelong desire to adventure into the Eternal Demon Abyss and explore the mysteries inside. This was because that land was far too mystical. There were powerful existences within the Eternal Demon Abyss that would shock anyone. Lin Ming also had an endless interest in the Eternal Demon Abyss. Before, Lin Ming had also been filled with curiosity towards the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm and the Ancient Phoenix Clan. However, the mysteries of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm had already been revealed. Because there were far too many people within the realm of the gods, there were often branches of sects and families that would move into the lower realms. The branches of the realm of the gods' Phoenix Clan were also no exception. This was the origin of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. But as for the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming felt that the land was simply covered by inscrutable mysteries. He thought back to that massive god beast in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone whose body spanned thousands of miles. And he also thought back to the heart of that great emperor which had beat eternally for 100,000 years in the flawless corpse of the goddess that had existed in lifelike slumber for 100,000 years. If these things were truly left over by a side branch from the realm of the gods, then that was truly unbelievable. Lin Ming suspected that perhaps the owner of that beating heart still existed in the realm of the gods, and might even be in existence who stood at the peak of martial arts. He might even be in existence that the demon emperor or the sorcerer of the southern wilderness divine kingdom could not hope to ever compare with. Why would such a character appear in the Sky Spill continent? Why was his heart sealed within the goddess body? Was he dead? Or was he alive? If that goddess was that great emperor's most important person, then why would he leave her alone in that lonely grave in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone? Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu made their way to that mysterious young girl's room. As they pushed the door open, they saw that the young girl was dressed in fresh white clothes.
her back facing them as she gazed out the window, her hair falling down her shoulders like a cascading waterfall. Beside the young girl, the bed was still neat and ordered as if she hadn't slept at all, instead having sat at the windowsill all night long. As Mu Qianyu looked at this young girl's back, she felt an inexplicable pain fill her heart. "Miss, what's your name?" The young girl turned to look at the two of them, her dark gray pupils flashing with a cold indifference. She didn't speak, instead completely ignoring Mu Qianyu's question. "She seems to have sealed away her heart and trust in anyone. I have no idea just what she has experienced in her life," Mu Qianyu said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming thought for a moment. If this were the case, then wanting to find out the truth of her life was impossible at this time. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring and an azure jade pendant appeared in his hand. "Miss, do you recognize this?" As the young girl saw the jade pendant held high in Lin Ming's hand, a change finally occurred in her expression. She subconsciously traced her own chest, feeling that familiar warmth. The jade pendant was still here. Were there two jade pendants? "You?" The young girl finally spoke. This was the first time that Lin Ming had heard her speak since he first saw her. Her voice was pleasant but had a very peculiar accent that followed it. "Where did your jade pendant come from?" Lin Ming faintly smiled and put the jade pendant away. "Before I answer your question, I need you to answer one of mine first. I would like to know about your life." The young girl hesitated for a moment, a flash of confusion passing through her dark gray pupils. Then she whispered, I am from the Forsaken God Clan." "Forsaken God Clan?" Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. "Tell me more." "We are a cursed clan. We have no surname, no origin. The ancestors of my clan angered the gods and thus they were punished for their sins. Their sins have passed onto their descendants and now onto me. This tattoo seal on my face is the symbol of my cursed bloodline." "Curse? What curse?" Lin Ming had already noticed the strange tattoo seal on the young girl's face. He had thought it was unusual, but he never imagined that it was actually the manifestation of a curse. "In my clan, right after birth, every span of time we are cursed to suffer an unendurable pain, a pain that torments us to our very marrow. This pain originates from the tattoo seal on our face. As we grow older, this excruciating outbreak will happen less and less, but the time for which it happens will become increasingly long, continuing until we die from pain or commit suicide. Only by practicing martial arts would we gain the strength and will of mind to endure and suppress this pain. However, what is sad is that no matter how talented the children of my clan are, they are unable to break free from the chains of their destiny. No matter how high their cultivation reaches, they will one day die to this blood curse." The young girl's words were completely out of Lin Ming's expectations. He originally thought that a clan related to the goddess of the eternal demon abyss might be a great clan with a glorious and wonderful history. But, hearing the truth from this young girl's mouth, she actually came from the Forsaken God Clan. Every generation of her bloodline cursed to eternal torment. Were they the descendants of the goddess? If so, then how could such a heaven-shaking and powerful goddess descendant have been reduced to such a pitiful state? "Do you know who the ancestors of your clan are? Do they have names? What was their history like and how did they offend these so-called gods?" The young girl shook her head. The past had been far too long ago and the truth of history had been buried in the endless river of time. It was simply impossible to discover the truth of ancient times. The ancestors have only left us two binding words to guide us. "What are they?" "Continue on." As Lin Ming heard these two simple words, he felt his mind shake. Such simple words passed down by these ancestors, and yet they seemed to contain a compulsion and unwillingness to submit. "Continue on, continue on, continue on." Lin Ming looked at this young girl once again, his heart filled with a new trace of awe and respect. This was a truly mysterious clan. If they truly were the descendants of the goddess, then they had lived under the power of this bloodline curse for over 100,000 years. Even if the history of their clan had been lost, or even if the glorious past of their clan was buried in the dust, that unyielding struggle with their destiny had engraved itself into their bones, becoming a continuing stubbornness that had followed that bloodline curse, forever running together, side by side. Lin Min took a deep breath and said, "I also have another question. Why would Wang Yichan desire you?
After Lin Ming asked this question, the young girl didn't reply. Instead, she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes solemn. Lin Ming knowingly replied, "All right, then I will answer your question first. My jade pendant came from an ancient tomb." Lin Ming didn't describe the eternal demon abyss too much. He only spoke of a forbidden zone and how he had chased a corpse devil to an ancient grave site. He completely revealed to this mysterious young girl of how he saw the goddess and heard her summoning call, and even about the existence of that great emperor's heart.
As the young girl heard this, she was completely dazed. She was unable to speak. All she felt was an inexplicable pain swell up in her chest, making it so that she nearly couldn't breathe. She didn't know why, but she felt a deep emotional pain.
Could that goddess in the coffin be the ancestor of her clan?
Just what sort of history had her clan borne? Why did she feel a deep grief from her very bloodline as she heard this story?
Lin Ming silently stood to the side, waiting for the young girl to finish her sentimental recollection and also waiting for her reply.
After a quarter hour, the young girl finally said, "The reason Wang Yichan wants me is because of my bloodline seal." Bloodline seal?
Lin Ming's mind stirred. He knew this phrase before from the memories of the realm of the gods' supreme elders.
The so-called bloodline seal was a special bloodline ability passed down within clans. It was a sort of ability that was only inherited by direct descendants. In a sense, the affinity with fire laws that the ancient Phoenix clan had could also be considered a type of bloodline seal. However, it just wasn't special enough. There were some families and clans that had extremely special bloodlines. For instance, nether eyes that could see through all ghosts and illusions, or specialized body transformation techniques that allowed one to willfully utilize every muscle in their body. The young girl said, "My clan's bloodline seal is an extremely special ability that only manifests in a very small minority of our descendants, and I am one of them. What I can use is a special force field called the support sphere."
Support sphere? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. A domain ability? Some descendants of my clan can form a force field in an area, increasing the combat strength of martial artists within. This increases a martial artist's regenerative ability, speed, defense, attack power, and can even enhance their will, soul force, and perception. As for my support sphere, I can use it to increase a martial artist's speed, attack strength, and will.
I see.
Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. This sort of ability was truly special. This young girl was able to enhance a martial artist's will, and the essence of a battle spirit was based on a martial artist's will. The stronger one's will, the stronger one's battle spirit. As for that Wang Yichan, he was originally someone who excelled in the aspect of will, so it was natural that he desired this young girl. The young girl continued, "Wang Yichan captured me and tried to place spells in my spiritual sea. He tried slave seals and all sorts of other tricks. However, because of the special nature of my bloodline seal, everything he tried failed. He wanted me to quickly train until I reached a revolving core or life destruction cultivation, and then I could become a great boost to him in battle. However, I was unwilling to become the pawn of others. In these last 2 years, I refused to train at all. My cultivation did not increase even the smallest bit, and instead regressed. Then Wang Yichan tried to ease the relations between us. He would have me at his side every day and care for me, protecting me, and declaring to all that I was his concubine in order to change my thoughts of him. So that's what happened." Lin Ming finally understood why this young girl had such a stalwart disposition. He guessed that Wang Yichan was also at his limit. If she were a support to him that he had already raised up, then he probably wouldn't have given her up no matter what.
"What's your name?" The girl hesitated for a moment and then said, "Ju." A single name meaning beautiful jade but with a decisive joining. It was mellow, soft, and yet staunch, fully in line with this young girl's character. "How old are you?"
19.
19? Lin Ming was shocked. At 19 years of age, she hadn't practiced for 2 whole years and yet was still at the late Hotian realm. If she did cultivate then, she would have already broken through to the Xianxian realm by now. This young girl's talent was far better than what he had imagined it to be. If she had truly been willing to cooperate with Wang Yichan, then the power they could release together in the future would have been immeasurable. Unfortunately, Lin Ming still hadn't managed to obtain any information from this young girl about the goddess that slept in her tomb. To him, that goddess remained an eternal riddle.
Xianxia, you are. In Mu Qianyu's bridal chamber, Lin Ming had called in Qin Xianxia and Mu Qianyu. As the two young women sat shoulder to shoulder on the bed, their figures complementing the red silk sheets was far too beautiful to behold. Several months had passed since Lin Ming killed Xian Wuji. Lin Ming had momentarily suspended his cultivating, spending a good period of his time meditating on the alchemy techniques left behind by the realm of the gods alchemist, as well as spending time with his parents and family. After his marriage with Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming's thoughts had become bedeviled by the relations between men and women, and he had shared in these sensual pleasures with her every night. This is for you. Lin Ming took out 2 square crystals from his spatial ring. Every crystal block had 2 drops of red liquid sealed within. These red drops looked thick and viscous, as if they were crimson pearls. What is that? As Mu Qianyu saw these 4 drops of red liquid, she felt her heart jump. She could clearly feel that there was something extraordinary about these red drops of liquid. This is the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming said. Hearing these words, Qin Xianxia was already surprised to the point of being spellbound. As for Mu Qianyu, her eyes were completely wide, a look of astonishment and disbelief coloring her face. Blood of the ancient phoenix? As in the phoenix god beast? Yes. When he was still at time-worn Phoenix City, he had obtained a total of 110 drops of ancient phoenix blood. Of these, the first 100 were given to Lin Ming first and then directly absorbed by him. The next 10 drops were only delivered to Lin Ming several days later. However, he didn't use them because the effects wouldn't be obvious for him anymore. Thus, it was better for him to give Mu Qianyu and Qin Xianxia 2 drops each so that this could greatly improve their physiques. As for the remaining 6 drops, he intended to save those for emergencies. For instance, when Qin Xianxia had exhausted her blood essence at Blood Demon Island, if it wasn't for Lin Ming coincidentally having vermilion bird blood essence with him, then Qin Xianxia would have already perished. Lin Ming, where did you get this blood of the ancient phoenix? Mu Qianyu asked, short of breath. She had only read of this blood of the ancient phoenix in the ancient texts of Divine Phoenix Island. Still, she had always thought that these were legends. She never imagined that this sort of treasure actually existed in the Sky Spill continent. At the king-level smelting trial. You participated in the king-level smelting trial? Mu Qianyu's large eyes widened even further. When Lin Ming had told her about the smelting trial rules of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, the king-level smelting trial had been the highest level possible. And yet Lin Ming had actually completed it. Yes, this ancient phoenix blood is the reward of the smelting trial. Then you should absorb it, Qin Xianxia suddenly said. Mu Qianyu also nodded. The effects of the blood would show their true potential under Lin Ming. I've already absorbed far too much. A few more drops won't have much effect. Lin Ming pointed at the flame mark between his eyebrows. Don't you feel it? Since Lin Ming first absorbed the blood of the ancient phoenix, a faint pressure had always emitted from his body, especially on those martial artists with the vermilion bird bloodline. However, Lin Ming normally suppressed this pressure, and since his strength was already so formidable to begin with, everyone that was around him often enough became accustomed to it. Thus, Mu Qianyu hadn't asked any questions. As Mu Qianyu heard Lin Ming's words, she wasn't sure just what expression she should have. That blood of the ancient phoenix that was only depicted in the ancient texts of Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming had actually said that a few more drops wouldn't have any effects. As Lin Ming saw Mu Qianyu's thoughts written all over her face, he laughed and said, You are, in the realm of the gods, a phoenix might have a body that spans thousands of miles long. Who knows just how large it is? If all of its blood were taken out, then it might be enough to drown a city. What I have here is only 4 drops, and it is also the most ordinary phoenix blood. It's not as if it's blood essence or something like that. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Hearing Lin Ming speak, Mu Qianyu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This might not be much to you, but it's a great lucky chance for me. My talent is at the peak of the saint level, and these 2 drops of ancient phoenix blood will be enough for me to enter the emperor level. Don't speak of this ancient phoenix blood. In Divine Phoenix Island, even vermilion bird blood essence is enough to make others go crazy. They couldn't even imagine the blood of the ancient phoenix. With these 2 drops of ancient phoenix blood, that is enough for an ordinary talent to become a saint-level talent.
In terms of talent, it was easier to raise the more mundane one was. For an ordinary talent to become a saint-level talent, all they would need was a single great lucky chance. For instance, 2 drops of ancient phoenix blood.
As for a saint-level talent rising to an emperor-level talent, that would require the accumulation of several lucky chances. In addition, a martial artist would also need to have extraordinary natural talent to begin with.
And above an emperor-level talent, if one wanted to rise to the ranks of Hua Wenlong and Hua Yu, that was even more difficult. At that time, something that might be a great lucky chance to a saint-level talent might only be standard treasure for someone like Hua Wenlong. For instance, this ancient phoenix blood. To a talent like Hua Wenlong, this basically wasn't a great lucky chance because Hua Wenlong already had an extremely rich ancient phoenix bloodline to begin with. Thus, this was something that was basic for him and that he should naturally have. Conversely, it would be a disadvantage if he didn't. So even if Lin Ming absorbed another 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood, this would only allow him to become a bit stronger. It wouldn't increase his talent to another level. Lin Ming's comprehension of fire laws should have been something a genius of his talent level could accomplish. Otherwise, they were lacking to begin with.
Xianxia, I've already made an appointment with Li Yifeng to go to the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. I leave 1 month from now. During this journey, I might be gone for several years.
Of the 4 divine kingdoms, the strongest was the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. They were also famed for their alchemy techniques. Since Lin Ming wished to study alchemy, it was naturally the best choice for him to go to the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom.
Alchemy was an extremely complex skill. In order to refine pills within a furnace, it required more than just a variety of spiritual herbs and treasures. There were special materials needed to direct the mixture and also to form the medicinal base.
If he wanted to create high-level pills, there was one material he absolutely couldn't do without. That was wood spirit jade. Wood spirit jade and demon god bones were similar items. Demon god bones were formed when the leftover energy field of powerhouses or saint beasts was sealed underground, slowly condensing over a period of tens of thousands of years. As for wood spirit jade, those originated from spiritual woods and herbs that remained unpicked by others and eventually died a natural death.
Then, their rich energy and fruits would be buried in the ground for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years before finally condensing into a wood spirit jade.
The former was an animal and the latter was a plant. Both were formed through similar principles, but there was actually a big difference between the two. Since Lin Ming wished to study alchemy, he needed a massive amount of wood spirit jade. However, this sort of material was extremely difficult to find in the South Horizon region. Although there was a great amount of wood spirit jade in the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom, it was collected by others as a rare resource. With Lin Ming's current finances, buying a small amount to use was no problem.
But if he wished to use a great amount, especially high quality wood spirit jade multiple times, then this was something that even Lin Ming's wealth couldn't support.
Not to mention that he didn't have the wealth to support continued use. But the main problem was that wood spirit jade was a material that couldn't necessarily be bought.
Lin Ming had taken inventory of all his belongings. Up until now, the strongest powerhouse he killed was the 4th stage life destruction Xian Wuji.
As for the rest of his wealth, the next 2 with the most resources had been the 2 helpers of Xian Wuji that had helped him lay down the Great Array Formation in the Deep Sea as well as the South Sea Demon Region's elders. All of these people added together had a wealth equal to that of Xian Wuji. In other words, Lin Ming was currently quite wealthy amongst high-level life destruction powerhouses. However, he was far from being able to compare with a divine sea powerhouse. Of course, this was assuming that Lin Ming didn't sell the Heaven-Step Demon God Bone or the blood of the ancient phoenix. These 2 treasures were naturally not something that Lin Ming would casually use. If Lin Ming wanted to go to the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom to find wood spirit jade, it would be impossible for him to purchase it with his wealth, and he couldn't purchase it to begin with since there was no place to do so. So, Lin Ming could only rely on the rich knowledge inherited from that realm of the gods' alchemists to seek wood spirit jade and excavate it on his own.
It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every alchemist could also be called a skilled geologist and explorer. In order to look for wood spirit jade, and especially high-quality wood spirit jade, one would often have to search hundreds or even thousands of feet underground.
A martial artist's perception had problems penetrating underground to begin with, much less the fact that the regions where wood spirit jade existed often had special geological features that interfered with perception. With these factors combined, an alchemist could only rely on their experience and knowledge to search for wood spirit jade. For the remaining month, Lin Ming closed up to thoroughly research alchemy techniques. Although the memories of that realm of the gods alchemist had been completely etched into his mind, integrating and mastering this information was still a very long and arduous process. During his research of alchemy techniques, when his mind was fatigued, Lin Ming would take out a demon god bone and continue training. After some time, Lin Ming had already gone from the early revolving core realm to stabilizing himself firmly in the center. However, he still had a very long road until he reached the life destruction realm. From revolving core to life destruction could be considered a large boundary. To a human martial artist, this was the process of their body being transformed and reborn into something new. Before life destruction, that was a mortal body. After life destruction, that was a spirit body. This sort of transformative process was completely different from the body transformation process of washing the marrow and tempering the body. Once body transformation was brought to the point of 100% tempering marrow with the 8 inner hidden gates opened and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace afterwards, then a martial artist would have a body comparable to a saint artifact, indestructible and invincible. They could raise their hand to sink the stars and shatter the moon, and their roar could kill weaker martial artists. A spirit body was different. Even though it was a spirit body, the defensive power was still frail, and without the protection of true essence it would easily be pierced through by weapons. The role of the spirit body was to converge the origin energy of the heavens and earth. A revolving core realm martial artist could only store true essence in their dantian and meridians. It was also impossible for them to directly absorb heaven and earth origin energy with their bodies. Rather, they had to rely on their many acupoints. But after life destruction, that mortal body would reform from scratch, expelling all impurities and activating every cell so that they could actively absorb heaven and earth origin energy. Thus, a martial artist with a spirit body completely didn't need acupoints and could use their bodies to absorb heaven and earth origin energy. This meant that a life destruction martial artist would have a total true essence quantity several times that of a revolving core martial artist. Even their resilience and endurance would greatly increase. This was also the reason why a life destruction martial artist's strength leapt upwards. If Lin Ming could reach life destruction, then not only would he have a spirit body, but he would also be tempered with the 8 inner hidden gates and have a bodily durability equal to that of a treasure. To have both of these benefits was the advantage of dual cultivating in body and essence. Without noticing up until the day that Lin Ming and Li Yifeng's agreed appointment was, Lin Ming still didn't have an understanding of the 4 divine kingdoms. In fact, he didn't even know all of the 4 divine kingdoms' names. To have a guide was wonderful. Not to mention anything else, but there was a trip of millions upon millions of miles to go from Divine Phoenix Island to the 4 divine kingdoms, and there were hundreds of large and small transmission arrays that had to be passed through. Without Li Yifeng's help, passing through these transmission arrays wouldn't be easy.